The lively sounds echoed through the crowded market as Yean enthusiastically called out to customers to buy her watermelons. Get your watermelons here, top quality watermelons. At that moment, a red-haired guy with broken teeth approached and asked, "Is this lovely watermelon guaranteed to be sweet?" Yean, in her gentle manner, affirmed, "Absolutely sweet, no sweetness, no payment." The guy skeptically took a piece to taste, chewed it thoughtfully, and then criticized, "This watermelon is basically not sweet at all. Is this girl trying to deceive us?" He opened his mouth wide, pointed directly at Yean, and shouted, "Dare to deceive me? Quickly catch her and bring her back to me for punishment. Let me teach her a lesson." His gang of followers burst into laughter. First time seeing such a good catch, tonight could be enjoyable. Yean cried, "Please don't." Other young people in the market, witnessing the scene, expressed their displeasure. These scoundrels dare to catch people on the street. Truly disrespectful. Old man Tam is from the Fang family. No one can mess with him. These young people felt helpless, hateful. Nobody can deal with them, huh? Old man Tam became more outrageous. Scream louder, even if your voice is hoarse. No one will come to save you. At that moment, Yean rushed over and shouted loudly, "Let go!" Old man Tam, who was teasing, was hit on the buttocks by Yean's stick, his face contorted in pain. He quickly collapsed and cried out, "Oh my buttocks!" His followers stood there with twisted expressions. "It's over, Tam's third flower has been punctured." Yean glared at them and scolded, "Dare to bully my sister? I'll risk my life against you." Old man Tam's disciples, upon seeing Yean, jeered, "Where did this kid come from? Fed up with life, huh?" While tears streamed down old man Tam's face due to pain, he angrily ordered, "Kill him for me." However, Yean disappointed him. After dealing with his followers, Yean stomped on them and then pressed the stick into old man Tam's mouth. He lay flattened on the ground, trembling and crying, while his followers could only stand by and watch. Tam's third is in deep trouble. Despite being near death, old man Tam still tried to give orders. "Hurry up, everyone, attack." So the gang of followers obeyed, advancing to surround and attack Yean. "Kid, you're as good as dead." Yean swung the stick wildly, proclaiming, "I'll risk my life against all of you." The other disciples looked puzzled at first, then unanimously rushed forward to kick and attack Yean, shouting, "So you're just an empty vessel making loud noises. Die, you little brat, how dare you threaten us?" Yean, standing weakly behind, pleaded, "Stop, please stop." Suddenly the disciples had to pull old man Tam along, panicking, "The police are coming, let's run." Old man Tam, escorted away by his followers, shouted arrogantly, "You're lucky this time, kid. Next time you'll be dead for sure." Yean lay motionless on the ground after the beating, while Yean held him, calling out, "Yean, please wake up." At that moment, Yean woke up in an unfamiliar place, looking around and wondering, "Where am I?" After a while, he panicked upon seeing his amulet. "This is my amulet." The amulet approached Yean's face, transforming something into his eyes. In that world, he exclaimed, "Oh my eyes." The scene shifted to another hospital, and Yean suddenly woke up. Oh my parents, in front of him was the incredibly attractive figure of a nurse with an ample bosom. She was helping Yean bandage his wounds, but startled when he woke up. She instinctively moved away and asked with a stern tone, "What were you planning to do?" Yean quickly clarified, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." The nurse softened her tone, "If you had any ill intentions, I would have called security." But Yean couldn't stay silent, continuing, "But it's also because you're too alluring." Oh my! Yean pointed directly at the nurse's ample bosom. Yean scratched his head in confusion. What on earth is happening? Am I hallucinating? At that moment, Yean rushed in, relieved to see Yean awake. "Yean, are you okay?" Yean replied cheerfully, "Sis, I'm fine." Suddenly, his eyes lit up in amazement. He stared straight at Yean's body and seemed perplexed. Now it was even more difficult to understand what he was seeing. He quickly closed his eyes and said to Yean, "Sis, put on some clothes quickly." Yean was puzzled, gently approached, and touched Yean's forehead, asking, What nonsense are you talking about? I'm already wearing clothes, aren't I? Yean just replied, yes. After checking Yean's forehead, Yean seemed puzzled. No fever. Could it be a brain malfunction? Meanwhile, Yean remained motionless on the bed, also puzzled. Why is my clothing all exposed like this? Yean found it hard to believe, muttering, what on earth is happening? Just then, some information came to him. Left is yin, right is yang. Yin-yang divine eyes, penetrating the myriad beings. Yean contemplated, yin-yang divine eyes. Could my eyes see through things? After thinking it through, he turned towards the door with the intention, let me test this out. He then activated the divine eyes, gazing intensely towards Yean and the nurse. He seemed excited after confirming the result. It really can see through. He then shifted his gaze further into the distance. Let me see. His eyes went down the hallway and focused on an office. Oh my goodness, some professor or doctor was embracing that young nurse. Witnessing that scene, Yean silently thought, indeed, the older one is, the more experience they have. Next, he continued the examination. Let me see more. He cast his eyes towards another nurse holding a syringe. Yean chuckled. Seems like I can still see the nurse even when lying down. He shifted his gaze around, saying, let's look here for a bit and there for a bit. Yean showed off a bit of his 3D boy style, and he spotted a nurse. However, she turned away, contrary to his line of sight, so he silently urged, turn this way, come on, turn this way. Eventually, she turned around, and Yean's eyes lit up. Finally, she turned this way. But the nurse's facial features seemed a bit awkward. Yean was alarmed. I'm getting mad. After a while of using his eyes with the wrong intentions, Yean lay on the hospital bed, silently thinking, what's the use of these eyes of mine? While lost in thought, another nurse approached and called Yean. Yean, come over to settle the hospital bill. Upon hearing the announcement, Yean quickly went out, saying, I'm coming. Yean attentively followed Yean's figure as she went out to pay the hospital bill. Using his divine eyes again, he saw Yean looking somewhat distressed. She held out a small amount of money and asked the nurse, is this enough or do I need more? The nurse replied, it's enough. Your brother has no major issues and can be discharged. At this moment, Yean silently made a determination. With the divine eyes, I must help her have a better life. After that, Yean escorted Yean out of the hospital. Outside, Yean said to her, sis, I have something to do. I'll go home later. Yean reminded, come back early. Yean walked alone in the city center, contemplating as he walked, how should I use the divine eyes to earn money? While thinking, he noticed something. Below a tunnel, a group of people were gambling, with an enthusiastic waitress shaking the dice, saying, come on, place your bets, big or small, place your bets, and once placed, hands off. The gamblers shouted, I bet 500 on big, 300 on small. Many times before, it landed on small. I don't believe it'll be big this time. I bet 600 on big. Dudu secretly rejoiced, a bunch of fools, go ahead and bet, everything will be mine. With money piled on the table, more bets seemed to be placed on the big side. Yean stood outside, silently commenting, so much money. Then he used the divine eyes to see the outcome, thinking, let's see if this is big or small. So he could see the result inside that tree trunk, and he thought to himself, a total score from 4 to 10 is small, from 11 to 17 is big. Here the result is 2, 3, and 4, adding up to 9 points. The casino is about to make a big profit. Dudu quickly revealed the result, 2, 3, 4, small. The group of people who bet on big were helpless and complained, small again? I'm done. It's only been an hour, and I've lost 3,000 already. Some refused to give up, saying, I still don't believe it, let's continue. Dudu collected the money, unable to contain her joy. Thanks for your support, thank you. Then she turned her attention to Yean, newcomer. She invited him to join the game. You're handsome, wanna play around? Yean reminded Dudu again, sis, you're exposing everything. Dudu playfully retorted, no, I'm not. You are. People chatted, here comes another fool offering money. Dudu used her alluring eyes to entice, wanna play. Yean happily agreed. Sure, let's play. He thought to himself, she's telling me to play. I better not regret it later. Dudu quickly took her position. Place your bets. Once you've placed them, hands off. The crowd started placing bets. 300 on big, 1,000 on small. I bet 500 on small. Yean activated his clairvoyance ability. On Dudu's side, she was enthusiastically shaking the dice. The dice landed on 4, 5, and 6, but only Yean saw the results. Dudu urged Yean, handsome, which side are you betting on? Without enjoying the moment, Yean said, I bet 10 coins on big. Dudu looked down on Yean. Turns out he's a poor guy. Then Dudu announced the results. 4, 5, 6, big. She happily collected the money. Thanks everyone. She didn't forget to give Yean his winnings, your winnings. Yean joyfully looked at the money. Earning this money is too easy. Watching Dudu inviting bets again, Yean secretly rejoiced. Today I'm going to clean her out. So Yean placed another bet, and Dudu continued shaking the dice in her too. A moment later, Dudu appeared displeased when revealing the results. 2, 5, 6, big. Yean held a handful of money. Delighted, too easy, I've won again, give me the money. The crowd surrounding Yean was buzzing. This young guy is really lucky. He's already won over 1,000 yuan. He must be a master. Just by the sound of the dice, he knows the result. Yean was just enjoying the happiness of winning this amount of money. This is incredible. This amount is much higher than my monthly salary. Meanwhile, Dudu was extremely upset. This is miserable. Continuing like this, my efforts today will be in vain. Yean added to the taunt. Why so serious, beautiful lady? Can't handle it anymore. Dudu, furious, slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, Let's bet. She said to Yean, but only you and I will bet a big round. Dudu seemed determined to defeat Yean, but Yean disagreed. No, I won't go on, absolutely not. Before he could finish his sentence, Dudu interrupted him and shouted, Bet. She said to Yean, but this time, we're betting everything. Seeing Dudu so determined, Yean calmly asked, how do you want to bet? Dudu excitedly replied, 1 round to decide the winner, betting all the money you have. Yean sensed something amiss, so he asked again, so what if you lose? Dudu confidently responded, if I lose, it's up to you to decide. Yean's eyes lit up with excitement. Really, to let me decide? The onlookers were intrigued. This is getting too dramatic. Dudu firmly affirmed, I keep my word. But if you lose, you have to strip off all your clothes. Yean gritted his teeth and accepted. Let it be decided that way. Let's see who's afraid of whom. Dudu was equally unyielding. Fine, no regrets later. The two locked eyes, a tense atmosphere hanging between them. Seeing Dudu raise the wooden cup with 3 dice inside, the spectators eagerly watched her professional movements. With a swift shake, the 3 dice flew up and, in an instant, were back inside the cup. The audience cheered. That's awesome. Dudu demonstrated a martial arts move, and the crowd below exclaimed, Incredible. Her momentum is truly intimidating. She just used this technique, and we're already scared out of our wits. That young guy is probably done for. Dudu taunted again. What's the matter? Afraid of losing to this lady's technique? Yean paid no attention. He stood in a corner counting the money. Dudu, irritated, reminded him, can you focus a little? Yean mocked Dudu, petty. This infuriated Dudu. She loudly challenged Yean, you're finished, daring to underestimate me. Witness my might. Then she forcefully slammed the dice shaker onto the table, causing dust to scatter in the air. Dudu confidently declared, you're in trouble now. Yean remained unfazed, ridiculing her, quite the flamboyant display. Dudu asked him, big or small? As she asked this question, Dudu secretly rejoiced, thinking, the dice in the cup are still uncertain. Regardless of whether he chooses big or small, I can manipulate the outcome. I'm sure to win this time. Yean calmly made his choice. I choose. He nonchalantly continued, I choose 3 sixes. Simultaneously, Yean pressed down on Dudu's hand, preventing her from manipulating the result. Dudu, frustrated, thought, even though he seems foolish, he won't let me play tricks. Is he pretending to be foolish to deceive everyone? After that, Yean lifted the cup and said, "Take a closer look." The crowd was amazed. It's empty, and yet he guessed it correctly. That's incredible, never seen anyone like him. Yean began to celebrate. I won, too powerful, a true card master. The crowd begged, "Master, please accept me as your disciple." Yean hesitated and declined. It's just a little trick, not worth mentioning. Dudu felt uneasy and tried to escape. I should run away now. But Yean spotted her and called out loudly, "Beautiful lady, do you agree to let me handle this?" Dudu, sweating nervously, replied, "Big brother, how do you want to handle me?" Yean smirked and said, "We can negotiate a bit, can't we?" In the midst of the distraction caused by Dudu's antics, she pointed to the sky and said, "Quick, look, there's a flying saucer." Taking advantage of the confusion, Dudu swiftly ran away, leaving everyone fooled. She taunted them, "A bunch of fools, can't believe you fell for it." Yean realized she was escaping and shouted, "You trickster, stop right there." Seeing Dudu running, Yean chased after her. "Forget the rest, return the money you lost." Yean continued to chase Dudu from one street to another. He followed her into an alley and shouted loudly, "Where do you think you're running to?" However, in front of him was an empty alley, and he thought to himself, she must have escaped. Nevertheless, Yean remained confident. She might think she can escape, but I won't lose her. Dudu, sitting exhausted in a corner, muttered, "Finally cut off the tail of that boy." But Yean had found her. "Found you." Dudu panicked. Trouble is coming. She pushed Yean away and swiftly ran off. Yean calmly replied, "In broad daylight, where can you hide? Quickly pay me back." Dudu evaded. "This is hard-earned money, don't even think about it." Yean sternly said, "Your actions are dishonest. If you willingly engage in gambling, you should have the courage to face the consequences. If you don't pay me back, I'll—" Before he could finish, someone intervened. "Hold on, my friend." Yean turned to see a frail man on a wheelchair approaching. Surrounded by a swarm of souls, the man inquired with a laugh, "Dudu, causing trouble again, huh?" Yean then let go of Dudu and tossed her aside upon seeing something terrifying, exclaiming, "Scaring people to death." He pointed towards the man and interrogated him, "Who are you?" Yean thought to himself, there are many demons attached to him, and this man's hands must be stained with the fresh blood of many. Tian smiled and replied, "I'm Dudu's older brother." "What trouble did the little girl cause again?" Dudu, defensive, clarified, "Brother, I didn't provoke anything. It's this rotten kid here who doesn't follow the rules." Yean, with a sharp retort, said, "You still have the nerve to say that. If not playing tricks, you find a way to be nasty. Quickly pay me back." Dudu, teasing, responded, "Not paying back. If you have the guts, come here and fight me." Yean, infuriated, retorted loudly, "Don't think you're a woman, or I wouldn't dare hit you." Dudu continued to provoke, "Well then, come over here." Both sides continued their verbal exchange, challenging each other with every word. Tian could only ponder and feel displeased about these two individuals. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he exclaimed loudly, "That's enough." Dudu, with confidence, retorted, "My big brother is furious now, just wait and see." To her surprise, she received a slap from her older brother. Tian sternly ordered, "Quickly shut your mouth, little sister." She, annoyed, questioned, "Brother, why did you hit me?" Tian, in a serious tone, admonished Dudu, "I've told you many times, no gambling. Have you forgotten why my legs were amputated?" Dudu, in a soft voice, explained her reason. "Brother, it's only this way that I can earn enough money to treat your legs. I don't want you to live like this for the rest of your life." This response left Tian in a contemplative silence. Seeing the siblings seeking help, it seemed like the issue was not insignificant. Yean furrowed his brow in contemplation for a while. "Legs amputated, huh? What's going on here?" Not wanting to waste time, Yean immediately utilized the yin-yang divine eyes technique, a method that could see through all things in the world. Yehan's divination proved correct. The yin-yang divine eyes revealed a strange object blocking the area around the leg. Moreover, the tendons at the heel had been cut, indicating a severe medical condition. Yean immediately spoke with evaluation. The leg tendons have been cut, and there seems to be something inside the leg. He paused, awaiting the patient's response. Hearing the diagnosis delivered with precision, Zhao Haotian and Dudu, each feeling a chill down their spines, broke into a cold sweat. It was truly unexpected that there could be such skilled medical expertise in the world, not a matter to be taken lightly. Zhao Haotian looked up to scrutinize Yehan's appearance for a while before asking, "Friend, can you really see my illness?" With a nonchalant expression, Yehan raised his eyebrows and replied, "It's a small matter, just a glance and I can see it." Having suffered from his ailment for a long time without finding a cure, Zhao Haotian approached Yehan. With sparkling eyes, Dudu requested his assistance. "Young man, you've seen my brother's condition. Can you treat him?" It seemed that this Yehan guy was also striking a pose, not inferior to a Korean idol. The term "young man with a decayed personality" didn't sound very pleasing to his ears, making him express dissatisfaction. However, Dudu, lively and clever, wouldn't easily back down. She immediately changed her tone to a coquettish one, fishing for the young man's favor. "Hey handsome, can you stop being so modest?" Yehan, feeling awkward, shook his head and said, "That's enough, too comfortable." Dudu took 5 steps forward and skillfully employed her charming tactics, showcasing her perfect curves before saying, "If you can cure my brother's leg, I'm willing to be yours forever." Yehan almost had a heart attack hearing this. In Dudu's mind, she triumphantly thought, "Dealing with a shrimp like you, I personally made my move, and I'm not afraid I won't catch you." But before she could celebrate, she found herself pushed away by Yehan, shouting in disbelief, "I can't believe this guy escaped my ultimate seduction trap." Yehan shook his head in disapproval, not accepting this kind of market-style approach. Despite being a respectable man, he couldn't tolerate such behavior. He replied, "Sorry, but I have to give up on this. I'm at a loss here." He turned around and walked away, ignoring the 2 siblings who were watching with regret and longing. Regardless, he had more important matters to attend to at the moment. Plus, there was another reason in his mind: don't like people I'm not close to. Helping him might expose my yin-yang divine eyes. I can't risk that. Sitting quietly all this time, Zhao Haotian had been closely observing Yehan's actions. Seeming to grasp something about the way Yehan operated, he quickly thought and called out, "Wait, if you can cure my leg, let's make a deal." "What do you think?" Indeed, that's the case. The working style seems to be in line with Yehan's usual approach. He immediately halted, turned around, but still maintained a cautious demeanor. Yehan inquired, "A deal? What kind of deal?" Zhao Haotian decided to disclose a story that Yehan was completely unaware of. He lowered his voice, as if not wanting anyone outside to know this discreet truth. "I am originally the supreme art, divine techniques, and martial arts Southwest King." The 3 words Southwest King were something that Yehan had heard many times before. Whenever this figure appeared in front of a crowd, all eyes and attention were drawn towards him. Saying so was enough to understand the power and influence of this person. After hearing this, Yehan was momentarily speechless and mumbled, You are Zhao Haotian." Nodding coldly, Zhao Haotian replied, "Exactly, I am Zhao Haotian." Looking at his current demeanor, it was evident that he wasn't joking. Yehan, still astonished, contemplated and hesitated for a while. "Zhao Haotian, back then you were a prominent figure, a person who controlled the entire sky. Why have you ended up in such a situation?" This situation left him incredibly puzzled. Seeing that Yehan was aware of the matter but remained indecisive, Dudu couldn't help but lose her calm. She stepped forward to explain, "My older brother back then." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Haotian promptly interrupted, "Ahem, Dudu, don't say anything." It seemed that this internal matter was not easy for Zhao Haotian to disclose to others. Now that he knew Yehan possessed extraordinary medical skills, Zhao Haotian just wanted to make a deal, mainly to cure his crippled legs. He spoke up, "Young man, what do you think?" Yean was still in contemplation because, in the end, he only possessed the yin-yang divine eyes as an extraordinary skill. He thought, I can only see the problem, treating it is another matter. Unexpectedly, at this moment, streams of information from the Guihu medical classic and Klingon practice flowed incessantly within Yehan's mind, gliding through these texts and making him extremely excited. He exclaimed inwardly, the Guihu medical classic and Klingon practice, these are the two secret books existing within the royal archives. Upon reflection, if I can grasp the techniques within these two books, then treating Xiao Haotian may not be a difficult task anymore. Observing the dumbfounded expression on Yehan's face, Dudu became frustrated. She insisted on extracting a definitive answer from this ambiguous individual. Can you do it or not? Speak up quickly. Aware of the fact that no one had ever cured this peculiar leg condition before, Xiao Haotian, with a consoling tone, advised Dudu, forget it, Dudu. It's not easy to cure this leg. In the past, renowned physicians had exhausted all means, and now. However, before he could finish his sentence, the young man Yehan promptly interjected, his face lighting up with enthusiasm. Wait a moment, I can treat it. Xiao Haotian, taken aback, stood still. Throughout history, none of the eminent physicians he had invited had ever expressed such confidence. Moreover, just now, this man accurately diagnosed his condition with a single glance. Dudu was overjoyed, finding it hard to believe what she heard. Really? With a determined expression, Yehan nodded gently and responded, but I need some time to prepare. Only then can I be certain, 100%. Xiao Haotian was overjoyed, ecstatically exclaiming, great, if you can truly cure it, I agree to work for you for 3 years. Indeed, he couldn't afford to miss such a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity. Touched, Dudu rushed over, hugging Yehan as if embracing a close friend. Gratefully, she said, thank you so much. Observing this, Yehan felt a sense of consolation, having alleviated some of their suffering. However, he couldn't ignore the fact that such opportunities seemed to be once-in-a-lifetime occurrences. Grasping such a delightful opportunity with a girl as charming as Ngok Train, Yehan couldn't help but seize it eagerly, holding the girl tightly and responding with a playful indulgence. No need to thank me, he. With the agreement settled, the three of them headed their separate ways. On the way back home, Yehan pondered incessantly. I've accepted the task of helping others with their illnesses. It's awkward to accept money. I still feel hesitant about it. However, his inner devil retorted immediately. Are you pretending to be noble? Ridiculous. As he walked through an antique street on the way home, the lively atmosphere of an antique fair echoed loudly. Antique fair here. Ming Dynasty porcelain, only 3,000 yuan, grab it before it's gone. The auctioneer's statement piqued Yehan's curiosity. Ming Dynasty porcelain, I've heard of this type before. Well, it's still early, might as well drop by and take a look. Hastening towards the crowd, Yehan suggested, let's check it out over there, we might find something interesting. The old man running the stall sat with excitement, enthusiastically advertising his goods. Come and have a look, Ming Dynasty porcelain, landscape paintings on silk, various Warring States period bronze items, all at a very reasonable price. Buying here is like finding a treasure. Several interested customers crowded in, asking, how much for these Warring States period bronze items? Observing from a distance for a while, Yehan assessed, this shop owner is quite the smooth talker, but there's no need to rush. Let's listen a bit more and see how things unfold. The stall owner, proudly stroking his beard, replied, 320 coins. Take a look at some other items as well, he. Yehan immediately used the yin-yang divine eyes to quickly scan through the displayed items in front of the old man, muttering, I don't see anything good here. The jade stones and jade tiles are made from translucent materials, and the ink on the calligraphy and painting hasn't dried yet. As for this bronze item, it's surprisingly made from plastic. I didn't expect the stall owner to be such a con artist in the black market, dealing with cheap tricks, selling dog meat disguised as mutton. This childish game is outdated. Trying to expose his true intentions to keep people away, Yehan, however, worried that explaining might reveal his yin-yang divine eyes. He cursed inwardly, Do they really take me for a fool? Frustrated and unwilling to linger any longer, Yean turned to head back home. Just as he stepped out, he encountered familiar faces. It's Zhu Mingshan and Duan, probably drawn here by curiosity as well. The approaching individuals inquired, Zhu Mingshan, Mr. Zhu, why are you here? Mr. Zhu, renowned for discovering many valuable items with your discerning eyes. Is there something good here? Duan, following closely behind, questioned, Grandpa, why don't we go to Mingyu Pavilion? The chances of finding rare items are too low here. Zhu Mingshan, wise and seasoned, replied, You don't understand, my child. To experience the thrill, one must go to the antique market for new discoveries, ha 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 ha. Reaching the stall owner, Zhu Mingshan politely suggested, Let me see the famous Jiangsu province ceramics. Rarely witnessing a dignitary like him on the street, the onlookers admired him. Yean, too, stood at a distance, curious, observing the scene. Activate the yin-yang divine eyes. The shopkeeper presented Zhu Mingshan with a ceramic vase, renowned as the famous Jiangsu province. He said, Mr. Zhu, please have a look. Zhu Mingshan's demeanor showed a hint of hesitation before this highly esteemed antique. It didn't take much time. Mr. Zhu held the vase in his hand and turned it around. He furrowed his brows and made a few disdainful sounds. A clear crack, along with childish paint strokes. Duan approached and commented, Grandpa, you can tell it's a fake with just one look. Even if it were real, this crack already ruined its value. It's really not worth much. Zhu Mingshan nodded, Yes, you're right. With a compassionate gesture, the old man returned the vase to the shopkeeper, making him twist his face in annoyance. Returning it is indeed the right thing to do. People may not believe it until someone like Zhu Mingshan speaks out. When they saw Mr. Zhu leaving without showing any interest, the crowd immediately dispersed, saying, We thought Mr. Zhu would find something good, but since he shook his head, the items here must be fake. If there were truly valuable items, they would have been bought long ago and not left here. Old man Zhu Mingshan led Duan past Yean. The two relatives spoke to each other, Let's go. Duan nodded obediently, but something seemed amiss. Yean stood silently for a while, then suddenly spoke loudly, I'll buy that Jiangsu province ceramic. Words were uttered with undeniable confidence, leaving everyone, including Mr. Zhu and his granddaughter Duan, in utter astonishment. Both of them turned to look at this mysterious young man, their eyes filled with skepticism. Hard to believe that guy. Yean, with a composed expression, walked up to the shopkeeper and declared, I'll buy that Jiangsu province ceramic. His demeanor at this moment was certainly not a joke. Even the shopkeeper widened his eyes at Yean's assertiveness. The old man approached with enthusiasm, handing the ceramic vase to Yean, and cheerfully saying, This young man truly has an eye for things. This is indeed an antique from the Ming dynasty, and it only costs 3,000 he. The price seemed extremely favorable to Yean. He joyfully took out the money and replied, Thank you, sir. Just wait a moment. As Yean was counting the money, the shopkeeper swiftly grabbed the vase like a mouse and dashed away. Laughing heartily, he thanked Yean. No need for that, little brother. Thank you for your patronage. Yean watched in surprise. The shopkeeper grinned back, teasingly glancing at the puzzled young man. Ha 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 ha, what a foolish guy. It turned out that he had stolen that vase. Although it looked discarded, he thought it was worthless. Yean, holding the vase in his hands, cherished it, thinking, What a fool. Standing amidst the crowd, moments after intervening with the vendor's hand, people cheered and mocked Yean. Mr. Zhu, we said it's a fake, and this young man is truly foolish to buy it. You're really silly, clearly stated so earlier. If you get deceived, don't blame others, kid. Ha 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 ha, maybe people will think they have a good eye for spotting merchandise. Duan stepped forward with sympathy, revealing the truth to Yean. Silly boy, you've been unfairly treated, losing 3,000. Yean dropped the vase, chuckled defiantly, and replied, Ha 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 ha. I see now that everyone is truly foolish. His expression gave no indication that he was joking. Duan looked at this young man, who not only received her comfort but also responded with arrogance. Irritated, she pointed a finger at him. You dare call me foolish, you rotten kid. Mr. Zhu Mingshan, intrigued by this young man, curiously inquired, "Young man, did you think that this broken Jiangsu province ceramic is a valuable item?" Contrary to the old man's expectations, Yean firmly contradicted. He raised two fingers to emphasize his points. "There are two things I must make clear to you." Yean maintained a composed demeanor, articulating his words with precision, ensuring that the old man could hear clearly. Firstly, this Jiangsu province ceramic is not broken. Secondly, this Jiangsu province ceramic itself is a treasure. The crowd of onlookers, upon hearing my explanation to Mr. Zhu, burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, is this young man out of his mind? This is the highest level of self-comfort, deceiving oneself. Speaking with such cunning, considering us fools, ha 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 ha." Perhaps Duan thought the guy was really crazy and decided not to argue anymore. She chuckled and said, "If you say it's real, then treat it as real. Who do you think you are?" Mr. Zhu, having a similar opinion, gently advised, "Young man, don't be too impulsive in everything. Finding treasures is not as easy as you think. You still need to cultivate your insight for a few more years." However, Yean didn't need much explanation for those with narrow minds because, as the main character, he naturally possessed the author's divine tools. The young man took out a peculiar bottle, poured it slowly onto the ceramic vase, and said, "Open your eyes wide and take a close look at this." In a moment, unbelievably, the Jiangsu province ceramic seemed to be adorned with a new layer. The paint and lines were perfectly exquisite, following the standards of the Ming dynasty's Jiangsu province craftsmanship. Holding the antique vase up for everyone to see, its extraordinary brilliance made the two Zhu cousins gasp in astonishment, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" The confident young man, Yean, asked boldly, "Take a closer look. The area that appears to be broken is actually the painted pattern. It's just covered by clay." Zhu Mingshan, no longer as skeptical as before, widened his eyes in genuine amazement and responded, "Young friend, your insight is truly remarkable. I admire you." The previously ridiculed individuals, now eager to save face, commented, unexpectedly, "This Jiangsu province ceramic is not broken. We are really inferior. If it's genuine, it must be worth at least 100,000. Yean, feeling triumphant, chuckled and said, "Ha ha ha ha. With my yin-yang divine eyes, my insight is naturally superior to others." However, throughout the discussion, there was still one stubborn person who refused to yield. Duan, pointing her finger, she remarked, "The incident just now doesn't prove that it's genuine." Seeing an opportunity, Yean, always up for a challenge, suggested, "Let's make a bet then. If this Jiangsu province ceramic is genuine, what do you say?" After some hesitation, Duan replied, "Then I'll buy it at the market for double the price. But if it's fake?" Without hesitation, Yean agreed. "Then I'll take a small loss and owe you a favor." Duan, with a slightly annoyed expression, pouted, "If it's fake, you'll have to work for me for a year." The two bantered for a while, and it seemed that Yean appreciated the personality of the girl. He thought, teasing her a bit for fun won't hurt. I should maintain a good image in front of the crowd. With the agreement settled, they sealed the deal with a handshake. It's a deal. Zhu Mingshan, always interested in young talents like Yean, had silently praised him for his high insight. He thought, if Duan recognizes him, it could be a significant help. Zhu Mingshan suggested, all right. Not far ahead is Mingyuan. They have specialized appraisers. Let's go there and see who is right and who is wrong." Duan agreed with the old man. Mingyuan was known for trading and exchanging rare and valuable items. It had a high reputation for quality goods. Zhu Mingshan led Duan and Yean inside. For Zhu Mingshan, this place was quite familiar. He was always a distinguished guest, and Lin Baimo quickly welcomed them, esteemed guests, a sincere welcome from a distance. Seeing Duan accompanying her grandfather to Mingyuan, Lin Baimo greeted her as well. "Duan, long time no see. Please come in, everyone." Lin Baimo invited the three into a specially designated guest room, as was customary. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhu Mingshan got straight to the point. "Lin Baimo, this time we've come here to ask for your help in appraising an item." Upon hearing this, Duan, still upset, commanded Yean, Humph, it's that thing. My grandfather said it's fake, but this young man here doesn't believe it and even made a bet with me. Lin Baimo, having heard part of the story, could make some educated guesses. However, given the status of Mr. Zhu and Duan Ni, they had already made their conclusion, and he promptly spoke up, "Haha, Mr. Zhu, if you've determined it's fake, there's no need for an appraisal." Observing the self-confident demeanor of Ming Yixuan's owner, Yean couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, he maintained a polite exterior and asked, without examining it, the owner himself has already made a judgment. Lin Baimo casually sipped his tea while glancing at Yean's appearance. He replied, "Seeing you for the first time, my friend, and you don't seem very familiar. Perhaps it's our first encounter in the antique world." Yean wasn't particularly interested in discussing trivial matters. Feeling annoyed that this person wasn't addressing the main issue, he retorted, "So what if it's the first time?" Lin Baimo sneered, deliberately exerting his superiority as he spoke. "Want to rely on a bit of intelligence to infiltrate the upper class? I'd encountered many people like this. This guy is just wasting time. Yean, I don't have the leisure to engage in discussions with someone like you." Immediately, he stood up, holding the vase provocatively. "If you don't want to help with the appraisal, just say it directly. I'll find someone else." Seeing this, Duan Nai was about to call the shameless Yean back, but Mr. Zhu calmly said, "Don't rush. Let's see what he has to say." Apparently, the old man had a more insightful eye than usual. Lin Baimo, in his usual fashion of showing off his superiority, didn't reserve it just for Yean. He added, "In any case, you are a guest introduced by Mr. Zhu, so you should be given the opportunity to be respectful." Lin Baimo then stood up, gesturing, "Wait a moment. Although it's your first time here, out of respect for Mr. Zhu, I should give you a chance." Yean, not wanting to further engage with these snobbish people, turned back with a sharp look. "What do you want to say finally?" With a casual sweep of his hand across the room filled with his antiques, Lin Baimo hinted, "Among the antiques here, there are 3 fakes. If you can identify one, I'll not only help you appraise for free, but also offer to buy the item at a high price." With this move, Lin Baimo knew that in the entire world, apart from Mr. Zhu, not many people could pull off such a stunt, especially not an arrogant young man like this one. Yean, upon hearing the challenge, responded with a feigned casualness. "Doesn't sound that simple, does it?" However, deep inside, the young man was chuckling, "Ha ha ha ha, it's too simple. Like going to the toilet and someone hands you the toilet paper." Lin Baimo sneered, planning to embarrass Yean, and spoke up, "So do you dare?" Yean couldn't let this opportunity slip away. In a stunning reversal, he pointed and retorted, "I dare not. Today I will help you broaden your horizons." The banter between the 2 young men made Mr. Zhu find the situation amusing. He asked Yean, "Young friend, how much time do you need? Is an hour sufficient?" With dinner waiting at home, who would waste such a precious hour in this monkey-like place? Yean confidently approached the showcased antiques and replied succinctly, "I don't need an hour." Raising one finger, Yean pointed without turning to look at the dog-like Lin Baimo, 1 minute. Having said that, he casually scanned through the pile of junk that belonged to Lin Baimo. The latter thought Yean was joking and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, you seem to underestimate my Ming Yuxuan. Even a quick glance won't be enough in 10 minutes. Mr. Zhu and Duan Nai watched anxiously, standing up to observe how Yean would handle the situation. Mr. Zhu cautioned, "Young friend, you should be cautious." Duan Nai still had a resentful look, muttering, "This arrogant guy is really causing trouble." While they were still worried about Yean, the latter had already selected 3 items, placing them casually on the table. Yean, with a nonchalant demeanor, spoke with a teasing tone. 10-10, I found everything, quite a scary story, indeed." He exclaimed, "It's done so quickly, and I've already found them." Xu Mingshan and Duan Nai couldn't believe their eyes. Xu Mingshan exclaimed, "This is an unbelievable story. How could he be so proficient?" Yean was not playing a trick. He approached to explain each detail to them, clearly and decisively. "Half of this vase is grafted, and inside this transparent bead, there are grains of sand. The Buddha statue sitting on this lotus tower is glued together. His words flowed smoothly without hesitation, as if these items were crafted by the young man himself. At this point, Lin Bai Mo was sweating profusely, shocked by the incredible revelation. He mumbled, "In such a short time, even the top experts in the country couldn't do it. How could he possibly achieve this?" But it didn't stop there. Yean also rewarded them with another item, a gemstone that Lin Bai Mo had never heard of. Yean said, "Moreover, in reality, the fake antique doesn't consist of just 3 items but 4. Yean placed this nocturnal pearl in front of them, surprising all 3 of them. Everyone, not just outside Mingyuxuan, knew that this was the nocturnal pearl, a treasure of the shop. Lin Bai Mo exclaimed, "This is the nocturnal pearl, the treasure of Mingyuxuan. What nonsense are you talking about?" For him, this was truly a bewildering situation. Yehan's face was extremely serious as he grabbed the nocturnal pearl, determined to teach this fool a lesson. He said, "Then open your eyes wide and take a good look." Knowing that this young man intended to smash Ming Yujuan's precious gem, Lin Bai Mo widened his eyes and shouted, "Don't." Yehan's throw also astonished Zhu Mingshan and Duan Ni. "Is this guy crazy?" Lin Bai Mo tried to run over to save it, but it was too late. The nocturnal pearl rolled and shattered into pieces. Indeed, a peculiar round object emerged from it. That ball rolled over to Mr. Zhu, who picked it up and examined the strange thing. He said, "Inside the nocturnal pearl is a bronze sphere, this thing." The 3 of them were all astonished by this shocking revelation. So far, Mingyuxuan has always regarded this waste as their treasure. Yehan said, "Now it seems I rely on a bit of cleverness." Lin Bai Mo self-blamed for being blind and respectfully bowed his head, apologizing, "Senior, forgive this disrespectful junior, and please consider our master-disciple relationship." Yehan waved it off as a trivial matter, speaking with the demeanor of an elder brother. "Forget it. I don't want to brag like this, but my talent is like a naturally fragrant flower. Sooner or later, it will reveal itself." The young man chuckled inwardly, "Haha, I'm really awesome." Looking at his current demeanor, Lin Bai Mo dared not say another word, but there were still the 2 grandchildren of Zhu Duan. Such remarks from the young man were nothing. The 2 grandchildren had harbored resentment for a long time, letting him showcase himself without saying anything. Not discussing the matter further, Lin Bai Mo tactfully said, "Master, please come inside. I will immediately arrange for someone to assist you in the appraisal." Lin Bai Mo led the 2 grandchildren and Yehan into the appraisal room. Senior Zhu and Yehan were not worried. The only anxious one was Duan Ni, the stubborn girl. Without taking too much time, Lin Bai Mo's subordinates stepped out, holding the Jiangsu province ceramic jar. Mingyuxuan was always known for having the most renowned team of 5 experts in the region for appraising treasures. The appraiser confidently stated, "Young master, this Jiangsu province ceramic jar is genuine, and its market value is around 1 million. Lin Bai Mo once again widened his eyes in amazement, "Clearly buying this precious item for only 3,000, you've truly outdone yourself." He ordered his subordinate, "All right, you can step back now." Presenting the ceramic jar in front of Yehan, Lin Bai Mo respectfully said, "Respected master, your Jiangsu province jar is indeed authentic." With that settled, the truth became unclear in the black and white. Yehan chuckled and turned to Duan Ni, saying, "It seems I've won." The spirited younger sister retorted, "Hemph, winning is winning, no need to show off." As promised, Duan Ni acknowledged defeat gracefully, took out a card, and handed it to Yehan, saying, "This card has 2 million. The password is 8 consecutive 8s. Although feeling a bit conflicted, Yehan accepted the card. In his mind, he thought, "This is unbelievable, 2 million just like that, haha." Old Mr. Zhu also laughed heartily and congratulated the young man. Exchanging 3,000 for 2 million, this deal is truly beyond words. However, it seemed that in the old man's heart he had a different perspective. His expression turned so dark and gloomy that it seemed almost severe and painful. The 3 young individuals immediately turned their attention to the old man. The elderly gentleman quickly collapsed, breathless, muttering a few words. "Oh, my chest can't breathe." Just like many times before, Duan Ni, in fear, hurriedly ran to support her grandfather Zhu, calling out loudly, "Grandpa, are you okay? Grandpa, don't scare me like this." But her grandfather Zhu showed no signs of being conscious. Seeing the situation getting serious, Lin Bai Mo rushed forward and said, "Someone, prepare a car to take him to the hospital." The two rushed to help the old man up, but this time Mr. Zhu's face looked much stranger than ever before. The old man opened his eyes, reached out, and weakly called, "Duan Ni, Duan." But after struggling for a moment, he lost consciousness again. Duan Ni was horrified, crying and shouting, not knowing what to do. "Grandpa, Grandpa, you can't die." Lin Bai Mo also appeared worried, thinking to himself, "Oh God, if Mr. Zhu dies here like this, no matter how I explain it, it won't make sense." He couldn't help but sympathize because Ming Yuxuan had never experienced such a shocking incident before. At this moment, Yean stepped forward, looking curious. "What's happening?" "Let me take a look." He immediately activated his yin-yang divine eyes. Indeed, in moments like these, this technique often proved helpful in assisting others. Peering deep into Zhu Mingshan's cardiac region, Yean immediately detected an anomaly. Mr. Zhu's heart had been infiltrated by poisonous tea, and it seemed to have been lingering for several days. His subordinate rushed in and reported, "Young master, the car is ready." Lin Bai Mo hurriedly carried Mr. Zhu, who was still unconscious, and ran outside, saying, "For now, let's get him out of Ming Yuxuan." Yean spoke loudly, "To the hospital, immediately to the hospital. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to Mr. Zhu." However, amidst the urgency, Yean unexpectedly jumped in front of him to block his way, saying, "It's too late to go to the hospital now." Lin Bai Mo couldn't understand why this person was yelling so loudly. "Get out of the way now. If anything happens to Mr. Zhu, are you going to take responsibility?" Yean gently explained, "I've studied medicine before. Let me try, perhaps I can save Mr. Zhu." Yehan's tone was firm, but Lin Bai Mo, not believing in Yehan's emotional words, continued to try to get Mr. Zhu to the hospital. He said, "This is a critical moment. You standing here and talking is not helping." But now Duan Ni, who had been opposing every possibility involving Yean from the beginning, suddenly did a 180-degree turn. She called out to Lin Bai Mo, "Wait, let him try to say Grandpa." Lin Bai Mo couldn't believe his eyes and scolded, "What's going on, Duan Ni? This is related to Mr. Zhu's life. You need to consider this very carefully." In Duan Ni's heart, there was a shared sentiment with Yean. At this point, even going to the hospital won't make it in time. It's a matter of life and death. She nodded and said to Lin Bai Mo, "I trust him." Although extremely dissatisfied, Lin Bai Mo reluctantly laid the old man back on the ground. Yean approached, reassuring, "Don't worry, trust me with the old man." Without hesitation, Yean, after careful consideration, immediately applied the extraordinary medical techniques of Guigui Medical Classic and Dai Luk Han Trem. Lin Bai Mo sat silently, watching in amazement. Turns out, this guy wasn't kidding at all. Yean continuously executed 7-7-49 finger techniques, striking repeatedly into Mr. Zhu's chest, utilizing spiritual pattern techniques, celestial impact techniques, and full-body techniques. These surgical techniques were something ordinary people had never seen. Lin Bai Mo and Duan Ni couldn't take their eyes off for a moment, their hearts beating to the precise rhythm of Yehan's adjustments. His medical skills are truly incredible. Anxious, Duan Ni pleaded, "Please, Yehan must save my grandfather." Finally, Yehan carefully applied the last medical technique. After a session of treatment for Mr. Zhu, Yehan, fatigued, wiped his sweat, sighed, and slumped into a chair, saying, "It's done, all done." A few minutes later, Lin Bai Mo stood right next to Mr. Zhu, observing to see if the old man showed any signs of improvement. Duan Ni, at this point, felt less emotional. After regaining a bit of composure, she approached Yehan. Seeing the young man still catching his breath, Duan Ni felt a bit sympathetic, but she still anxiously asked, "Yehan, will my grandfather wake up?" Yehan glanced at Mr. Zhu, comforting Duan Ni while speaking, "I've done my best. We'll have to wait and see how the old man responds to his efforts." The two of them fell silent for a while, closely monitoring every breath of Mr. Zhu. Occasionally, Duan called his name, showing deep affection for her grandfather. Fortunately, Mr. Zhu's vitality proved to be strong. Slowly opening his eyes, he looked around, spotted Duan in the distance, and raised his hand to gently call, "Duan, my granddaughter, why are you crying?" All three of them breathed a sigh of relief, realizing the danger had passed. Finally, Yean began to trust the medical techniques he had learned. Duan, overjoyed, ran to embrace her grandfather, exclaiming, "Grandpa, you've finally woken up." Even Lin Baimo couldn't help but be moved, saying, "This is wonderful." After a while, Zhu Mingshan felt better and could move normally. He stepped forward to express gratitude to the young man. "Yean, I truly appreciate your life-saving assistance. My chest no longer hurts, and even breathing feels much smoother now." Yean, delighted by the old man's recovery, responded, "It's nothing. However, Mr. Zhu, you should pay more attention to your health in the future." Lin Baimo remained silent like a sheet of paper, but Yean once again surprised him. This extraordinary individual, unheard of before. Mr. Zhu's illness stumped renowned doctors both nationally and internationally, yet Yean could cure it. If he's capable, it could pose a danger to the Lin family. After pondering for a while, Lin Baimo decided to approach Yean, bowing his head to express his intentions. "Yean, I have a favor to ask. Please consider my request." Seeing the significance of this request, Yean felt that he had a great opportunity and thought to himself, both the Zhu family and the Lin family are powerful. Forming ties with them could benefit me. Thinking so, he quickly stepped forward, saying, "Mr. Lin, I am more than willing to help. If there is anything I can do, I will certainly not stand idly by." Without hesitation, Lin Baimo revealed the long-standing secret of the Lin family. "My father is suffering from an incurable disease. We have consulted many renowned doctors, but all have failed. I hope that Yean can lend a helping hand during this encounter, and we will definitely repay this kindness." Facing this situation, Yean felt awkward. While he enjoyed using medical techniques to help others, he thought, "My Guigyu medical classic is not yet perfected." Saving Mr. Zhu earlier was partly due to luck. However, this is an excellent opportunity to establish connections with the Lin family. After careful consideration and planning for what to do, Yean cautiously approached, responding to Lin Baimo's request, "Mr. Lin, hear me out. Give me 1 month to prepare, and I will do my best to assist your father." Lin Baimo was deeply grateful, never expecting that this incident would bring such a significant opportunity to the Lin family. He replied, "Thank you, Ye. Whether successful or not, you will always be an esteemed guest of our Lin family." Yean pretended to be a humble guest, saying, "Mr. Lin, you are too polite. Just call me Yean." Lin Baimo felt excited. Thanks to Yean saving Mr. Zhu's life, and now having such a special connection, it's truly a double blessing. He then raised his arm and announced, "Today is such a joyous occasion. I'll take the lead, and everyone, let's have a toast." Duan and Mr. Zhu nodded in agreement. "Sounds good." Duan, with a playful thought, remarked, "Great, it's an excellent opportunity to get closer to Yean. Later, I can pull him into my circle." The sky had darkened, and Lin Baimo treated them to a dinner at the city's most luxurious restaurant. The feast was filled with exquisite dishes, and An Zhu, Lin Baimo, and Yean had indulged themselves with drinks. The three of them had become more familiar and understanding of each other. Yean spoke up, "Excuse me for a moment." The young man wanted to find the restroom. After resolving his concerns, Yean strolled through the hotel lobby. He noticed that time was no longer early, thinking, "I should let my sister know to avoid her worrying." As he was about to take out his phone to message his sister, he suddenly heard someone approaching him. Looking over, Yean was surprised. "Oh, isn't that Zhu Duan?" The young woman looked uncomfortable in front of the persistence of a young man. Bai Lu Yuan, a wealthy and handsome playboy. He had been pursuing Duan for quite some time, but she never paid him any attention. This time was no exception. Bai Lu Yuan spoke, "Darling, you look stunning today." Duan responded irritably, "Bai Lu Yuan, can't you see I'm bothered?" I've told you I have a boyfriend." This wealthy young man always looked down on others. Whatever caught his eye, others shouldn't think of getting ahead. Arrogantly, he replied, "Duan Ni, don't deceive me. I've had someone investigate. You never had a boyfriend." The shameless name-gazer looked at Duan Ni with lustful eyes, thinking to himself, "Damn, her figure is truly beautiful. Once it's my turn, I must make sure to fully enjoy it." Reaching out to the young man, he said, "Tell Duan Ni this. I am sincere towards her. Will she accept me?" Suddenly, Yean approached from behind, grabbing Bai Lu Yuan's hand, his face cold as he spoke. "Stop." Bai Lu Yuan jerked, looking at the unfamiliar face and asked, "Who are you, a bodyguard?" Yean furrowed his brows, staring at Bai Lu Yuan and asked, "What did you say?" His hand tightened, grinding against the guy's fragile fingers. Bai Lu Yuan exclaimed, let go, ah, it hurts." With a poker face, Yean mockingly asked, "Let go, okay then." He then forcefully swung his hand, sending Lu Yuan crashing into the wall with a thud. Unexpectedly, he was ruthlessly harassed in this place. He screamed in horror, "Damn it." Duan Ni, the cunning girl, thought to herself, "This is a perfect opportunity to get closer to Yean." She quickly leaned into Yean affectionately, speaking as if a genuine lover. "Why did you arrive just now? Your girlfriend was teased by someone, hicks. Yean was genuinely surprised, only intending to lend a hand to help his little sister out, with no ulterior motive. Duan Ni's actions made him blush like a steamed bun, while Bai Lu Yuan's mouth hung open, unable to believe his eyes. What the heck is going on? Duan Ni looked straight at Yean with sparkling eyes, her cheeks blushing and her lips pouted as she whispered, "Handsome Yean, help me, please." Yean suddenly felt amused, surprised at how easily she fell for it, and chuckled. Clearly, she's offering herself on a silver platter. The young man hesitated for a moment, then cooperated immediately. His arms wrapped around Duan Ni's waist, and he gently pinched her chin, saying, "Missed me already after such a short time, huh?" Bai Lu Yuan couldn't bear the sight and angrily approached, threatening, "You rotten brat, dare to snatch my woman." He rushed forward, raising his fist, ready to teach that ignorant young man a lesson. "Despicable guy, I'll beat you to death." Seeing the ruffian approaching from behind Yean, Duan Ni panicked and shouted, "Yean, watch out behind you." Surprisingly, Yean swiftly turned around, a fierce glare in his eyes. With the grace of a dancer, he unleashed a powerful kick that sent the troublesome guy, Bai Lu Yuan, flying. He yelled loudly, "Get lost before I really lose my temper." The kick was so spectacular that it went straight to the heart of Duan Ni, who exclaimed, "Wow, that was impressive." Bai Lu Yuan was thrown to the ground, rolling in agony without uttering a sound. Yean was quite satisfied with his current martial arts prowess, saying after acquiring Kaigon practice, "These mediocre individuals like him are no match for me." Duan Ni admired him greatly, looking at Yean as if wanting to applaud him, saying, "Yean, my hero." After dealing with the troublemaker, Yean turned his attention back to Duan Ni, gently placing his hand on her slender waist. Yean spoke, "Duan Ni, let's not stay with these uncultured people." Saying that, the two affectionately embraced and left. As for Bai Lu Yuan, he spent the day embarrassed, not knowing where to hide. No one had dared to openly defy his status before. He cursed, "Those bastards dared to snatch my woman. I will make sure you die a miserable death." Enjoying the touch of the beautiful woman's buttocks and back, Yean led Duan Ni out of the hotel's main hall. Duan Ni, now bold, gave Yean a playful look and straightforwardly asked, "Do you want to date me?" Yean, feeling incredulous even though they were already out of sight from the eavesdropper, was impressed by Duan Ni's performance. He awkwardly stepped back and responded in a teasing tone, "Isn't that just acting? It seems so real, ha 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 ha." The young man did not expect Duan Ni to speak so candidly. Observing her indifferent demeanor, he also gradually became suspicious. As Duan Ni walked away, her voice sharp and disdainful, she remarked, "Humph, you truly are detestable." Watching Duan Ni's departing figure, Yean couldn't take his eyes off her graceful silhouette. Why are those guys clinging to her like hungry leeches? There must be a reason. Recalling the recent incident where he had grabbed the girl's buttocks, Yean smirked to himself, thinking, that sensation was truly delightful. Unexpectedly, Duan turned around and called out, Yean. The young man quickly jerked his hand down to his side, responding, yeah, what's up? Duan's face, filled with allure, blushed. Not only that, but she also stuck out her moist red tongue, making Yean uneasy. She said, tomorrow, I'll take you to experience something very exciting. Upon hearing this, Yean's father salivated with excitement. Oh, exciting, you say? He immediately thought of pleasures akin to those in the movie 50 Shades of Grey, sending shivers down his spine. Duan added, quickly address me as your queen. Yean complied, yes, my queen, ha 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 ha. The next day, at the city's antique market, Yean and Duan entered. The market was bustling with people, and inside, goods were being traded energetically. Clearly yesterday, Duan had promised to take him somewhere extremely exciting, keeping the young man restless and sleepless all night. Yet this morning, Yean questioned, antique market, is this the place you were talking about, the exciting one? Duan enthusiastically replied, don't you like antiques? There's even jade and canvas here. Observing Duan's innocent appearance, Yean felt like his soul was gradually slipping away. Excitedly, Duan pulled the young man's hand, urging him to hurry, saying, let's go quickly, a shipment of new fossils just arrived. Yean lamented, I wasted my night practicing Qigong diligently, thinking I'd have a big battle today. Duan pulled Yean into a room filled with a variety of fossils. Yean was astonished by the assortment of fossils available, ranging from color, shape, size, rarity, to price. He marveled, so many stones here. A familiar person greeted Duan, Miss Su, you're here too. Duan smiled in response, and an elderly lady approached, saying, last time you found jade. Truly worthy of being the granddaughter of the antique king, Duan. Another person chimed in, if you make a profit, you should share some with us. Yean noticed everyone's warm reception of Duan and quickly realized, it seems that this girl often comes here. Bringing me here must be to test her own influence. Meanwhile, Duan, still happily greeting the crowd, responded, luckily everyone is praising me too much. Unexpectedly, a rude and insolent figure protruded from the crowd, speaking with a sharp tone. Last time, the old man wasn't here. Otherwise, how could we let this upstart claim the top spot? The crowd started gossiping. Is it Master Wang? He came here too. I heard that Master Wang's jade has topped the charts. Master Wang is knowledgeable, so he's definitely not inferior to the antique king. Sensing something unusual, Yean whispered to Duan, Duan, this person smells strongly of gunpowder. He seems to be here to cause trouble for you. Duan looked at him with a vigilant expression and explained, his treasure company is a competitor of ours, often snatching our sources. Master Wang, without any reservations, took advantage of this opportunity to confront them and challenged, since you're representing the Zhu family here, why don't we have a duel to see who is truly worthier? Duan originally disliked confronting this old man directly, except within the Zhu family, where only her grandfather had always had to deal with him. She thought, no, my influence is really not on par with his. If I lose, it will disgrace the Zhu family. Maybe I should call my grandfather. The provocateur didn't see any signs of response from Duan, so he arrogantly laughed and taunted, ha 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 ha, if you don't dare, it's best to leave early. Master Wang was determined to humiliate the reputation of the Zhu family today. While Duan was still figuring out how to respond without getting upset, Yean eagerly stepped forward and spoke up. Who said we don't dare? I will duel with you. People in the crowd, especially those from the natural jade market, were astonished to see a young man they had never met before boldly challenging Master Wang. They commented, who is this guy daring to compete with Master Wang? It seems like his first time here. Ha 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 ha, he's quite young. Let's see how he fares. Master Wang looked at Yean with a disdainful eye and inquired, who are you to dare represent the Zhu family? At this point, Yean, unprepared for the situation, appeared somewhat puzzled. Seizing the moment, he quickly came up with a plausible excuse, scratching his head as he responded, Well, I am. At this moment, Duan cleverly stepped forward, taking Yi Han's hand, signaling him to remain calm. She then pulled off a crafty stunt, performing for the onlookers with the young man. She said, He is my boyfriend, the son-in-law of the Zhu family. Why can't he represent the Zhu family? Yi Han seemed to be getting accustomed to this situation. Duan, on the other hand, clung to him, making the others believe their act. Some people gasped in amazement. Oh, Zhu Miss has had a boyfriend since when? This young man looks simple and humble, yet he managed to win Zhu Miss's heart. Wow, my goddess. Master Wang reluctantly agreed, but the cunning person he was, he still brought up a condition. Let him represent the Zhu family, but there must be a stake for this match. Duan, always wary of this crafty character, feared he might use deceitful methods against the Zhu family. Carefully she inquired, "What's the wager?" Master Wang slyly replied, "I heard there's a jade shop in the center of the Zhu family market. The location is excellent, and I fancy it." A group of young people whispered and gossiped among themselves. The Zhu family must have spent a fortune to acquire that shop. By agreeing to this, aren't they practically giving it away? Master Wang takes advantage of Mr. Zhu's absence and uses a killer move. However, unlike the crowd of losers who only focused on what they had lost, Yi Han was completely different. He was enthusiastic about what he could gain and curiously asked, "So what if you lose?" The cunning guy burst into laughter, looking at him as if he were a complete fool. Some people whispered to each other behind him, "Mr. Zhu is not here. No one can match Master Wang." Some even sneered at Yi Han. This young man is daydreaming. He dares to think about defeating Master Wang. Master Wang quickly came up with an excuse, assuming he would win, and said, "If I lose here, I will bark like a dog in the middle of this crowd. I'll also take out items equivalent to the value of the jade shop to compensate." He looked at Yi Han with a smirk. "Your hair hasn't even grown, and you want to beat me in your next life." Duan remained cautious of the cunning Wang. While expressing concern for Yi Han, she softly asked, "Yi Han, how certain are you of winning?" Yi Han didn't explain much. He summed it up with a concise statement, "I am definitely winning." In his mind, he thought, "I am a man with the ability to see through." Hearing Yi Han's confident words, Duan could only put her full trust in this young man. She stepped forward, speaking seriously, "All right, we accept this challenge." Master Wang, smirking, clasped his hands behind his back and stepped forward to signal. "All right then, let those around be witnesses." Saying so, he proceeded to examine the jade in the guild hall. Yi Han, seemingly carefree, didn't show any seriousness. He approached and retreated, saying continuously, "Let's go, let's choose a piece of jade together." Touching and examining, glancing back and forth, they took advantage of the remaining time. Yi Han enthusiastically explored the various natural jade specimens in the guild hall, seizing the opportunity to gain more knowledge. Following him like a tail, Duan advised Yi Han, "Firstly, for antiques, you need to check the external crystallization of the jade. Secondly, look at the patterns on the surface of the jade. More crystallization with fewer flaws increases its value." Yi Han, surprised, turned back, showing it was the first time he had heard this. Scratching his head, he asked Duan with innocence, "Right, Duan, which color of jade is the most valuable?" Duan, upon hearing this, felt like she was about to burst into frustration. The young men standing around sneered and laughed. "This young man doesn't know anything. Mr. Zhu has been kind all his life, and yet he managed to find such an incompetent son-in-law. This time, he's undoubtedly going to lose without a doubt." Duan, infuriated, scolded the young man. "You don't even know this basic point, yet you dare to compete." Yi Han shrugged confidently. "As long as you tell me, we'll win." Duan carefully explained, "The most valuable is the transparent type, as clear as crystal." She pointed to a sample. Yi Han gathered another crucial piece of information. He continued his yin-yang divine eyes mission. Although Duan had already given detailed instructions to the young man about the jade specimens, she had little hope when observing his demeanor. She said, "Forget it, looking at your appearance, I can't trust you at all. Let me choose." At that moment, Yi Han exclaimed, "This is it." Curious, Duan approached and asked, "Have you made your choice? Let me see." Yean quietly revealed the mysterious jade, but when the peculiar stone was exposed, it had no crystallization and the surface was full of cracks. Looking at the price tag, Duan was once again astonished. The price is only 500 coins. This is like a joke. Yean, still composed, responded, "What's wrong? A good item at a low price, isn't it great?" In a burst of anger, Duan rushed over and smacked the guy on the head, scolding him vehemently. "What kind of plaything did you choose? Bringing this kind of plaything out for bidding is only something a crazy person would do." The onlookers burst into laughter, gossiping among themselves. That original jade piece has been on display here for over a year, but because no one wanted to buy it, the price dropped so low. This little guy really lacks skill, yet he chose such a worthless piece of jade. It seems unnecessary to continue. Master Wang is sure to win. On Master Wang's side, a few lackeys had already found their own jade pieces and approached him, saying, "Young man, now that you've made your choice, start carving the jade." Yean didn't hesitate to nod in agreement, but Duan couldn't accept it. Clearly this was an important shop for the Zhu family to stake, with the added weight of the honor and reputation of the Zhu family's patriarch. Duan spoke up, "Wait, we want to exchange." Before she could finish, Yean stepped forward and grabbed her hand. The young man's demeanor was resolute, holding her hand firmly and looking directly into Duan's eyes as if to reassure her, telling her not to worry. This noble and handsome son-in-law captivated Duan. "Believe me, if I lose, I'll use my own life to compensate you." Already feeling exasperated, Duan at this moment couldn't be bothered to argue further with him. "All right then, as you wish. Losing isn't a big deal." The group of guys who had been humiliated earlier couldn't hold back their resentment. "Haha, I admire him so much. It's so sour, so bitter, so bitterly hilarious. That bastard is lucky. Why does Zhu's little miss treat him so well?" Master Wang, with a mocking tone, approached arrogantly. "Regardless, you guys are probably going to lose anyway. What a waste of time." Yean, holding the beautiful woman in his arms, exuded an air of royal authority, delivering a supremely confident line. "The one who will lose is not me, but you." Duan, nestled in his embrace, ignored the man's display, and the audience murmured with puzzled expressions. Where does this kid get such confidence? With two jade pieces placed together, just one glance and he'll know who wins or loses. I think he's gone mad. Wang's black-clad subordinates moved forward, and one of them informed, "Master Wang, the tools are ready." Wang casually commanded, "Be careful, there might be valuable jade worth hundreds of thousands inside." A black-clad youth responded, "Rest assured, Master Wang, we are well-equipped and professional." In one go they pulled out cutting-edge equipment, high-pressure water knives, various blackened metal tools, and a portable grinding machine. The three brothers with dyed hair bent over meticulously and carefully carved into Wang's master jade block. Seeing that her family's jade block had no name mentioned, Duan, feeling irritated, exclaimed, "Hey, over here needs cutting too." At this moment, a few rough-looking artisan uncles from outside the market suddenly appeared, shouting, come here, come here." Duan looked around, and there were axes, saws, hammers, everything primitive. The appearance of these artisans drove Duan nearly insane. "Damn it, what kind of tools are you using to cut?" The artisans innocently replied, "Anyway, there's nothing precious inside this stone. Just cut and carve casually, and it'll be done." As Duan was about to lose her temper and confront these disrespectful countrymen, Yean stepped forward and ordered, "Leave the tools there, we'll do it ourselves." Upon hearing this, the artisans casually tossed their tools on the ground, saying, "Haven't reached hell, haven't lost heart, indeed a waste of time." Yean nonchalantly grabbed a hammer and started tapping on his stone. Duan couldn't bear it anymore. She was about to retreat, saying, "This way, it's hopeless. Should I call Grandpa to come and save the situation?" On Wang's master's side, there was now a clamor of excitement. It's revealed, it's revealed. It's the second-ranked jade vein on the list. This time, we're going to strike it rich. Master Wang happily gave the order. "Ha ha ha ha, continue to bid. I'm sure to win this match." The old swindler stood arrogantly, waiting for the comedic performance of the Zhu family. A person in black spoke up, "It's out." A massive jadeite lay exposed among the shattered stones, sparkling and mesmerizing. Master Wang chuckled with satisfaction. The crowd at the auction hastily bid against each other. "This piece of stone could make 4 bracelets. I bid 3 million, I bid 3.5 million. I, Master Wang, am willing to pay 3.5 million to buy it." The swindler gestured towards Yean and Duan Ni, who were eagerly discussing. "Wait until the other side finishes bidding, then you can continue choosing." These individuals mocked the Zhu family. "They can only produce an iron hammer, really embarrassing us. Using a pick to mine the whole rock, it's truly laughable, ha 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 ha." Seeing Yean holding a pickaxe but struggling to break the stone, Duan Ni, impatient, urged him, "Yean, they've finished over there, what are you still doing?" The yin-yang divine eyes, used by him until now, seemed to have identified the weak point. Only now did Yean raise the hammer and loudly say, "I'm finding a suitable spot to avoid hitting the fake jade inside." Master Wang found it amusing and sneered, "Speaking as if you can see through it all, haha." Yean, in high spirits, took a deep breath and then swung the hammer down, feeling triumphant. "It's really embarrassing. I actually saw inside he." The impact created a loud sound, powerful enough to crack through the outer layers of stone covering the jadeite. Light radiated, illuminating the entire room. Master Wang, squinting his eyes, dodged and retorted, "What's the use of such a performance if there's no successful extraction?" However, the truth, when he saw it, made his eyes widen, and his expression turned pale with shock. The onlookers outside also had to cover their eyes due to the dazzling brilliance of the gem. "Oh, it's too bright. What kind of light is this? What exactly is it?" Duanne exclaimed in astonishment, "Astral Kai has appeared." She couldn't help but marvel at the gem. Yean smiled silently without saying a word, walked over, and held the large gem firmly in his hand, a size enough to rival the gem owned by Master Wang. Yean arrogantly said, "It's a bit embarrassing. It seems like I've won." The audience gasped in amazement. "Incredible, this jadeite is enormous. Moreover, it's the best quality of transparent. Compared to Master Wang's stone, it's truly worlds apart." The swindler regained his composure but couldn't believe his eyes as he exclaimed, "This is impossible. That piece of worthless stone, how could it yield such high-quality jade? You must have played some trick." Yean found it amusing and asked, "I used a trick?" This swindler must have been scared out of his wits. After some contemplation, Yean decided to truly open the eyes of these seemingly useless individuals. Twirling the pickaxe in his hand, ready for Kaigon practice, Yean approached a table and piled up a bunch of raw jadeite, saying, "Open your eyes and take a good look." Yean shouted forcefully, "Come out for me." The enthusiastic young man was eager to prove himself. With one mighty blow, the room echoed with a sharp, intense sound. The stones that Yean selected lay scattered, and no one knew what terrifying things might be inside. A strike from the yin-yang divine eyes hit the right weak spot, causing the stone to crack open like a melon. As the gemstone protruded, the crowd exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's out!" After the first gem, Yean proceeded to the second one, the pickaxe striking with a rhythmic sound, reminiscent of cracking peanuts. With each strike, the crowd's excitement grew, as if witnessing some alien horror invading Earth. "Oh, Mother of God, it's coming out again." Clang, clang, clang. Yean performed a graceful Kaigon practice, shouting loudly, "All come out for me." A heap of gemstones emerged one after another, sparkling and illuminating the entire hall like a night with a full moon. The onlookers were wide-eyed, mouths agape, some seemingly on the verge of going crazy, exclaiming, "They've all come out." Master Wang, the swindler, widened his eyes, witnessing a supernatural scene he had never seen before. He shook his head in disbelief, as if he had lost his mind, muttering, "How is this possible?" Duan Ni, on the other hand, was the happiest of this moment. She joyfully called out, "Yean, you're too handsome, too extraordinary." Yean stood confidently before the crowd, without saying a word. They, in turn, approached and knelt down, as if paying homage to a king. Master, please accept me as your disciple. You are the true master. Even Master Wang cannot compare to you. Every stone you break has high-quality jade inside. This is truly unheard of in the world. Yean, with a raised eyebrow, responded, You've praised me too much. Let's discuss these matters further after I and Master Wang determine the winner. Master Wang, full of resentment, stepped forward, his expression fierce. You rotten brat. Both Yean and Duan curiously asked, a moment ago, when Master Wang broke a stone, how much was it worth? Duan happily leaned in and replied, It seems to be 3.5 million. The wealthy individuals eagerly reached for their wallets, slamming cash onto the table in front of Yean. One of them boldly declared, I bid 500,000 for Master Yehan's jadeite. You'd have no shame, raising the bid so much. I bid 1 million. Stop arguing, everyone. I bid 2 million for all the jade Master Yehan just extracted, 2.5 million. Hearing the enthusiastic bids from the wealthy, the old swindler couldn't help but be astonished. He hurriedly approached, seeking assistance from an acquaintance, Ju. Please help me with the bidding. After it's over, I'll only take half of your money, just give me a bit of face. Su, a renowned wealthy figure, never let money influence him before, but this swindler, Wang, dared to use that to buy his honor. Hearing those words, Zhu was infuriated and delivered a punch. You damn scoundrel. Su and a few others leaned with the wind, voicing their opinions. What kind of dignity do you think you have challenging Master Yi like this? See how you'll learn a lesson shortly. Master Yi's influence is mighty now, there's no way you can hide after offending him. Observing my group of business colleagues before my scheduled meeting, all of them were arrogantly dominated by Yehan's single-handed actions in just one afternoon. To add insult to injury, they huddled together, collectively sidelining me. The esteemed Wang, infuriated, desired nothing more than to immediately eliminate Yehan. Disgusting. Matters have escalated to this point, first the grasshoppers, and now it's every man for himself in the future. The Slee Fox silently walked away, cursing internally, Next time, I will settle the score with you. Unaware that Yehan had approached from behind, yin-yang divine eyes activated, seemingly mocking Wang with a sly and disdainful look. With a swift motion, Yehan threw a spear that whizzed past the fox's head, embedding itself directly into the wall in front. Wang, kneeling down with a pounding heart, dared not resist, tremblingly pleading, Master Yi. Yehan spoke up. If you have the courage to gamble, you must also have the courage to accept defeat. How does the saying go? Speak like a dog barking. Wang meekly responded, Yes, yes, I will immediately start barking. The cunning fox, now resembling a defeated dog, wagged its tail and crawled up to Yehan, begging, Master Yi, I have barked enough, haven't I? Yehan, holding his beloved Duan, approached Wang directly and declared, Next time, if I see you bullying Duan from my family again, I will not spare you. Get lost. Duan, thanks to the handsome hero, finally found solace after harboring resentment for so long. The eccentric guy scurried away, still thinking he was a dog, barking nonsense along the way. People watching couldn't help but burst into laughter, saying, Ha 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 ha, even learning dog language. It seems this Wang guy is just like our family's dog. But with Wang, the dog imitator, gone, Yehan suddenly remembered, forgot to make him compensate. Duan stood by and responded confidently, It's okay, no one can escape the Zhu family's money. Perhaps she had considered the young man like family without realizing it. Yehan, with sparkling eyes, turned back and asked precisely, What about the Zhu family, him? The mischievous face of the young man started to blush again. Duan, still confused about what to say, the young man eagerly asked, I'm already this fast. Have I become a member of the Zhu family, or should I register for marriage first? When do I meet your parents and get married this year? Duan suddenly felt embarrassed by Yehan's words. Blushing, she turned away, making an excuse. You're talking nonsense. The crowd, eagerly anticipating Yehan's response, anxiously interrupted the conversation between the two. Master Yi, are your jadites still available for sale? I agree to bid 25 million. Master Yi in my place. There's a group of beautiful ladies. How about we schedule a meeting? When it came to money, Yean might still consider, but once the two words beauty were mentioned, oh, the images of alluring curves and tender thighs vividly appeared in the imagination, sending shivers down the spine of any lustful youth. Only one person remained unfazed by those words, transitioning from joy to being as hungry as a starving tiger ready to devour. Suddenly, Yean became motionless like a statue, sensing a presence behind him. The quick-witted youth immediately came up with a life-saving idea and declared, "Let's see, other jade ornaments can be sold to everyone, but that transparent jade piece will stay. Duan Ni, it's reserved." Upon hearing this, Duan Ni was surprised. "What are you saying?" The crowd of Yi's fans enthusiastically agreed, respecting both Yean and the Zhu family, so there were no objections regarding the jade piece that Duan Ni was entitled to. "Since that's the case, we won't insist. Indeed, Duan Ni is very suitable for that jade piece," they concurred. Moved and unsure how to express her gratitude, Duan Ni walked up, took Yean's hand, and said, "Yean, thank you." Yean looked at Duan Ni's flushed face, unable to guess her intentions. Unexpectedly, the beautiful Duan Ni planted a kiss on his cheek at her own discretion. The young man, forcibly losing his first kiss, was left in a daze like a turkey, his soul soaring to the 19th cloud, and blood gushing out like an unrestricted water fountain, experiencing unbridled joy with a goofy smile. A few young men, having tasted the bitterness of a dog meal, exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's so cheesy that I can't stand it. A beautiful girl with money like that, if she doesn't demand a handsome and wealthy boyfriend, I'd even accept being her backup. Yes, who says that people with real skills and charisma can't unearth jade?" After completing the auction and tallying up the total jade harvest for the day, Yean was overjoyed. He immediately took out his phone to send a triumphant message to his sister. A total of 30 million. "I finally have money. Sister, I can finally make your life comfortable." While standing there laughing happily, Duan Ni suddenly walked up from behind and reminded, "Don't stand there laughing foolishly, let's go quickly." Her face looked cautious as she gently said, "Otherwise, be careful of getting robbed in the middle of the road." Yean, surprised, asked, "Robbed in the middle of the road?" It was the first time the young man had heard of such a thing. Understanding the situation, Yean quickly grabbed Duan Ni's hand and swiftly pulled her away without any hesitation. "Then let's run." Duan Ni responded hastily, "Oh, you're slow." The two of them remained still in the car, but Yean was still extremely anxious. He suggested, "Do you need to call your family to come pick you up?" Having traveled this road many times, Duan Ni replied, "No need, this small road is very safe." However, as soon as she finished speaking, a mysterious cargo van sped towards them from the front. Judging from its appearance, trouble was imminent. Duan Ni quickly glanced at the license plate and prepared for any situation. The cargo van blocked the road, stopping Duan Ni's car. It was clear that they had intentions toward them. Yean sensed the danger and stopped the car. Duan Ni sweated nervously, as if she had encountered such groups before. Yean, still unaware of what was happening, warned Duan Ni, "Be careful." Duan Ni accelerated to try to pass the van, but the path was almost completely blocked. With no other option, she steered her car to turn around, maintaining distance to observe what these strangers wanted. Yean looked up with a sneer. "Hey, what kind of driving is that?" Duan Ni remained seated, whispering, "Don't provoke them hastily. Be cautious and see what they intend to do." A group of young men, precisely 3 individuals, descended from the van, displaying a defiant attitude with green and red hair, clearly lacking in education. They menacingly spoke, "This road is closed. Little guy, better get out of here quickly." Seeing that they seemed to be just a bunch of punks, and considering Yehan's proficiency in martial arts, he didn't pay much attention. He replied, "Luckily there aren't too many of them." However, Duan Ni, who had been on high alert the whole time, looked at them and said, "I think this car looks too ordinary. He is the legendary truck gang." From the ominous cargo van, people kept emerging one after another. Not only were there many of them, but each one also had a weapon ready. This group was clearly formidable. Yehan exclaimed, Trouble, how many people are there here? Experiencing a road blockade for the first time, it seemed Yean lacked experience. A guy with a composed face stepped forward, hands in his pockets, his face sneering as if inflating a balloon. It's been a while, kid. Ah, now Yean finally recognized this group. The one leading them was actually an acquaintance. He confidently stepped down and called out the leader, Zhu-san. Duan, somewhat surprised that Yean knew the red-haired guy, asked, "It seemed to know him." She then stepped down and inquired further, "Do you know him?" Yean, now no longer as panicked as before, calmly replied, "Not only do I know him, but we also have a deep and complicated history." Yean called out to the red-haired guy again, his tone mocking, "Hey, Zhu-san, has your thing recovered?" Enraged by the enemy touching upon his hidden pain in front of his 3 younger brothers, Zhu-san angrily retorted, "Shut up, you damn bastard." His younger companions chuckled. Surprising, Zhu-san has this kind of pain. He quickly changed the subject to avoid embarrassment in front of his gang, brandishing his weapon to threaten, "Don't stand there blabbering. You either obediently get on the car yourself, or do you want me to break your legs before you get on?" His companions joined in with vulgar remarks. "Look at this little guy, so frail, can he withstand a single kick from me? The girl next to him isn't bad either. Want to come home with me? I'm quite impressive. Any beauties want to follow me, huh?" Seeing their aggressive demeanor and considering they were all burly types, Duan became extremely worried for Yean. She asked softly, "Yean, what about them?" After grasping the background of these losers and realizing that Zhu-san was just a clueless leader, Yean treated them with disdain. He coldly reassured, "Don't worry, I'm here." Saying so, he stepped forward, activating his Kaigon practice, preparing various martial arts moves in a ready stance. Yean's body was now filled with strength. Zhu-san arrogantly spat out his cigarette and shouted, "Charge, boys! Teach him a lesson." His gang rushed forward like hungry wolves, jumping in eagerly. "Dare to offend San, kid, you're done. Beg for mercy obediently, and I'll go easy on you," one of them threatened. This gang mainly wielded batons and pepper spray. Yean observed their every move, storing the actions of these losers in his sight, just enough for them to taste my key cultivation to see how effective it is. Opening up his martial arts skills in his mind, Yean's hand filled with a surging energy, and the yin-yang divine eyes sparkled with power. Yean stood firm and declared, "Come at me with your best moves." These street fighters had never encountered such a legendary battle before, so they were still taken aback. Yean swiftly moved through the crowd like a tornado of blue and green. Each one of them was left dumbfounded, their weapons and attacks useless. Each strike landed with devastating precision, penetrating deep into their bones. The chaotic group scattered, crying out, "Help, oh my god! There's a monster here, superhuman apocalypse." After a while, Yean walked forward, rubbing his numb hand. The crowd that was noisy just moments ago was now dispersed, each individual lying in silence. Seeing the image of the handsome Yean standing alone against the gangsters, some couldn't help but comment, "Too handsome, incredibly so." Yean had to take advantage of the situation and casually replied, "Just a small matter, he." However, the girl didn't know that Yean was now hiding his swollen hand behind his back, quietly groaning inwardly, used too much force accidentally. As for Zhu-san, the turtle-like leader, he had crawled under the car and was trying to hide, too scared to move. He muttered to himself, "Can't see me, can't see me." Zhu-san lay on the ground, sweating profusely, waiting for Yean to get bored and leave so he could escape from this disaster. However, at that moment, Yean knocked on the car body, and then, with some terrifying strength, lifted the car into the air, revealing Zhu-san's confused red-haired head. Yean called out, "Zhu-san, where do you think you're going?" The shadow of Yean cast over Zhu-san, and the frightened turtle muttered, "I consider this part of my life over here." Yean frowned, facing the turtle still whimpering and crying. He reached out his hand of light to firmly grasp it. "Please, Mr. Yi, oh Mr. Yi, I was wrong. Don't kill me, I won't dare any more next time," the turtle pleaded in fear. Without saying a word, Yean cut short the crying with a gentle lift of the turtle's collar, as if it were a flower. Yihan's voice was cold as he questioned, "Quickly speak, who sent you here?" Zhu-san, the turtle still holding on to the light, widened his eyes in bewilderment. This guy needed an important lead on the force behind this incident. Zhu-san didn't dare to hide, answering immediately, "It's Feng Jia." The crying turtle Zhu-san continued in detail. "He told us to come here to capture you and Miss Su. Actually, that's all I know, Hulu." Enraged, Yihan tossed the dead dog aside into a corner. Duan Ni approached and said, "Feng Jia, I've heard of this person. He is the most wicked in Shanghai City, daring to do anything, so we shouldn't get involved with someone like him." Seeing the situation seemed to be progressing better, Mr. Zhu-san, ignoring his injuries, approached eagerly and asked, "I've said what I should say. Can I go now?" Yihan looked at this dead dog from head to toe, then asked, "Go. Let me help you go." Saying so, Yihan delivered a sky-kicking blow to Mr. Zhu-san, sending him flying like a cotton ball. The turtle soared to the ninth cloud, and his shoes and clothes fell haphazardly to the ground. Duan Ni stepped forward and asked, "Yihan, what do you plan to do next?" Yihan thought for a moment before responding, "They've come knocking on the door. No matter what, we have to respond a bit." Duan Ni knew that Feng Jia's influence was formidable, but she was surprised by Yihan's unabashed answer. After parting ways with Duan Ni, Yihan immediately went to the Zhao clan as agreed. He thought to himself, "With my current techniques, I can only defeat a few small fries. If facing daring individuals like Feng Jia, my strength is still not enough." The issue related to Feng Jia remained a challenging puzzle for Yihan. He remained calm, opening the door and entering the Zhao clan's courtyard. Zhao Haotian sat there as usual, and Yihan greeted, "Young Master Zhao, it seems you're still diligently cultivating." Yihan immediately used the yin-yang divine eyes to observe. Surprisingly, there was an eerie aura enveloping Zhao Haotian's body, radiating a strong presence. After the cultivation session ended, when Zhao Haotian opened his eyes, he noticed Yihan's arrival and said, "You're here, huh?" Not wanting to waste any more time, Yihan promptly addressed the main issue. "I've come to learn martial arts and check your legs." As Yihan finished speaking, Zhao Haotian's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Approaching him, Zhao Haotian grabbed Yihan's hand and said, "Wait a minute, why is there internal energy in your body after just a few days?" This was something Zhao Haotian had never seen before, even among the masters in the martial arts world. Yihan couldn't reveal the true secret, so he quickly came up with a plausible excuse. He replied, "Actually, last night I encountered an old beggar. He said my bone structure is especially talented for martial arts and asked me to protect world peace. He even gave me some elixirs." Hearing the fairy tale-like story, Zhao Haotian thought to himself, "Are you trying to deceive children? Well, if you don't want to tell, I won't force you." He continued, "I won't ask about your secrets anymore. But the internal energy in your body and countless techniques can't fully unleash your strength." Yihan pleaded earnestly, "That's why I sought out your clan." Without further ado, Zhao Haotian immediately extended his hand to demonstrate the martial arts technique for Yihan to observe. He cautioned, "Focus and watch carefully. What I'm going to teach you now is the 5 elements fist." In reality, it was a miraculous experience. The martial arts techniques of the Zhao clan, renowned as extraordinary in the martial world, were being unveiled today. Yihan felt truly impressed. It's impossible to fully comprehend this martial art technique with just regular eyesight, and Yihan made full use of his yin-yang divine eyes. After a frenzy of Jumba ethnic dances, Zhao Haotian shouted loudly and unleashed a powerful force forward. The strike was invisible, but the force that Yihan felt was incredibly terrifying. Moreover, the technique blew away a large tree trunk as effortlessly as blowing out a candle. This left Yihan astonished for a while. The excited young man exclaimed, "Wow, this is amazing." Experiencing teachings from a master for the first time, he was ecstatic. "I must use this move in real situations later." Zhao Haotian replied, "It's just ordinary, just ordinary. This is only about 3/4 of my strength." However, something seemed off between the two brothers. From inside the house, Dudu poked out and scolded the guy going up to the field. "I just planted those trees. What are you guys doing?" The two fellows remained silent, afraid to utter a word. Xiao Haotian signaled, "All right, roughly that's it. You can practice it yourself." It was now Yehan's turn to learn this new technique, and he eagerly flexed his muscles and responded, "Sure." Seeing the young man's enthusiasm for learning, Xiao Haotian recalled his own youthful training. "Back then, I had to work hard and endure for 3 years to develop such skills. This kid, first, needs to taste the bitterness." Yehan, focusing on the punches, responded with determination. Unable to wait any longer, Yehan knew that he didn't have much time to continue practicing the martial arts dance. He furiously waved his hand forward, accompanied by a loud shout, "Heya!" Suddenly, a terrifying force surged forward. This time, instead of a tree as before, there was the wall surrounding the Zhao family's house in front of him. The tremendous impact knocked down an entire section of the wall, leaving Yehan wide-eyed in disbelief. He couldn't believe the strength of his own martial arts, but he joyfully exclaimed, "Success, ha 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 ha." Xiao Haotian, luckily leaning against a car, would have fallen to the ground otherwise due to the horrifying force. He couldn't help but gape in amazement. "It's done, what a funny turn of events." Yehan, with a triumphant stride, asked, "So, did I do well?" Xiao Haotian, recovering from his shock, jokingly scored him, "Ahem, you reluctantly practiced, but it's acceptable." Who would foolishly speak loudly and break down the wall of the Zhao family residence? After saying that, Xiao Haotian took out a martial art manual and handed it to Yehan, saying, "This is my martial arts manual. If you don't understand anything, you can come and ask me." Yehan gratefully accepted it and began studying the contents of the manual attentively. Yehan marveled, "Ah, so it's like this." However, he had no idea that something more ominous than his recent strike was quietly approaching from behind my house wall. Intuition immediately alerted Yehan, "There's an aura." He quickly turned around, but all he saw in time was fists as heavy as sledgehammers pounding down on him. Today, Dudu, as spirited as ever, exclaimed, "Only after finishing the house wall repairs, then you can come." Truly living up to being the daughter of the Zhao family, even more fierce than her brother Xiao Haotian. Ha 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 ha. 3 days later, at Fengjia's not-so-ancient bar, a handsome MC rapper greeted, "Hey folks, all the bills tonight are covered by Mr. Zhao, so have a blast everyone." The crowd, ecstatic, cheered and roared in excitement. Bikini-clad girls flaunted their curves, showcasing various skills performed in this bar. "In the midst of our revelry, nothing can stop us, say yeah." At a glance, this bar seems to have everything one could desire. Yehan, at some point, proactively made his way there. After observing everything, he chose a corner, leisurely sipping a glass of whiskey. In his thoughts, information from Duan's source indicates that this is Fengjia's major business. Having lost interest in this place, he muttered, "Fengjia, you cunning scoundrel." Emptying the bottle, Yehan silently walked into the midst of the crowd. He thought, even the Zhu family can't find him using their methods. So, turning towards the sound and light stage of the bar, Yehan smiled sinisterly. He knew that if he wanted to lure out the tiger, he had to enter its den, so he took the initiative to throw the bottle directly, saying, "Let's lure him out directly." A deafening explosion echoed through the room, and suddenly the lights went out in fits and starts. The cheerful crowd sensed trouble and immediately scattered, shouting in panic, "Oh, save us. What's happening? Fight, run for your lives." Yehan stood calmly, everything seemingly going according to plan. Immediately the bar's security guards, hungry like a pack of wolves, surrounded Yehan, menacingly taunting him. "Dare to cause trouble in Fengjia's territory, you must be tired of living. Dare to resist and we'll break your legs. Come with us right away." Yehan smiled amusedly, crossing his arms without a hint of fear. "Relying on a bunch of shrimp-like guys, and you want to bully me? Call Fengjia out here for me." The crazy-headed security guards scoffed. Never met a cocky skinny guy like this kid. They continued to mock him. "How do you even deserve to meet Fengjia? Get lost. Charge at this brat. I don't see you drinking the offered alcohol, yet you want to drink punishment alcohol. Find death yourself." Yehan was ready to put his practiced martial arts into action, After a few days of study, I preliminarily mastered the wuxing martial arts. Today, let me demonstrate a bit of my training. Saying this, Yean lowered his posture, activating his internal force. The security guards charged in, a scene unfolding exactly as Yean had anticipated. Yean unleashed his techniques at an incredible speed, executing authoritative, all-encompassing strikes, combining agility and powerful attacks against the group. After kicking one person, he swiftly dodged to punch another in the face. They were unable to resist, only falling victim to Yean's blows. In less than a minute, all 10 subordinates were completely defeated, lying unconscious on the floor. Yean casually wiped his hands, looking down at the weak individuals beneath him, disdainfully saying, it only took a moment to clean them up." Those inside the bar witnessed the scene in horror, exclaiming, "Defeating 10 in one strike, just a few seconds, too formidable. This senior brother is undoubtedly a master." Some still believed in Feng Jia's strength, telling those around them, "Master my foot. Wait until Feng Jia shows up, this kid is finished." At this moment, on the second floor of the bar, a slow and deliberate step approached, a deep voice echoing, "The young man's skills aren't bad." The person on the second floor was a man around 50 years old, a cane supporting him as he wore a suit. Behind him stood a group of tall, imposing figures, standing sternly behind the elderly man. He looked at Yean with a serious tone and continued, "But daring to cause trouble in our territory without any explanation, today you won't dream of leaving here." This old man is Feng Jia, the owner of the group of people in the bar. Yean looked at Feng Jia, coldly smiling as he questioned, "I ask you, 3 days ago, you sent someone to block my way. Who is the mastermind behind it?" Feng Jia looked at Yean, his voice gradually turning colder as he sneered, "So it's you, kid, come at me. He is the one Bai Young Master has targeted." 2 subordinates of Feng Jia immediately followed orders, saying, "Understood." Hearing this reason, the onlookers exclaimed in shock, "What? This kid actually offended Bai Young Master." After Feng Jia gave the order, his subordinates rushed down to surround Yean in the middle. They had menacing faces and taunted, "Go and die." Surrounded, Yean easily dispatched Feng Jia's subordinates. He then ascended to the second floor, facing Feng Jia. Feng Jia, witnessing the power of Yean's strikes, opened his eyes wide in astonishment, saying, "An internal energy expert." Yean, with a threatening grip on his hand, arrogantly warned, "You're right. If you don't want to get hit, obediently answer my question." Feng Jia, looking at Yean showcasing his strength, gave a cold laugh. Afterward, the old man tossed the cane in his hand outside, saying, "It's been a long time since I used my full strength." With a cracking sound, Feng Jia's robust figure was fully revealed, muscles bulging and veins prominent. The body of Feng Jia was burning, making it hard to believe that this physique belonged to a man over 50 years old. He said, "I'm also an internal energy expert. Let's settle this today." Yean looked at Feng Jia, his face darkening, and said, "Overconfidence." Yean's face turned serious, a smirk on his lips as he provocatively asked, "Want to kill me? Come and try." Having said that, Yean's entire body was filled with internal energy, extending his hand towards Feng Jia provocatively. At this moment, the scene in the bar had 2 individuals facing each other, one large and one small, one in red and one in green, both with equally imposing momentum. The onlookers inside the bar huddled behind the pillars, gossiping, "These 2 forces are terrifying. Who is that kid? How can you have strength equivalent to Feng Jia? Who will win?" On the battlefield, Feng Jia extended a fist, launching a ferocious attack towards Yean. On the other side, Yean was not inferior, using his martial arts to counter with immense strength. In an instant, the 2 techniques collided, creating a powerful whirlwind of force that was beyond imagination. The people in the bar were blown away by the impact of the 2 punches, clinging to walls and pillars for support. Some couldn't hold on and were blown outside, their clothes scattered in the wind. They screamed in terror, "Too powerful, the impact is too strong. Help, I'm about to be blown away. I don't want to stay here, I want to go home." On this side, both Yean and Feng Jie were pushed back by the force of the punches. Feng Jie bore many injuries, staring silently at Yean. Yean, equally injured, struggled to breathe. Onlookers emerged cautiously, gazing at the two and asking, who won? Someone supporting Feng Jie said, Feng Jie's internal strength is profound, he must have won. Others were unsure, saying, we'll see. On Yean's side, he knelt on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. He stood up with difficulty, biting his lip. Feng Jie observed Yean standing up with difficulty and sneered, you're still too inexperienced, young man. Before Feng Jie could finish his words, a beam of light shot from behind him. Feng Jie's face turned horrifyingly pale, and he collapsed to the ground. Yean looked down at Feng Jie and sneered. Feng Jie raised his head, blood dripping from his mouth, and said with difficulty, how is it possible? How could I lose to someone? Yean wiped away the blood from his lip disdainfully and said, your techniques were seen through by me a long time ago. But in Yean's heart, he thought, I used the yin-yang divine eyes to see through the trajectory of the spiritual energy in his body, causing internal injuries. People in the bar, witnessing Feng Jie's strength, were astonished at his defeat. They retreated in fear, saying, he lost. Feng Jie, how could he lose? This kid is terrifying, let's run while he's not paying attention. Meanwhile, Feng Jie, lying on the ground, hearing Yean's words, muttered, despicable, how could I lose to a little brat with barely any experience? Feng Jie reached into his pocket, pulling out a pistol. He looked at Yean, who was approaching slowly. Yean questioned, are you Bai Lu Yuan, also known as Bai Young Master? Feng Jie struggled to stand up, offering a condition to Yean, yes, I am. Can you spare me? Yean crossed his arms, his expression emotionless, and coldly said, I can spare your life, but for the harm you've done to others, I will disable your martial arts skills. When Yean wasn't paying attention, Feng Jie quickly pulled out a gun from his pocket, aiming it at Yean. Looking at the barrel in front of him, Yean exclaimed, it's over, he has a gun. At that moment, a police siren sounded outside the bar. A beautiful policewoman entered, dressed in a tight-fitting uniform, with a perfect figure and a serious expression. This policewoman was Officer Ruan. She drew her gun and fired a shot towards Feng Jie, shouting at those inside, drop your weapons, everyone raise your hands. The bullet from Officer Ruan's gun pierced Feng Jie's hand, causing him to scream in pain, ah, my hand. Consequently, the gun in his hand fell to the ground. Inwardly cursing, Feng Jie thought, why did the police have to show up here? Outside the door, many police officers entered, loudly commanding those inside, police here, everyone stand still and raise your hands. Organizing a fight here? You'll all come with me for investigation. After a while of cleaning up, the police gathered everyone, handcuffing those at the bar. The restrained group, frightened and tearful, pleaded, Officer, we were wrong, we're sorry. Police Officer Ruan approached the place where Yean was resting after the fight. She placed one foot on a stool, hand on her hip, and with the other hand shaking the handcuffs, said to Yean, you can either handcuff yourself or let me help you with that. Subsequently, Yean was taken to the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation room, Yean casually sat on the chair, playing with his earlobe and yawning. Officer Ruan walked in from outside, holding a piece of paper. Officer Ruan read aloud, Yean, 18 years old, height 1.8 meters, parents deceased. Living with his older sister, is that correct? Yean smiled brightly and cheerfully replied, everything the police said is correct. This profile looks at a glance like that of an upright citizen, so you should quickly release me. Officer Ruan, visibly irritated, slammed the table and stared at Yean, scolding, enough with the nonsense. If you're such a good citizen, what happened a few days ago with you and Zhu San's group? Yean tried to force a smile, diverting the topic. Well, you should ask Zhu San about that. He actively blocked my way, and I was just defending myself. Officer Ruan leaned in closer to Yean, looking straight into his eyes with anger, and interrogated, over 30 people unconscious, Zhu San seriously injured, and you dare tell me it was self-defense? Yean paid no attention to Officer Ruan's words. His focus was elsewhere. His eyes formed heart shapes, and blood from his nose flowed uncontrollably. Seeing Officer Ruan staring at him, Yean scratched his face weakly and said, "So according to you, I have to stand still and take the hits without resisting?" Officer Ruan, frustrated by Yehan's attempt to justify himself, grabbed the collar of Yehan's shirt, lifted him up, and through gritted teeth, said, "In such a short time, you've transformed from a weak man to someone so powerful. Who is behind you, foreign forces or an underground organization? Speak quickly." Yean, being pulled like that, had a horrified expression on his face. His gaze slowly lowered, but what met his eyes was Officer Ruan's chest. Drool continued to drip from Yehan's mouth as he said with a lustful tone, "Big and firm." Officer Ruan followed Yehan's gaze, her hand tightening into a fist in anger. She lifted Yehan, her eyes resembling bullets, and extended her hand, saying, "Tell me where." Just as Officer Ruan's foot was about to strike, Yehan glanced over, surprising her, and said, "Ha, you want to attack?" Yehan swiftly pushed the arm grasping him away, looped around Officer Ruan's high-kicking leg, and sat down on the ground, letting out a sigh, relieved. Seeing Yehan looking up from under her feet, Officer Ruan, infuriated and flushed, stomped her foot and shouted, "Go to hell." Yehan quickly raised both hands to block Officer Ruan's attack, sighed lightly, and said, "Hicks hicks, too dangerous." Yehan smirked provocatively, "Officer Ruan, if you want to test my strength, it's probably not the right place." Teased by Yehan like that, Officer Ruan, furious, tried to push Yehan away with her foot, saying, "Wretched, quickly release your hands, and don't look with your eyes closed." Just as Officer Ruan threw a punch, her fist stopped right in front of Yehan's face, but Yehan's eyes were elsewhere, shining like stars. They lit up a glowing triangle, emitting a divine light. Officer Ruan released a burst of energy, knocking Yehan off her leg, and Yehan cried out, blood splattering as he fell to the floor. Lying on the ground, Yehan's mind was fuzzy as he mumbled, "It's over, I think I saw the edge of the universe." As Officer Ruan regained her composure, a sinister aura surrounded her. She clenched her fist and moved toward Yehan, her voice like a demonic entity, angrily saying, "Wretched, I have to kill you." Meanwhile, Yehan, seeing the approaching figure, anxiously stepped back, hurriedly explaining, "Beautiful lady, please don't get agitated. Actually, I didn't see the color of your underwear." The more Yehan explained, the more embarrassed he became, quickly cut off by the furious Officer Ruan. Officer Ruan angrily shouted, "Shut up." At that moment, another police officer opened the door and spoke loudly into the room, "Captain, Chief Ju has arrived and is releasing the Feng Jiu group." While Officer Ruan was still fuming with anger, she heard the sound from behind, glanced back, and asked, "What?" Officer Ruan then turned around, regained her composure, and calmly walked out, saying, "I'll check on that." Yehan, sitting in the corner, let out a sigh of relief, saved. Before leaving, Officer Ruan didn't forget to instruct another police officer, "Take this kid with me." The police officer nodded and said, "Understood, Captain." Afterward, the police officer swiftly grabbed Yehan and followed Officer Ruan outside. In another room, Chief Zhu Xingdong, was shaking hands with Feng Jia, smiling. Feng Jia said, "Chief Zhu, thank you for this. Later, I'll send some local specialties to your home." Zhu Xingdong laughed graciously, no need for such politeness among friends. At this moment, Officer Ruan and another police officer led Yehan into the room. Officer Ruan had a tense expression and argued with Zhu Xingdong, "Chief, there was no intoxication at the bar. During the investigation, we found a firearm, and I suspect they were involved in illegal activities. We can't release them." Zhu Xingdong turned to the teaching room and said, "Officer Ruan, without evidence, you can't make baseless accusations. Mr. Feng is a legitimate businessman, and the firearm is only for self-defense. They have the proper gun permit, completely legal." Then he pointed fiercely at Yehan, saying, "This kid is the focal point of our investigation, understand?" It turned out that Zhu Xingdong and Feng Jia were colluding. Feng Jia praised with a loud laugh, "Chief Zhu, you are truly wise. With your guidance, I believe our law and order will improve day by day." Zhu Xingdong echoed with a smirk. Of course, of course. Officer Ruan, not agreeing with the two, said, we should only release them after a thorough investigation. Releasing them now without a proper investigation is not appropriate. Zhu Xingdong, injured by Officer Ruan's disobedience, pointed directly at her face and sternly said, whether I'm the chief or you're the chief, I decide what to do. Quickly bring this Yean out and send him to the detention center. The group of police officers, following Zhu Xingdong's command, rushed in to surround Yean inside. Yean, without a hint of worry or fear, casually said, Chief Du, I advise you to think carefully. In Yean's hand was a phone with a distress message from him. I am at the police station, come quickly. Seeing that Yean wasn't afraid, Zhu Xingdong clenched his fist and approached menacingly, saying, you rotten kid dared to talk to me about thinking. Take him away, I will personally interrogate him later. The police officers acknowledged, yes. Zhu Xingdong's menacing face advanced towards Yean. At that moment, Officer Ruan quickly stepped forward to block Yean and said, stop. Officer Ruan held up her phone and addressed everyone. I just received a report. From now on, I will take full responsibility for this case. Everyone step back and let me handle it. Zhu Xingdong, furious, pointed at Officer Ruan and shouted, nonsense, Captain Ruan, who are you talking to? Are you even aware of my authority as the chief? Officer Ruan, with a cold tone, stated this is a direct order from higher-ups. Then she issued a command to everyone, now all police officers, follow orders and arrest Feng Tao. Meanwhile, Zhu Xingdong, angry and gritting his teeth, glared at Officer Ruan. The group of police officers standing outside was caught in the middle, hesitating and saying, who should we listen to in the end? Captain Ruan probably won't arbitrarily forge orders from higher-ups. It's a legal notification, surely it's genuine. One officer looked at Officer Ruan and expressed trust. Captain Ruan holds orders from higher-ups. I believe everything she says is true. Seeing that the police officers were following Officer Ruan's lead, Zhu Xingdong, furious, erupted, you guys, acting like normal police, how can you blindly believe in an order without any basis? He pointed towards Officer Ruan and shouted angrily, Ruan Lingkao, I must relieve you of your position as captain. At that moment, an angry voice echoed from outside the door. Who do you think you are, daring to dismiss Captain Ruan? Zhu Xingdong, upon hearing this voice, froze and turned his head towards the source of the sound. 3 individuals entered from outside, 2 men and a woman. Leaving the group was Tang Haibin, with Lin Bai and Zhu Duanne accompanying him. Hearing the commotion, Yean joyfully exclaimed, Duanne, brother Lin. Lin Bai Mo and Duanne also expressed their excitement, saying, Yean. Seeing the 3 individuals enter, everyone turned towards them, showing respect and courtesy. The people inside were alarmed and exclaimed, oh my, why are there suddenly so many important figures here? Tang Haibin, the mayor's son, young master of the Lin family, and Miss Zhu from the Zhu family, all influential figures. Why have they come here? Observing the situation, Zhu Xingdong had an uneasy feeling in his mind. He worried, don't make any rash moves. These people are probably here for Yean. Feng Tao shared similar concerns, silently cursing, damn it, Bai Lu Yuan, wasn't it said that this guy has no influential backing? Tang Haibin approached Zhu Xingdong and Feng Tao, menacingly declaring, I heard that someone bullied my younger brother. I came to see who the old fool with such audacity is. Zhu Xingdong and Feng Tao, like tortoises retracting into their shells, timidly stepped back, not daring to utter a word. Despite their fear, both seethed with anger, silently cursing, damn, how dare he insult us like that? Zhu Xingdong tightened his grip on the table. Trembling with a forced smile, he said, young Master Tang is just joking. We are only acting in accordance with the law, ensuring justice for the innocent. Lin Bai Mo, looking at the furious Zhu Xingdong, questioned, Feng Tao, as the leader of an underground gang, you avoid arrest. Instead, you arrest my innocent brother. Is this considered justice? Hearing this, Zhu Xingdong's face stiffened, and he retorted with malice, young Master Lin, you must present evidence. Deliberate defamation carries legal consequences. Seeing him persist, Tang Haibin sneered, Chief Zhu, heaven has eyes. Don't think you can hide certain things. Zhu Xingdong, startled, felt uneasy but determined, confidently affirmed, I stand upright and fear no death. Tang Haibin took out his phone and placed it in front of Zhu Xingdong, saying, if you want evidence, I'll provide it. Tang Haibin held the phone to his ear and said, Zhao, come over. The person on the other end, known as Zhao, nodded and replied, sure, I've been waiting for this day. Chief Zhao entered with a document and angrily pointed at Zhu Xingdong, saying, Zhu Xingdong, you damn fellow! What evidence do you need? It's all in my possession. As soon as Zhu Xingdong heard this, his face turned pale. Startled, he stepped back and stammered, Chief Zhao, why are you here? Chief Zhao, furious, threw the file at Zhu Xingdong, saying the directive just came down. Zhu Xingdong colluded with the underworld forces, suspended from duty, pending investigation. Zhu Xingdong was thrown into confusion by these documents, panicking and exclaiming, investigation and suspension. Feng Tao hurriedly approached Zhu Xingdong and whispered, Chief Zhu, take a good look at these. Stop engaging in wrongdoing, or you might face suspension. Zhu Xingdong, furious to the point of madness, turned directly to Feng Tao and shouted, it's all because of you. Feng Tao, scolded, retreated behind, and then Zhu Xingdong and Feng Tao engaged in a physical altercation. Zhu Xingdong roared angrily, Feng Tao, you've harmed me. I'll risk my life against you. Feng Tao, under attack, also fought back, landing blows on Zhu Xingdong's face, saying, I don't know anything. Stop hitting or I'll fight back. Seeing the brawl, Chief Zhao, embarrassed, covered his face and angrily ordered, separate them now. The police followed the order. Understood. They quickly intervened, pulling the two apart and escorting them outside. Yean stayed back, watching Feng Tao and Zhu Xingdong leave. Yean snorted and commented, serves them right. Who told them to oppress us day in and day out? Tang Haibin and the others stood behind, observing Yean's demeanor, sharing a common thought, considering himself a victim. With so many people coming to his aid, he still wants to deceive someone, shameless. On that evening, the four of them, Yean, Tang Haibin, Lin Bai Mo, and Duan Nai, sat around the dining table to celebrate the occasion. Each held a glass of beer, toasting together. Yean clasped his hands and said to Tang Haibin, Big Brother Tang, Big Brother Lin, and also Duan Ni, thank you all for this occasion. Tang Haibin smiled warmly and said, it's a small matter. I heard from Bai Mo about you before, and our elder brother has long wanted to be friends with you. Lin Bai Mo, upon hearing this, chuckled and said, you should thank Duan Ni for her kindness. For your matter, she directly used her family connections, issued orders, and that's why it was resolved so quickly. Yean blushed at this point, laughed awkwardly and said, the relationship between Duan Ni and me doesn't need words of thanks. Duan Ni, feeling embarrassed, quickly pushed Yean away and said, stop it, there's no relationship with him. Seeing Duan Ni so embarrassed, everyone burst into laughter. Later, Yean raised his beer again, addressing everyone loudly, come on, let's continue drinking. After that, everyone raised their glasses, finishing them in one go. After a while, the table was filled with beer bottles. Yean lifted his glass again, his face now flushed, and said, come on, Tang, Lin, let's keep drinking. Yean looked towards the table, where everyone was completely intoxicated, lying sprawled out on the table. Seeing them like this, Yean suspiciously asked, why is everyone down already? We haven't even had that much to drink, have we? Lin Bai Mo, with a flushed face, admired Yean and said, Yean, you can handle your liquor. Yean, looking at everyone already drunk, thought to himself, it seems that after practicing Qigong, my alcohol tolerance has increased a lot. After that, Yean lifted Duan Ni onto his shoulder and said to Lin Bai Mo, it's time to go now. Lin Bai Mo nodded in agreement and said, all right. Then he helped Tang Haibin, who had passed out, to wake up. Lin Bai Mo took Tang Haibin home, reminding Yean before leaving, Yean, I'll take Tang Hai Bin home first. Duan Ni, she's in your care. Hearing this, Yean hurriedly raised his hand to protest, saying, Wait, what do you mean, in your care? Lin Bai Mo, upon hearing this, winked meaningfully and said, Yean, hang in there. Yean, with a darkened face, helplessly said, What is this supposed to mean? Yean put his arm around Duan Ni's neck and helped her walk ahead. At this moment, Duan Ni, feeling uncomfortable, sweated profusely, tugging at her clothes, and said, It's too hot. Seeing Duan Ni in this state, Yean panicked and didn't know where to put his hands, saying, No, 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 we're on the road now, my lady. After that, Duan Ni couldn't control herself and vomited a rainbow on Yean. All of it landed on Yean. Startled, Yean shouted, Hey, don't vomit. In the end, Yean had to take Duan Ni into the hotel to clean up. With the mess all over them, going home was not an option. After finishing the shower, Yean opened the bathroom door and sighed, saying, Phew, finally done showering. Yean walked outside. On the bed, Duan Ni was sleeping like a log. Yean leaned against the wall, looking at Duan Ni, a smirk on his face, saying, Who says that someone will be well-behaved and pure when drunk is talking nonsense? However, Duan Ni lying on the bed was not as well behaved. She was all hot, struggling to push the blanket off, groaning uncomfortably, saying, It's too hot. On the bed at this moment, Duan Ni with her fiery figure, her face flushed due to the heat. Yean, witnessing this hot scene, couldn't help but brighten his eyes, his face flushing, saying, Too beautiful. In his heart, Yean couldn't help but think, could it be that tonight marks the end of my single days? Duan Ni lying on the bed suddenly turned around, and her leg coincidentally kicked onto Yean's private part. Being kicked like that, Yean immediately stopped. The space around the bed seemed to freeze. Yean's place cracked, and his face became frozen. He turned pale and screamed in pain. After that, Yean curled up on the ground, holding onto his private parts, crying in his mind. I was wrong, I shouldn't have had that thought. At this moment, Duan Ni's phone on the table rang. Yean struggled to crawl towards the table, grimacing in pain, and with a pale face, he said, It's this late, who could be calling now? Seeing Zhu's name on the screen, Yean speculated in his mind. So it's Mr. Zhu, probably couldn't find Duan Ni and got anxious. I'll explain things a bit to them. Yean picked up the phone and said, Hello, Mr. Zhu, it's Yean. On the other side, Mr. Zhu, upon hearing it was Yean, chuckled and said, Oh, Yean, just in time. I've been wanting to talk to you these past few days. Hearing this, Yean was suspicious and asked, What's the matter you want to talk to me about? On the other end, Mr. Zhu hesitated a bit and said, Let's discuss this when we meet. But then Mr. Zhu realized something was wrong. He shouted into the phone, Wait, this isn't right. It's too late, why are you answering Duan Ni's phone? Where is the girl? Yean hurriedly said, Mr. Zhu, please don't get agitated, Duan Ni is sleeping. On the other side, upon hearing the words is sleeping, Mr. Zhu angrily exclaimed, Sleeping, what? Realizing the misunderstanding, Yean panikedly explained, No, please don't misunderstand. Duan Ni and I haven't done anything. To add credibility to his words, Yean raised his hand in a sincere gesture and said, I swear. Mr. Zhu on the other end also understood that Yean wasn't that kind of person, and his tone softened. Mr. Zhu cautioned, All right, I won't object to your relationship. However, the gateway to my daughter's heart, you'll have to navigate that on your own. Time is running out, so for now, let it be. After saying this, Mr. Zhu hung up, not giving Yean a chance to say anything more. On his end, Yean listened to the phone's disconnecting sound, looking at the phone suspiciously, thinking, What strange business is this? What gateway do I have to pass through? That evening quickly passed. The next morning, the sun had risen high. In the hotel room, Duan Ni was lying on the bed, and Yean was on the floor. Both were deeply immersed in sleep. Yean lay on the floor, lost in a dream, drooling uncontrollably with a flushed face, and murmuring, Duan Ni, It turned out that Yean was dreaming about intimate moments with Duan Ni. Just then, a loud scream from Duan Ni echoed. Startled by the sound, Yean abruptly woke up from the dream. looking around in panic, asking, "What happened? Is it an earthquake, a tsunami, or a fire?" On the bed, Duan clung tightly to the blanket, her face blushing with embarrassment as she screamed even louder. Seeing Yean in front of her, Duan became furious and gave him a painful slap. Duan shouted, "Yean, you scoundrel." It was still early in the morning, and Yean had already received a slap, sitting in one place rubbing his face, bewildered, asking, "What did I do?" Seeing that Yean refused to admit, Duan, with tears streaming down her face, hugged herself and sobbed, "You scoundrel, beast. How could you take advantage of me being drunk? I don't want to live anymore." Yean stood up, trying to explain to the crying Duan, "Gorgeous lady, I didn't do anything. I just helped you undress from your dirty clothes." Duan cried even more hysterically, saying, "Even if you didn't force me, I'm sure you've seen everything, and you've touched me too." Yean immediately raised both hands, making a solemn gesture, and said, "When I helped you undress, I turned off the lights. I swear there was no inappropriate touch." Hearing this explanation, Duan finally calmed down, blushing and asked, "Really, you didn't deceive me?" Yean quickly affirmed, saying, "Absolutely true, even truer than gold. Do you take me for that kind of person?" However, deep in Yehan's heart, he secretly thought, well, maybe just a little touch. Of course, he wouldn't say such words out loud. Duan stared into Yehan's eyes and interrogated, "Are you sure you didn't touch me inappropriately, didn't peep at me, and didn't engage in any indecent acts with me?" Yehan confidently stated, "I'm 100% sure." Hearing this, Duan became even more angry, getting Yehan another slap. Furious, Duan said, "Such a good opportunity, and you let it slip away. Yehan, you're not even as good as an animal." Yehan was thrown into a corner, his face now resembling two huge steamed buns. Yehan cried and lamented, "Women's hearts are unpredictable." On the other side, after dealing with Yehan, Duan took out her phone and called, "Hello, I'm in room 302 at Friendship Hotel. Quickly bring my clothes here." Seeing Duan on the phone, Yehan seized the opportunity to sneak out, whispering to himself, "I better make a run for it now." Yehan quickly crawled to the door, his trembling hand reaching for the door lock. Unfortunately, as soon as his hand touched the lock, a knife flew past Yehan's face, embedding itself into the door. Seeing the sharp knife inches from his face, Yehan's face turned pale, and he let out a sigh of relief, "Almost lost my life." Duan, standing behind him like a ghost, coldly said, "You see my body, and now you want to escape." Yehan, startled, looked back at Duan nervously and stammered, That's not what you think." Sitting on the bed, Duan casually said, "I haven't figured out what to do yet. Wait for me to come up with a plan. But one thing for sure, if I call you, you must show up. No refusal allowed." Yehan heard this as if he had been granted clemency, saying, "All right, I have something to do. Whatever it is, just call me." After that, Yehan, as swift as lightning, rushed out of the hotel room, not daring to look back. Unbeknownst to him, Duan sat behind, slowly raising her hand, her eyes filled with eerie charm as she said, "Humph, Yehan, you can't escape my grasp." After leaving the hotel, Yehan breathed heavily, feeling relieved, thinking to himself, didn't expect to fall into Zhu Duan's hands. I wonder what demands she'll make next. Right at that moment, Tang Haibin zoomed up in his car. Spotting Yehan, he waved and greeted, "Yehan." Yehan turned to look at Tang Haibin, surprised, and asked, "Tang, why are you here?" Tang Haibin smiled mysteriously, saying, "Last night must have been quite stimulating, huh? I even specially brought you 6 sets of Dia Wang replenishing vitality, just the right amount for a moderate workout." Yehan stepped onto Tang Haibin's car, shaking his head in frustration, difficult to put into words. As if remembering something, Yehan then inquired, "By the way, where's Lin Bai Mo?" Tang Haibin said there's something in his house, so be left first. "I had nothing to do and came to find you for some company. Where shall we go?" After some thought, Yehan suggested, "How about finding my sister? It's perfect, I have something to tell her." Tang Haibin happily nodded in agreement, "Sure, with my driving skills, we can go anywhere." Swiftly, Yean and Tang Haibin arrived at the renowned National Fabric Weaving Workshop. The security guards, seeing the car approaching, anxiously glanced at each other and said, "Oh God, another leader coming for an inspection." They quickly raised the barriers and respectfully greeted, "Hello, leaders." Yean, sitting in the car, directed a greeting towards them. "You've been working hard, comrades." At this moment, the security guards just realized that the person sitting inside the car was indeed Yean. They looked at each other in shock and said, "Wait, isn't the guy sitting in the car Yean? How is this possible? This kid has been absent from work for several days without permission. If it weren't for his sister begging, he would have been expelled long ago." Yean, standing in front of the workshop gate, said, "We've arrived." Afterward, the two of them casually walked inside. In front of the astonished eyes of the workers in the workshop, one worker, upon seeing Yean, stood up and questioned, "Yean, after so many days, now you decide to show up? Director Wang didn't approve your leave request. He insisted on expelling you. Your sister is in the office. You better go there quickly and seek her help." Hearing this, Yean turned back, smiled arrogantly, and said, "No worries, I came back this time to resign." Then he turned to Tang Haibin and explained, "Since childhood, my sister and I have relied on each other, working as factory workers. Tang, you won't mock me, will you?" Tang Haibin, of course, wouldn't mock Yean. He even said, "Nonsense, am I that kind of person?" Quickly, the two arrived in front of the director's office. At this moment, there was a pleading voice from inside the office. "Director Wang, please don't come over here, or I'll scream." At this moment, Yean also realized that the pleading voice belonged to his sister. Inside the director's office, Yean, disheveled and cowering in a corner, fearfully retreated and said, "Don't, please don't." The director paid no attention to this plea. With a lecherous face, he slowly approached, threatening Yean, "Try screaming, and I'll immediately fire both you and your sister. By then, let's see how the two of you survive on plain water and fresh air alone." Yean, enraged, shouted, You're despicable. I'll report you to the workshop supervisor." He didn't care about her words, directly advancing and saying, "The workshop supervisor is my brother-in-law. Your attempts are futile. Serve me obediently." Yean's face flushed, terrified, and she screamed, "Don't, please don't." At that moment, Yean kicked the door open, furious, and shouted, "Stop, dare to harm my sister, I'll kill you." Yean kicked the door open and delivered a powerful kick to the director's face, sending him flying. Yean quickly took off his shirt, covering Yean, and asked with concern, "Sister, are you okay?" Yean, with glistening eyes, looked at Yean and said, "I'm fine." The one not doing well at this moment was the director, lying crumpled against the wall, looking pitiful. Yean's tears flowed out of fear as she asked, "Han, why did you hit Director Wang? He might fire you for that." Yean took his sister's hand, gently comforting her, and said, "Sister, this time I came back to help you resign. I've earned a substantial amount of money, so you won't have to suffer anymore." On the other side, Director Wang, missing a few teeth, angrily pointed at Yean and shouted, "Wretched, how dare you hit me? I'll kill you." He gave orders, saying, "Someone bring the personnel of these two to my office immediately." After making the call, he menacingly pointed at Yean and his sister, threatening, "Punk, wait for your death." Yean, frightened by Director Wang's threat, looked at Yean anxiously and said, "Han, run away quickly and I'll try to hold them off." Yean confidently replied, "Sister, don't worry. They won't dare to retaliate against me." Tang Haibin, standing with crossed arms against the wall, chuckled and said, "Even Fang Jia, with all its prestige, isn't a match for Yean. These ruffians are just small fry." Yean turned to look at Yean, still skeptical, and asked, "Han, is what he said true?" At this very moment, the group of enforcers summoned by Director Wang arrived. These thugs, armed with sticks and knives, menacingly declared, "Boss, we're here. Whoever dared to cause trouble for you, we'll make sure he learns his lesson." Director Wang pointed towards Yean and said, "It's him, teach him a lesson." Upon receiving Director Wang's command, the gang of thugs swiftly advanced towards Yean, saying, "Let's teach him a lesson. Kid, prepare yourself. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, the boss might go easy on you. The scene unfolding for onlookers outside was a chaotic brawl, accompanied by desperate screams emanating from within. Workers outside, upon hearing the commotion, exchanged worried glances. One of them spoke up, "What's happening in there? Why is it so intense?" Another worker stepped forward and explained, "It seems Yean attacked Director Wang, and now Director Wang has called these guys to settle the score with him." Upon hearing that Director Wang got attacked, someone chuckled, "Well done. That old lecher harasses the girls in the factory every day. I've been wanting to see him get a beating." Concerned for Yean, another person remarked, "Yean, you've stirred up too much trouble. How can he face off against all those people alone?" Right at this moment, a group of people were forcefully expelled from the room, accompanied by a loud shout, "Get lost." The interior of the room was no less chaotic. Yean stood defiantly in the middle, surrounded by Director Wang's subordinates. Yean sneered and said, "Himph, a bunch of cowards." Witnessing this scene, the onlookers outside were shocked, their mouths agape. Someone exclaimed, "Yean, is it just my imagination, or did he really take on the whole group alone? Yean, isn't that kid supposed to be frail? How did he become so strong?" Yean, standing beside them, was equally astonished, holding her mouth in disbelief. "Little Han, how did you become so formidable?" Yean scratched his head and quickly found an excuse. "I studied under a master and learned a few tricks from him." Tang Haibin, sitting nonchalantly, remarked, "I haven't taught you anything." Meanwhile, Director Wang, seizing the moment when everyone was distracted, quietly made his exit. In his mind he muttered, "It's over. I need to act quickly now." Yean decisively struck the wall with his hand. Director Wang, who was standing nearby, observed with a frightened expression as the punch caused the wall to crack. In a panic, Director Wang shouted loudly, "Help! Someone save me." Yean's sharp eyes gleamed with mischief as he said, "Where do you think you can run? Didn't you say you wanted to cripple me?" Without finishing his words, Director Wang's face turned horrified, beads of sweat dripping down. He fixed his gaze on the motionless Yean, seemingly contemplating something. Suddenly, Director Wang immediately dropped to his knees, tightly embracing Yean's legs, crying and pleading, "Big brother Yean, I was wrong. Please spare me, gently if you may, spare the life of this wretched dog." Watching the scene unfold, the three onlookers rejoiced. The woman in the bright blue dress chuckled and said, "Even a haughty Director Wang has to kneel and beg for mercy from Yean." The boy in the yellow shirt, overwhelmed by Yean's strength, kept marveling, "This is unbelievable." The guy in the white shirt, wearing a proud expression, quickly added, "Yean, you're incredible, beating up that old man so fiercely." Seeing Director Wang remorseful, Yean's sister stepped forward, gently holding Yean's hand, and said, "Little Han, let it go. Spare him a way out." Upon hearing this, Yean glanced at his sister and replied coldly, "Fine." Then he turned back to Director Wang and continued, "Get lost. If there's a next time, I won't spare you." Hearing this, Director Wang immediately responded, "Yes, yes, thank you, big brother Yean." Without further ado, Director Wang quickly scrambled away, using all his limbs to flee. Suddenly, a foot stepped in. It turned out to be Director Wang's brother-in-law. He angrily exclaimed, "What's going on here?" Under the watchful eyes of many onlookers, Director Wang hastily ran towards the workshop manager, asking, "Has the workshop manager arrived?" Seeing this, those behind them whispered amongst themselves, "Yean, we're doomed this time." The workshop manager is related to Director Wang. "Yean, no matter how capable you are, how can you compete with them?" At this moment, the distressed director ran towards the workshop manager, tearfully informing him, "Brother-in-law, you have to take charge. They're bullying me." Hearing this, the workshop manager calmly asked, "Who did it? Even our own people dared to bully someone." Without a word, Director Wang, with a terrified expression, draped his arm over the workshop manager's, pointing ahead and saying, "It's this kid. Brother-in-law, you know many people, quickly get someone to apprehend him." Meanwhile, Yean, his sister, and Tang Haibin observed the situation calmly. Yean's sister, seeing them targeting her brother, immediately stepped forward, shielding and defending Yean. She shouted loudly, "This has nothing to do with my brother. If there's an issue, come talk to me." Hearing this, the timid director Wang cowered behind the workshop manager, replying, "You sisters, neither of you can escape. Once this kid is caught, we'll settle our accounts slowly." Seeing Director Wang acting unreasonably, Tang Haibin immediately spoke up, saying, "Do you think you're invincible?" As soon as he finished speaking, a strong-smelling shoe flew straight towards Director Wang, hitting him hard on the head. Director Wang, bewildered, looked in the direction of the shoe, furrowing his brow and asking, "What's this?" Subsequently, Director Wang approached to pick up the shoe, taking a deep breath to smell it. Enraged, he shouted, "Who threw this rotten shoe at me?" Then Director Wang looked at the people around him, his expression puzzled, and continued, "Something seems not quite right here." The people around him were staring at him with fierce eyes, as if wanting to devour this arrogant director. Without waiting for Director Wang to ponder too long, he was bombarded by the crowd with brooms, mops, and eggshells. They shouted, "It's me, wretched creature, throwing a shoe at the wretched person, pressing our heads and riding our necks every day. This despicable person thinks he's an emperor." Seeing the situation worsening, the old director Wang immediately ran for help, shouting, "Brother-in-law, save me." Director Wang rushed straight to his brother-in-law, clinging desperately to the workshop manager. Witnessing this, the workshop manager, furious, yelled, "What are you doing? Stop it." Seeing this, Yean quickly added, "Director Wang has caused resentment among everyone, yet he still wants to shield him." Hearing this, the workshop manager hesitated and didn't say anything. At this moment, he silently cursed, "This wretched guy causes trouble for himself every day, and if I don't protect him, he'll surely get scolded by his wife at home." In the workshop manager's internal struggle, he envisioned his furious curly-haired wife, a cigarette dangling from her mouth, a firm grip on a frying pan, angrily shouting, "This useless person allows my little brother to suffer." Observing the workshop manager's lack of response, Director Wang immediately furrowed his brow and gently reminded, "Brother-in-law, you must help me take control." Hearing this, the workshop manager promptly made a decision, "All you workers causing chaos, everyone." Before he could finish, the workshop manager was interrupted by a loud voice, "Wait." It turned out to be Secretary Lai, who hastily rushed in front of the workshop manager. Seeing this, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Secretary Lai, why do you look so panicked? Is there anything more to report?" Without further ado, Secretary Lai leaned in close to the workshop manager's ear and whispered, "I just heard this news from security. Yean, in a city police car, has arrived here, and the chubby guy next to him seems to be the mayor's son." Hearing this, the workshop manager exclaimed in shock, "What?" Afterward, the workshop manager glanced at Yean, who was behind, chatting with Tang Haibin. At that moment, in the workshop manager's mind, he silently pondered, "This person seems to be Mr. Tang. Could they be here to inspect their own little brother?" The workshop manager imagined the conversation between Yean and Tang Haibin. Yean asked Tang Haibin, "When will the disciplinary envoy arrive?" Tang Haibin replied, "Immediately, he'll come directly and arrest him at that time." However, in reality, Yean was discussing something else with Tang Haibin. Yean asked, "Where should we go for lunch later?" Tang Haibin thought for a moment and replied, "There's a good dumpling place nearby. We could go there." The workshop manager now observed Yean and Tang Haibin intently. He secretly thought, "It seems desperate. The only way to save oneself is to appear cooperative." Concluding his thoughts, the workshop manager immediately walked forward. At this moment, Director Wang laughed loudly, saying, "Yean, your end is near." Director Wang was secretly delighted, thinking, "The workshop manager will avenge me." To everyone's surprise, the workshop manager slapped Director Wang hard on the head. The workshop manager, furious, shouted loudly, "You wretched creature." Completely caught off guard, Director Wang felt the painful sting from the slap. The force of the slap made Director Wang kneel on the ground. In pain, he held his face, bewildered, and asked, "Brother-in-law, why did you hit me?" Not stopping there, the workshop manager immediately kicked Director Wang several more times, with great force. While taking action, the workshop manager shouted, "What's wrong with hitting you? Every day you ruin my reputation, almost causing my death. Today, justice must be restored for everyone." Director Wang at this point could only cry loudly in a wailing tone. The observing workers outside were astonished by the workshop manager's actions. Bewildered, they wondered, has he changed? The workshop manager is now even hitting his own wife. Could it be that he's afraid of Yean? After a period of beating, Director Wang lay unconscious on the floor. The workshop manager, now exhausted, staggered away. Breathing heavily, he looked at Director Wang lying on the ground. Having finished the ordeal, the workshop manager wore a cunning smile and said, "I declare the immediate dismissal of Director Wang. Someone like him cannot stay in the workshop." Hearing this, the workers cheered joyfully. Fantastic. After that, the workshop manager immediately approached Tang Haibin. Folding his hands, he showed respect and continued, "Master Tang, have I pleased you in this way?" Seeing this, Tang Haibin raised his hand to Yean's shoulder and laughed in response. "This remains to be seen. My brothers need to be satisfied." Yean looked at the workshop manager with a skeptical expression. Seeing this, the workshop manager appeared displeased, muttering, "And he had the nerve to ask me to beg that rotten kid Yean." Tang Haibin had waited patiently but didn't see the workshop manager. Therefore, he decided to take out his phone and continue speaking to Yean. "If you're still unsatisfied, just a moment ago, coincidentally, I used my phone to record the entire incident. You mentioned that if I hand it over to the disciplinary committee, then..." Upon hearing this, the workshop manager became terrified and hastily exclaimed, "No, no." Then he immediately knelt down, tightly embraced Yean's legs, and pleaded, "Yean, I truly don't know what that wretched person did. Whether it's good or bad, I'm the one who provided jobs for your two sisters. Please spare me and consider leniency." Witnessing the entire story, the people present were shocked by the workshop manager's actions. They gasped and exclaimed, "The workshop manager is kneeling and begging Yean. It's not an illusion, right? The person accompanying Yean seems to be the mayor's son. Since when did Yean become so formidable?" Seeing the workshop manager sincerely apologize, Yean's sister stepped forward gently and said, "Yean, let it go. I'm no longer angry." Hearing this, Yean cast a tender look at his sister and replied, "All right." Seeing that Yean's siblings had forgiven him, the workshop manager, with tears streaming down his face, knelt on the ground, bowed his head, and said, "Thank you so much." Hearing that, Yean continued, "Starting today, my sister and I officially resign, and we won't be coming back in the future." With those words, Yean draped his sister's shoulders, and together with Tang Haibin, left the company. Yean's group immediately boarded their cars and drove away, leaving the workshop manager behind. Politely, he raised his hand to bid farewell. Once everything was settled, the workshop manager let out a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and chuckled, saying, "Finally, this shooting star has left." The people behind observed attentively, whispering among themselves, "A day without seeing him feels like 3 years. Yean has truly made it. Who would have thought that the poor kid from before would amaze others like this?" On the other side, Tang Haibin drove Yean's two sisters back home. Yean's sister expressed concern. "Yean, now that you've resigned, how will we make a living?" Hearing this, Yean's eyes reflected determination as he replied, "Sis, don't worry. I recently sold an extremely high-grade jade, earned quite a bit of money. If you don't believe me, ask Tang." Upon hearing this, Tang Haibin smiled kindly and turned his head to respond from the back. "Yes, I know about this. With the money Yean has now, it's enough to support you for a lifetime." After finishing speaking, Yean's older sister continued to inquire, "Yean, did you make a lot of money selling that jade pendant of yours?" Hearing this, Yean leisurely rested his hands on his head and replied, "Not much, just a few 100 million." Finishing her words, Yean's sister couldn't believe her eyes. She gripped Yean's collar in astonishment and exclaimed loudly, "A few 100 million." Feeling squeezed, Yean uncomfortably shouted, "Let go, I can hardly breathe." Walking on the
ba người
street,
đang ung
all
dung
three of
ngắm
them
cảnh
leisurely
xung quanh.
enjoyed the
Sau
surroundings.
đó,
Later,
Diệp Hàn dẫn
Yean led
chị
his
gái và
sister
Đường
and
Hải
Tang
Vân vào trong
Haibin
trung
into
tâm
a
thương mại
shopping
dạo
center for a
chơi.
stroll.
Diệp Hàn phóng khoáng
Yean
nói,
casually remarked, Big
chị luôn
sister
mua
always
quần áo
buys
giày
new
dép
clothes and
mới
shoes
cho
for
em.
me.
Bản thân bao năm nay
Haven't
còn
had a
chưa
new
một bộ
outfit for
quần áo
years.
mới.
This
Lần
time,
này
it's my
tới
turn
lượt
to
em
buy for
mua cho
you.
chị. Dứt
Finishing
lời,
his words,
Diệp Hàn dẫn
Yean
chị
led
gái
his
vào
sister
cửa
into a
hàng quần
clothing
áo.
store.
Diệp Hàn đi
Yean
trước,
walked ahead,
chị
and
gái
his
bẽn
sister
lẽn theo
followed
sau.
hesitantly.
Đến một cửa
When they
hàng
reached a
giày
shoe
dép,
store and saw
đứng
two
trước hai
pairs
đôi
of
giày sặc
luxurious
sỡ,
and colorful
sang trọng.
shoes,
Diệp
Yean
Hàn bỗng
suddenly
chốc đứng
stopped
lại
and
ngắm
carefully
nhìn thật
examined
kỹ.
them.
Thấy vậy,
Seeing
chị
this,
gái của
Yehan's
Diệp
sister
Hàn lo
became
lắng vội
anxious
kéo
and
tay
quickly
Diệp Hàn
pulled
mà
Yehan's
nói,
hand,
Tiểu Hàn,
saying,
đồ ở
Yehan,
đây đắt quá,
things here are too
chúng ta qua
expensive.
tiệm khác đi.
Let's go to
Thấy
another
vậy,
store.
Đường Hải Vân
Witnessing
bèn đi
this,
đến gần.
Tang Haibin
Cậu ta cười
approached,
thân thiện
smiling
nói,
warmly,
yên
and
tâm
said,
đi,
Don't
tiền
worry.
mua đống
The
quần
money
áo
for
này
this
đối
pile
với
of
Hàn Tử
clothes
mà
is
nói
just a
chỉ là
drop
hạt
in the
cát
bucket
thôi.
for Yehan.
Diệp Hàn đứng
Yehan,
bên cạnh
standing
cũng vội
beside
tiếp
them,
lời.
quickly
Diệp
added,
Hàn đặt
placing
hai
his
tay
hands
lên
on
vai
his
chị
sister's
gái.
shoulders.
Hắn nói,
Exactly,
đúng
sis,
vậy,
feel free to
chị yên
buy.
tâm mua đi.
Without further
Dứt
ado,
lời,
Yehan
Diệp Hàn
immediately
liền lập
pushed
tức
his
đẩy
sister
mạnh chị
forcefully
gái
into
vào
the
bên trong
store.
cửa hàng.
Observing
Chị
for a
gái của
moment,
Diệp Hàn
Yehan's
liếc mắt
sister
nhìn quan
chose the
sát
most
một lượt.
glamorous outfits
Sau
and tried
đó,
them on.
cô chọn những bộ
Standing
đồ
in
thật
front of the
lộng lẫy
mirror,
nhất
she
và
hesitantly
thử.
asked,
Đứng trước gương, chị
Yehan,
gái
is
của
this
Diệp
set
Hàn ngại
beautiful?
ngùng hỏi,
Is it
Tiểu
too
Hàn,
revealing?
bộ này
This
đẹp
dress
không?
looks stunning.
Bộ này có phải quá
Yehan's
lộ
sister
không?
joyfully
Cái
admired
váy
herself
này
in the
đẹp
mirror,
quá. Chị gái của
continuously
Diệp
praising
Hàn
the
sung
dress
sướng
she
ngắm
was
nhìn
wearing.
mình trong gương mà không
Yehan,
ngừng cảm
standing
thán
beside
chiếc
her,
váy mà
added,
mình đang
No
mặc.
matter what you
Diệp Hàn
wear,
đứng
it
bên
looks
cạnh thấy vậy
beautiful.
bèn tiếp lời,
Tang
chị em
Haibin,
mặc gì
standing
cũng đẹp.
nearby,
Đường Hải
gazed at
Vân đứng
Yehan's
bên cạnh
sister,
ngắm nhìn
as
chị
if
gái của
enchanted
Diệp
by her
Hàn.
beauty.
Cậu ta như đắm
Tang
say trước
Haibin
vẻ đẹp của
exclaimed,
cô.
I'm
Đường
telling
Hải Vân
you,
cảm thán
Yehan,
nói,
your
tôi
sister
nói
is
này
really
Diệp Tử,
beautiful.
chị của
How
cậu
about I
rất xinh
become
đẹp
your
đó,
brother-in-law?
hay là tôi làm
Hearing
anh
this,
rể cậu
Yehan
thấy
laughed and
sao?
replied,
Nghe thấy vậy,
This depends
Diệp
on my
Hàn bèn
sister's
cười đáp,
decision.
chuyện
I
này còn
always
phải
support
xem
her
ý của chị
choices.
tôi. Tôi luôn
Upon
ủng hộ
hearing
lựa
this,
chọn của
Tang
chị.
Haibin
Nghe
lowered his
đến đây,
gaze to his own
Đường Hải
bulging
Vân
belly
bèn cúi
with
mắt
a
xuống nhìn
melancholic
cái bụng bự của
expression,
mình,
saying,
vẻ mặt buồn bã đáp.
At this moment,
Lúc
Yehan's
này,
sister was
chị gái
still
của Diệp Hàn vẫn
enthusiastically
đang say
choosing new
sưa lựa quần
clothes.
áo mới.
After
Đường Hải
pondering for a
Vân nghĩ ngợi
while,
một lúc
Tang
lâu,
Haibin
sau
then
đó
raised
cậu
his
ta
eyes
đưa
to
mắt
glance
liếc
at
nhìn chị
Yehan's
gái của
sister
Diệp Hàn,
and
ấp
hesitantly
úng nói
continued,
tiếp.
About
Chuyện này,
this.
chưa kịp
Before he
nói
could
ra
finish
hết thì chị
speaking,
gái của
Yehan's
Diệp
sister
Hàn đã
had
thay xong
already
một bộ
changed
đồ
into
khác.
another
Cô
outfit,
vui vẻ bước
happily
ra.
stepping out.
Bên
On
này,
this side,
Diệp
both
Hàn và Đường
Yehan
Hải
and
Vân
Tang
cùng lúc đưa
Haibin
tay lên mà
simultaneously
sờ vào
placed their
bụng của
hands
mình.
on their own
Diệp Hàn
bellies.
liếc mắt nhìn Đường Hải
Yehan
Vân,
glanced at Tang
còn Đường Hải
Haibin,
Vân lúc
while
này lại
Tang
chăm chú
Haibin
nhìn
was
chị
now
gái của cậu
attentively
ta.
looking at
Đường Hải
Yehan's
Vân
sister.
ánh mắt si tình,
Tang
thờ thẫn
Haibin,
nói,
with a
bỏ
dreamy
đi,
look, said,
chị cậu
Forget
là
it,
một
your
đại mỹ
sister
nữ
is a
nếu như
great
kết
beauty.
đôi với tôi.
If she pairs up
Bản
with
thân
me,
tôi sẽ
I'll
cảm
feel like
thấy
a
giống bông
jasmine
hoa
flower
nhài cắm
planted
bãi
in a
phân châu.
buffalo dung field.
Nghe thấy vậy,
Hearing
Diệp Hàn
this,
bèn đưa
Yehan
tay
raised
lên
his
vỗ
hand
mạnh
and
vào
patted
vai của
Tang
Đường Hải
Haibin
Vân
on
mấy
the
cái
shoulder
mà
a
cười
few
đáp.
times.
Đừng ca,
Laughing in
anh lại
response,
không có tự
Tang,
tin
you
với
lack
bản thân mình
confidence in
thế.
yourself again.
Từ phía xa,
From a
Bạch Lạc
distance,
Phi
Bai
vô
Lu
tình nhìn
Yuan
thấy Diệp
casually
Hàn và
observed
Đường Hải
Yehan
Vân
and
đang
Tang
vui vẻ
Haibin
trò chuyện
happily
với nhau.
chatting.
Hắn ta
He
bèn
mocked,
chế giễu
saying,
nói,
What a
trùng hợp
coincidence,
quá,
Yehan,
Diệp
a
Hàn
poor
tên
guy
tiểu
like you
tử nghèo
dares to
như
come
ngươi
here for
cũng dám
shopping.
tới đây mua đồ.
Hearing this,
Nghe
Yehan
thấy
quickly
vậy,
turned his head
Diệp
to
Hàn
look.
bèn vội quay
He
đầu
saw
mà
Bai
nhìn
Lu
thì thấy
Yuan
Bạch
being
Lạc Phi
affectionate
đang
with a
trong tay
purple
tình
haired
tứ với
beauty.
một mỹ nữ tóc
Yehan
tím.
exclaimed in
Diệp Hàn
astonishment,
kinh ngạc
Bai
thốt
Lu
lên,
Yuan.
Bạch Lạc
Without
Phi.
hesitation,
Dứt lời,
Yehan
Diệp
marched
Hàn
straight
xông
toward
thẳng tới
Bai
Bạch
Lu
Lạc
Yuan,
Phi, tức
angrily
giận hét
shouting,
lớn,
Bai
Bạch
Lu
Lạc Phi,
Yuan, you dare
ngươi
to
còn
appear
dám
in
xuất
front of
hiện
me.
trước mặt ta.
Seeing
Thấy khẩu
Yehan's
khí của
aggressive
Diệp Hàn quá
attitude,
mạnh,
Bai Lu
Bạch Lạc
Yuan
Phi
and
và
his
cô bạn
companion
đứng
on the
bên
right
phải dè
side
chừng,
recoiled
vẻ
in
mặt đơ
fear,
cứng
their
sợ hãi
faces
toát
frozen
lên.
in terror.
Thấy vậy, Bạch
Witnessing
Lạc
this,
Phi bèn sợ
Bai Lu
hãi vội
Yuan,
nấp sau lưng người
frightened,
con
quickly
gái
hid
đó.
behind the
Sau
girl.
đó hắn ta
Then he
liếc mắt
glanced
nhìn
at
và
the
chỉ tay
patrolling
về
police,
hướng cảnh
and
sát
pointed
tuần
with
tra
an
mà ấp
awkward
úng
smile,
nói, cửa
saying
tiệm
this
này
shop
luôn
is
có cảnh
always
sát tuần
patrolled by
tra,
the police.
ngươi dám động
If you
thủ
dare
thử
to make
xem.
a move here.
Nghe thấy
Hearing
vậy,
that, Yean
Diệp
thought
Hàn
to
thầm nghĩ,
himself, if
nếu
there are
như cảnh
police
sát
here,
ở
I
đây
can't take
thì không thể
action.
động thủ. Hiểu
Understanding
được suy nghĩ
Yehan's
của Diệp
thoughts,
Hàn,
Tang
Đường Hải
Haibin
Bân bèn đi
approached him and
tới,
whispered,
cậu ta nói
how about
nhỏ,
I find
hay
someone
là
to
tôi
chase
tìm
them
người đuổi
away?
họ đi.
As soon as
Vừa
he
dứt
finished
lời,
speaking,
Diệp
Yehan
Hàn bèn
quickly
vội cười
smiled and
đáp,
replied,
không cần
no
đâu,
need,
Đường
Tang.
ca, tôi
Let
xem
me
thử
see
hắn
what
rốt
he
cuộc
really
muốn
wants
làm
to
gì.
do.
Bạch
Bai
Lạc
Lu
Phi thấy
Yuan,
Diệp
seeing
Hàn
that
không
Yehan
dám động thủ,
hesitated to
hắn
take
ta được đã
action,
lấn
took
tới,
advantage
vội
of the
chạy đến chỉ
situation
thẳng
and
vào mặt
boldly
Diệp Hàn mà
approached.
nói,
He
tránh
hurriedly
ra,
ran
ta
straight to
tới đây là
Yehan's
để mua
face
quần
and said,
áo,
step
lẽ
aside,
nào
I'm
ngươi
here to
muốn
buy
cản trở việc
clothes.
buôn bán của
Are you
tiệm người
trying
ta
to
sao?
interfere with the shop's
Nghe thấy
business?
vậy, Diệp
Hearing
Hàn lạnh
this,
lùng đáp,
Yehan coldly
ta cũng tới
replied,
đây mua
I'm
đồ,
here to shop
ngươi
too.
muốn vào trong
If you
thì
want to
vòng
go
qua
in,
bên
go
cạnh đi.
around to the side.
Vừa dứt lời,
As soon
Bạch
as he
Lạc Phi
finished
và cô
speaking,
gái tóc
Bai Lu
tím bèn
Yuan
lập
and
tức
the
bật
purple
cười
haired
lớn,
girl
hắn
burst
ta
into
chế giễu
laughter.
nói, Tên nghèo
Mocking, he
hèn như
said,
người cũng có
"A
thể
poor
tới
guy
đây
like you
mua
can
quần
also
áo
come
sao?
here to buy
Đừng làm
clothes.
ta chết cười."
Don't make me
Cô gái
laugh."
đứng bên cạnh bèn tiếp
The girl
lời.
standing
Bạch
beside
Thư
them
nói đúng
added,
đấy.
Bai
Trong
Yuan
dáng
is
vẻ
right,
hắn như
looking
vậy
like
e là
that.
ngay cả
Even a
một
pair
cái
of
quần xịp ở
underwear there
đời
he
hắn
can't
cũng mua
afford.
không nổi.
Hearing
Nghe
this,
thấy
Tang
vậy,
Hai
Đường
Bin
Hải
and He
Bân và
Han
Diệp
showed
Hàn tỏ vẻ
disdain
khinh
and
bỉ
looked
mà
at the
liếc nhìn
Bai
cặp
Lu
đôi nam
Yuan
nữ
couple
Bạch
with
Lạc Phi kia.
contempt.
Diệp
He
Hàn
Han
thầm mắng,
muttered,
thằng
"Fool."
ngốc. Đường Hải
Tang
Bân
Hai
thầm
Bin
nói rằng,
whispered,
hiểu
"Lack
biết
of
kém."
understanding.
Lúc này,
At this
chị gái
moment,
của
Ye
Diệp
Han's
Hàn đã
sister
thử
had
xong
finished
quần
trying
áo.
on
Cô
clothes.
bước ra từ trong
She
tấm
stepped
rèm
out from
cửa,
behind the
nhẹ
curtain
nhàng
and
nói,
gently said,
Tiểu Hàn
Ye
chị chọn
Han,
xong
I've
rồi.
made my
Em
choices.
xem chị
Do
xinh
I
không
look
này?
pretty?
Chị gái
Ye
của Diệp
Han's
Hàn
sister
bước ra với
emerged with
hai
both
tay là
hands
đầy
full of
ắp túi
shopping
đồ,
bags,
lộng lẫy với
radiantly
chiếc váy
adorned
màu
in a
vàng
bright
tươi.
yellow dress.
Thấy vậy,
Seeing this,
không
not
chỉ
only
Đường Hải
Tang
Bân,
Hai Bin and
Diệp
Ye
Hàn mà
Han,
ngay cả
but
Bạch Lạc
even
Phi
Bai Lu
cũng bị
Yuan
đắm
was
say bởi nhan
captivated
sắc
by
này.
this beauty.
Bọn họ cảm
They
thán,
exclaimed,
đẹp,
"Beautiful,
đẹp lắm.
very
Chỉ
beautiful."
còn mỗi cô
The
gái
only
tóc
one
tím
not
đang hờn dỗi
enchanted was
tỏ
the
vẻ ganh
purple-haired
tị.
girl, who
Thấy vậy,
appeared
cô
resentful.
gái tóc tím bèn đi
Observing
tới
this,
khoác
the
tay Bạch Lạc
purple-haired
Phi
girl
mà
approached
nói,
Bai Lu
Bạch thiếu,
Yuan,
nữ
linked
nhân đó
arms
có
with
gì
him,
hay
and
mà
said,
xem,
"Bai
em
Yuan,
còn
why
đẹp
are you
hơn
looking
cô
at
ta
her?
vạn lần."
I'm a
Nghe
thousand
thấy
times
vậy,
more beautiful
Bạch
than
Lạc
her."
Phi bèn đưa tay
Hearing
lên
this,
gãi đầu.
Bai Lu
Hắn
Yuan
ta cười
scratched
trừ
his
rồi
head,
miễn cưỡng
chuckled,
đáp,
and reluctantly
em đẹp,
replied,
em
"Yeah,
đẹp.
you're
Sau
beautiful,
đó,
very
Bạch Lạc
beautiful."
Phi dùng cặp
Then
mắt
Bai Lu
hung tợn
Yuan
của mình
cast
nhìn
his
chị
menacing
em nhà
eyes
Diệp
towards
Hàn.
Ye Han's
Hắn ta
family,
tức giận mắng,
angrily cursing,
tên quỷ
"This
nghèo
poor
này
devil
có diễm
has
phú
quite
không
the
nhỏ.
luck.
Đợi đó
Just
đi,
wait, not
không
long
bao
from
lâu
now,
nữa thì
she'll be
cô ta
mine."
sẽ là của bồ
After
thiếu.
carefully selecting
Sau một thời
items,
gian chọn
Ye
kỹ
Han
lưỡng,
promptly pulled
Diệp
out his
Hàn
black
bèn lập
power
tức lôi
card.
ra thẻ
He
đen quyền lực.
confidently
Cậu
declared,
dõng dạc nói,
"Cashier."
nhân viên,
Hearing
thanh
this,
toán.
the store clerk
Nghe thấy
immediately
vậy,
approached
nhân
with the
viên cửa
card
hàng
reader,
lập tức cầm máy
welcomingly
quẹt thẻ
saying,
đến,
"All
vẻ
set,
mặt chào đón
sir.
nói,
The
được,
total is
của ngày hết tổng cộng
254,321
tệ. Đứng bên
Standing
cạnh nghe
nearby
lỏm được,
eavesdropping,
Bạch Lạc
Bai
Phi
Lu
đưa tay
Yuan
lên
raised
ngoáy
his
mũi
hand
mà
to
chế
mockingly
giễu,
scratch his
đã nghèo
nose,
còn tỏ
saying, "Being
lát nữa
poor
xem
and
ngươi
still
làm sao
acting
thanh
high
toán."
and mighty.
Nghe thấy
Let's
vậy,
see how
cô
you'll
gái
pay in a
tóc tím
moment."
ghen ăn tức
Hearing
ở.
that, the
Cô ta tức
purple-haired
giận
girl,
châm chọc
jealous and
không có
frustrated,
tiền thì
added,
đừng có
"If
giả
you don't
bộ.
have money,
Vừa dứt
don't
lời,
pretend."
máy quẹt thẻ
Just
đã
as she
kêu
finished
lên
speaking,
một
the
tiếng,
card reader
tinh,
beeped,
trả tiền
signaling
thành
payment
công.
successful.
Thấy vậy,
Seeing that, Bai
Bạch Lạc
Lu
Phi và
Yuan
người
and his
tình của hắn
companion
ta
couldn't
không
help
khỏi
but be
ngạc nhiên.
surprised.
Bạch Lạc Phi
Bai
há
Lu
hốc
Yuan
mồm mà
opened
thốt
his
lên,
mouth in
thực sự trả
astonishment and
tiền thành công.
exclaimed, "Payment
Cô gái tóc
successful
tím vội
indeed."
tiếp lời,
The
tiểu tử này
purple-haired
không
girl
phải quỷ
quickly
nghèo
added,
sao,
"Is this
lấy
guy
đâu
not
ra
a poor
nhiều tiền
devil?
như vậy.
Where did he
Thanh
get
toán
so
xong
much
xuôi,
money?"
chị gái của
With the
Diệp
payment
Hàn vui vẻ
completed,
khoác
Ye
tay em
Han's
trai
sister
mà cười
cheerfully
nói,
linked arms
"Tiểu
with her
Hàn,
brother and
chúng
said,
ta đi thôi."
"Ye Han,
Chợt
let's
bỗng,
go."
Diệp Hàn thấy
Suddenly,
thiếu
Ye
thứ
Han
gì
felt like
đó.
he was
Cậu
missing
bèn
something.
nói, đúng
He
rồi,
said, "That's
còn
right,
chưa
I
mua dây
haven't bought
chuyền.
the necklace yet."
Nghe thấy vậy,
Hearing this,
cô
the
gái tóc tím
purple-haired
nhanh
girl
mắt
quickly
nhìn qua
looked
một lượt,
around,
rồi
then
lập tức chỉ
immediately
tay về
pointed
phía
towards the
chiếc dây
necklace
chuyền
lying
nằm
over
trên kia.
there.
Cô
She
ta nhõng
gently
nhẽo
said,
nói,
"Bai
Bạch
Yuan,
thiếu,
I want that
em muốn sợi
necklace.
dây chuyền
Buy it
đó,
for me,
mua
please."
cho em nha, mua cho
Unable to
em đi
resist
mà.
the charm of the
Bạch Lạc
beautiful
Phi không
girl,
thể kìm
Bai
lòng
Lu
trước gái
Yuan
xinh,
immediately
hắn
waved
ta
his
lập
hand
tức búng
and
tay một
replied,
cái rồi
"Sure,
đáp,
I'll buy
được,
it."
mua.
Hearing
Nghe
this, the
thấy vậy,
purple-haired girl
cô gái tóc
joyfully
tím
jumped
sung
up,
sướng nhảy
flattering
lên mà
him.
nịnh bợ tiếp,
"Bai Yuan,
Bạch
you're
thiếu
the
anh là
best.
nhất,
I
người ta
love you
yêu
to
anh
death."
chết đi được.
Feeling adored
Thấy
like a
được tung hô
deity,
như vị
Bai
thần,
Lu Yuan
Bạch Lạc Phi
arrogantly
kiêu
ran his
ngạo
hand
dùng
through
tay
his
vuốt
hair,
tóc hất ngược lên,
displaying a
tỏ vẻ
majestic
oai phong
demeanor,
rồi
and
nói tiếp,
continued,
mua
"Buying
vài
a
bộ
few
quần
sets of
áo thì
clothes
có
is
tính là
nothing.
gì. Người
Someone
như
like
anh,
me,
dù
even if
là
it's a
dây chuyền
diamond
kim cương
necklace,
chỉ
I'll
cần
buy
thích
it
thì
just
mua tặng.
because I like
Lúc
it."
này,
At
Diệp
this
Hàn đang
moment,
chăm
Ye
chú
Han
nhìn
was
vào sợi
attentively
dây chuyền
looking
mà
at the
người tình
necklace,
của Bạch
which
Lạc
had
Phi
caught the
đang
eye of
ngắm
Bai
trúng.
Lu Yuan's
Cậu cảm thán
companion.
rằng,
He
sợi dây
exclaimed,
chuyền này
"This
hình như
necklace
cũng được
seems to be
đó.
quite
Nhân
special."
viên cửa
Hearing
hàng
Bai
nghe
Lu
thấy
Yuan
Bạch Lạc Phi
finalize the
chốt sợi
purchase
dây
of the
chuyền đó,
necklace, the
cậu ta
store
bèn đi
clerk
lên cười
approached
thỏa
with a
thích
cheerful
nói,
smile
"Chào
and
ngài,
said,
Dây chuyền
"Greetings,
kim
sir.
cương này được bán
This
với giá
diamond necklace is
150 vạn
priced
tệ.
at 1.5
Cảm ơn ngài đã
million
chiếu cố cửa
TWD.
tiệm. Bạch
Thank you
Lạc
for
Phi nghe
favoring
thấy
our
vậy,
store."
hắn ta bình thản
Upon
đáp,
hearing this,
mới có
Ban Lu
150
Yuan
vạn.
calmly responded,
Bạch Lạc Phi bỗng chốc định
"Just
thần lại,
1.5
hắn ta kinh
million."
ngạc hét lớn,
Suddenly,
ngươi nói
Bai Lu
gì?
Yuan
Sợi dây
rethought
chuyền
and explained
150
in
vạn.
shock.
Thấy
"What
Bạch
did you
Lạc Phi
say?
có
The
vẻ tiếc
necklace
tiền,
is
cô gái
1.5
tóc tím bèn
million."
tỏ vẻ đáng yêu
Seeing
mà
Bai
nói
Lu
tiếp,
Yuan
hôn đi,
hesitating, the
mau thanh toán
purple-haired
đi.
girl
Lúc
playfully
này,
continued,
trong đầu Bạch Lạc Phi
"Honey,
thầm nghĩ
quickly
rằng,
make the
mới
payment."
đi chơi được
At
một
this
buổi
moment,
mà đã
Bai
muốn
Lu
mình tiêu
Yuan
nhiều
silently
tiền như vậy,
thought,
coi
"Just
mình là
went
thằng
out for
ngốc
a
sao?
day, and
Nghĩ
already
xong,
wants me to
Bạch
spend
Lạc
so
Phi bèn
much.
chỉ tay vào
Does
con
she
búp
think
bê
I'm a
bên cạnh.
fool?"
Rồi hắn
After
ta đưa tay lên
contemplating,
ho
Bai
khụ
Lu
vài tiếng
Yuan
mà nói
pointed
tiếp,
at the doll
em yêu
next to
kỳ
him,
thực anh cảm
then
thấy cái
gestured
này
towards
hợp
his
với em
throat,
hơn.
saying,
Nghe
"My
thấy
dear,
vậy,
actually,
Diệp
I
Hàn bèn
think
quay
this
đầu
suits
mà
you
nhìn
better."
theo. Lúc
Hearing
này
this,
bỗng chốc
Yean
con búp
turned to
bê
look.
cất tiếng lên mà
Suddenly, the
nói,
doll spoke up,
ba la,
saying,
tiểu ma tiên,
"Abracadabra,
biến ngươi thành
turn
heo.
you into a
Thấy
piggy."
vậy, tất cả mọi người ở
Witnessing
trong
this,
cửa tiệm đều
everyone
phải
in the
ngơ ngác
store
bật
was
ngửa
left
trước hành động
stunned
của
and
búp bê này.
astonished. In
Lúc này,
response to the
người tình
doll's
của Bạch
action,
Lạc Phi
Bai
như
Lu
nổi điên
Yuan's
lên.
companion,
Cô ta tức
seemingly
giận hét lớn,
infuriated,
anh coi
shouted
lão nương
angrily,
là đứa
"Do
trẻ
you
3
take me
tuổi
for a
à? Em
3-year-old
không biết.
child?"
Em
I
muốn
don't
sợi
care.
dây
I
chuyền
want
kim
that
cương đó.
diamond necklace.
Nhân viên
The
cửa
store
hàng
clerk
không thể
couldn't
bỏ
pass
qua
up
cơ
this
hội ngàn
once in
năm
a
có một
lifetime
này. Cậu
opportunity.
ta bèn đưa
He
máy
brought
thanh
the
toán đến
payment
trước mặt
machine
Bạch
in
Lạc
front
Phi
of
mà
Bai
nói,
Lu Yuan
tiên
and
sinh,
said,
ngài
Sir,
muốn
you
vừa
just
mới nói
mentioned
muốn
wanting
mua
to
mà.
buy it.
Bị dồn ép
Forced
đến
into
đường
a
cùng,
corner,
Bạch
Bai
Lạc
Lu
Phi tức
Yuan
giận gào
angrily
lớn,
shouted,
hạng người
A
hám của
gold
như
digger
cô mà
like
cũng
you
xứng để tôi
dare to
mua sợi dây
suggest I
chuyền
buy a
150
necklace for
vạn sao.
1.5
Nằm mơ
million?
đi. Thấy
Dream
vậy,
on.
người tình của hắn
Seeing
ta sợ
this, his
hãi bật
companion
ngửa,
looked
còn nhân viên
horrified,
cửa
and the
hàng chỉ
store
biết
clerk
lặng
could
im đứng
only
nhìn.
stand silently.
Diệp Hàn thấy quá chướng
Yean,
mắt,
feeling
bèn
fed
dùng
up,
một chân mà
used
đạp
one
thật
foot
mạnh
to
vào
kick
Bạch Lạc
Bai
Phi
Lu
và cô
Yuan
tình
and
nhân
his
của hắn,
companion
khiến
hard,
hai người bọn
causing
họ
them
ngã
to
lăn
fall
ra
to the
đất đau
ground
đớn.
in pain.
Diệp Hàn hùng hồn
Yean
nói,
sternly
cút
said,
hết cho tôi.
Get out of here.
Sau đó,
After
Diệp Hàn
that,
lập tức lấy
Yean
ra thẻ
immediately
đen
took
đưa
out
cho
his
nhân viên
black
cửa
card
hàng mà
and
nói,
handed it
sợi
to the
dây
store
chuyền này
clerk,
tôi mua.
saying, I'll
Nghe
buy
thấy
this
vậy,
necklace.
nhân viên cửa hàng
Hearing
vui
this,
vẻ,
the store
trong
clerk
lòng thầm
happily
nói,
thought,
xoái
He's
quá đi.
quite handsome.
Thấy vậy, Bạch
Seeing
Lạc
this,
Phi hoảng
Bai
hốt
Lu
trước sự
Yuan,
chịu chi
shocked
của
by
Diệp Hàn,
Yehan's
hắn ta
resolute
há hốc
action,
mồm
muttered,
thầm nói,
Why
tiểu
did
tử
this
này
guy
tại sao
suddenly
lại
become
trở
so
nên giàu có
wealthy?
như vậy?
The
Cô gái tóc
purple-haired
tím đưa
girl
mắt quan
observed
sát,
Yehan
cô
and
thầm
thought,
nghĩ, tiểu tử
Despite
này
his
thế mà
wealth,
lại
this
phóng
guy is
khoáng
so
như vậy,
carefree.
so với hạng đàn ông bên
Compared to
cạnh
the
mình
men
thì tốt
around me,
hơn nhiều.
he's much better.
Không nhiều lời,
Without
Diệp Hàn
much
lập tức
ado,
lấy sợi dây
Yehan
chuyền kim
directly
cương trực
placed the
tiếp đeo
diamond
lên cổ
necklace
của chị
around his
gái.
sister's
Cậu
neck,
mỉm cười mà
smiling
nói,
and saying,
mau đeo lên đi.
Quick, put it on.
Chị gái của
Seeing
Diệp
that,
Hàn thấy
Yehan's
vậy,
sister
cô
joyfully
sung sướng đáp,
responded,
tiểu Hàn,
Yehan, this
em
is
như
too
này cũng quá
extravagant
lãng
for
phí
me.
rồi. Nghe
Hearing
thấy
this,
vậy,
Yehan
Diệp Hàn
quickly
vội tiếp
added,
lời,
Sis,
chị,
this necklace
sợi dây
suits you
chuyền này
very
rất
well.
hợp với chị.
Bai Lu
Bạch Lạc
Yuan,
Phi đứng
standing
bên nhìn
nearby,
thấy chị em
observed the
Diệp Hàn hạnh
happiness
phúc
and
cười
playful
đùa với nhau.
interaction between
Hắn ta tức
Yehan's
giận
sister
nói,
and him.
đáng ghét, tạm
Angrily,
thời
he
cho người
said,
lên mặt,
Disgusting
nhưng chúng ta còn
temporarily
chưa
lifts
xong
your
đâu.
spirits, but
Chúng
we're
ta
not
đi,
done yet.
dứt lời.
Let's
Bạch Lạc
go.
Phi lập tức
Finishing
dẫn
his
theo cô
words,
tình nhân
Bai
rời
Lu
khỏi
Yuan
cửa hàng.
immediately led his
Nghe thấy vậy,
companion out of
cô
the
gái tóc
store.
tím tức giận
Hearing
vội
that,
chạy đến
the
đá một cái
purple-haired
thật
girl
đau điếng
angrily
vào ổ
rushed
quế của
over,
Bạch Lạc Phi.
delivering a painful
Cô ta
kick to
tức giận
Bai Lu
nói,
Yuan's
cút đi
sensitive
đồ keo
area.
kiệt, còn giả
Fuming,
vờ
she
là
said,
người giàu
Get
có với lão
lost,
nương,
stingy
mau
jerk.
cút về ăn
Stop
cướp đi.
pretending to be rich
Nói
with
xong,
me. Go
cô
away
gái tóc tím
quickly.
bèn chạy
After
đến bên
speaking,
cạnh
the
Diệp Hàn,
purple-haired girl
ôm chầm
ran to
lấy cậu mà
Yehan's
nhẹ nhàng
side,
nói,
embraced
soái
him
ca,
gently, and
chỉ
said,
cần tặng
As
em
long
một
as the
sợi dây
handsome
chuyền
guy
kim
gives me a
cương,
diamond
anh tối
necklace,
nay muốn
whatever
thế
he
nào
wants
cũng được
tonight
hết.
is fine with
Thấy
me.
em trai mình đang bị
Seeing
câu
his little
dẫn,
brother being
chị gái của
seduced,
Diệp Hàn lập
Yehan's
tức xông
sister
đến đánh cho
immediately
ả ta
rushed
một
forward to
cái.
give her a
Cô tức
smack.
giận quát lớn,
Angered,
nữ
she
nhân xấu
shouted,
xa dám
This
câu
vile
dẫn em
woman
trai
dares
tôi.
to seduce my
Chết
little
đi,
brother.
Đường
Go to
Hải Vân
hell.
đứng bên cạnh quan
Tang
sát,
Haibin
cậu
stood
ta há hốc
nearby,
mồm kinh ngạc
observing
không
with
ngừng cảm
wide-eyed
thán.
amazement,
Quả nhiên
constantly
không hổ là chị
marveling.
gái của Diệp
Indeed, she
Hàn.
is
Sức
Yehan's
mạnh chiến
sister,
đấu cũng
and
mạnh
her
như vậy.
combat strength
Diệp
is
Hàn cũng
impressive.
không kém.
Yehan was
Cậu
not
cũng
to
tỏ
be
ra ngạc
outdone.
nhiên trước
He
sức
also
mạnh của
showed
chị gái
surprise at
mình.
his sister's
Xử lý
strength.
xong xuôi,
With
chị
everything
gái của
settled,
Diệp Hàn
Yehan's
bèn quay
sister
đầu
turned to
nhìn
look
Đường
at
Hải
Tang
Vân và Diệp
Haibin
Hàn mà cười
and
nói,
Yehan,
xong rồi,
smiling, and
quần
said,
áo
It's
cũng mua
done.
xong rồi,
We
chúng ta
finished
về nhà
shopping.
thôi.
Let's go home.
Chuyển cảnh,
Transitioning to
tại
the
khu vực
scene where
mà Diệp
Yehan
Hàn
and
cùng
his
với
sister
chị gái
live.
đang sinh sống.
Yehan sits on the
Diệp
bed,
Hàn mệt mỏi
tired
ngồi
and
trên giường đăm
contemplative,
chiêu suy
thinking,
nghĩ, từ
having
chỗ
learned
của
some
Triệu
martial
Hoành Thiên
arts
học
from
được
Zhao
một số công
Haotian
phu,
and
đã
agreed
đồng
to help
ý
him
chuyển
with his
giúp
leg
hắn chữa
condition.
trị chân thì
It's
cũng
time
nên
to
sớm tiến
proceed.
hành thôi.
Yehan
Sau đó,
immediately
Diệp
uses the
Hàn lập
Gleekyu
tức sử
medical
dụng thủy
classic.
cốc y kinh.
Suddenly,
Bỗng chốc
Yehan's
đôi mắt
eyes
của
light
Diệp
up.
Hàn tỏa sáng.
In front of him is
Hiện
a
ra
person
trước mặt của
replicating
Diệp
the
Hàn là
martial
một
arts
người
he
đang
has
tái hiện
learned.
lại công phu mà
Yehan
Diệp Hàn đã
silently
học
says,
lại được. Diệp
Upper
Hàn
Gate
thầm
9
nói,
needles,
thượng
based
môn
on the
cửu trầm,
location of
dựa trên
acupoints to
vị trí
treat
đan
current
điền để chữa
diseases.
trị các chứng bệnh nan
Lower
y.
Gate 3
Hạ môn
needles treat
tam châm
current
chữa các
diseases
chứng
at
nan
the
y
lower
ở vị trí đan
acupoint.
điền dưới, châm
Acupuncture
cứu
until
đến
the
khi hết
illness
bệnh.
is gone.
Sau thời gian ngồi
After
nghiên
a
cứu,
period of
cuối
research,
cùng Diệp
Yehan
Hàn
has
cũng đã
finally
có
been
thể
able to
thông não những công
comprehend
phu
these
tuyệt kỹ đó.
extraordinary skills.
Diệp Hàn nắm chặt
Clenching
tay
his
lại,
fist, his
vẻ
face
mặt
shows
quyết tâm.
determination.
Cậu thầm
He
nghĩ,
thinks,
học xong tổ
after
hợp hai
mastering
y
these
thuật
two
này,
medical
chấn thương
techniques,
trên chân của
Zhao
Triệu Hoành Thiên
Haotian's
có
leg
thể
injury
trị
can
khỏi
be
rồi.
cured.
Nghĩ xong,
Having Having finished his
Diệp Hàn lập
thoughts,
tức nhắm mắt
Yean
lại.
immediately
Sau
closes
đó
his
ngồi
eyes.
điềm tĩnh trên
He
giường
sits
để có
calmly on
thể
the
lĩnh
bed
ngộ
to
nhiều
deepen
hơn
his
một chút.
understanding.
Lúc này
At
chị
this
gái của
moment,
Diệp Hàn
Yean's
đứng bên
sister
ngoài từ
stands
từ mở cửa
outside,
ngó nhìn Diệp
slowly
Hàn.
opening the door to
Chị
peek
gái
at
của
him.
Diệp
She
Hàn đứng
stands
ở
there,
bên ngoài
staring
phòng
at
chằm chằm
Yean
nhìn
with a
Diệp
worried
Hàn, vẻ
expression.
mặt lo lắng thầm
Silently,
nói,
she
bố
thinks,
bảo mình
Dad
đợi
told
tới
me to
lúc đệ
wait
đệ
until
trưởng
my
thành
little
rồi sẽ
brother
gả
grows
cho
up,
hắn,
then
làm vợ
marry
của
him,
hắn.
become his wife.
Chị gái của
I,
Diệp Hàn nghẹn ngào
Yean's
không
sister
nói lên
chokes
lời.
up and
Cô
doesn't
nhớ
finish
lại
her
trước lúc
sentence.
bố cô lâm chung,
She recalls
bố
the
Diệp
time
Hàn
before
có
their
dặn
father
dò,
fell
Tiểu
seriously
Khinh,
ill when
kỳ
he
thực con
instructed
không
her,
phải chị ruột của Tiểu
Yean,
Hàn.
actually,
Nhưng
you're
bố
not
hy vọng
Yehan's
con có thể
biological
hứa với bố
sister,
nhất định
but I
phải
hope
chăm
you can
sóc Tiểu
promise me
Hàn
to
thật
take
tốt.
good care
Lúc
of
đó,
Yehan.
chị gái của
At that
Diệp Hàn
moment,
nghe thấy vậy,
Yehan's sister
cô lập tức
immediately
vâng lời
agreed,
đáp,
Dad,
bố yên tâm
rest
con nhất
assured,
định
I
sẽ
will
làm được.
definitely do it.
Quay trở
Returning
lại
to
thực tại,
reality,
chị gái
Yehan's
của
sister
Diệp Hàn
looks at
vẻ
him
mặt
with a
buồn
sad
rầu nhìn Diệp
expression.
Hàn.
She
Cô thầm
continues
nghĩ
to
tiếp,
think to
mà
herself,
bây giờ,
now Yean
Tiểu
has
Hàn
truly
đã thực
become
sự
a
trở thành một
capable
nam
and
tử Hán
determined
đầu
man.
đội trời chân đạp
It
đất
seems
rồi.
it's time for me
Xem
to
ra mình
fulfill
cũng
my
tới lúc thực
promise.
hiện lời hứa
The
rồi.
next day,
Ngày hôm
Yean,
sau,
stretching his
Diệp
tired
Hàn mệt
body,
mỏi vươn
yawns
vai
and
thật
steps
dài,
out of his
ngáp ngủ
bedroom.
bước ra từ
He
phòng ngủ.
joyfully
Diệp
exclaims,
Hàn vui sướng mà
"After a
nói,
night of
trải qua
enlightenment,
lĩnh
I
ngộ cả
finally
một
mastered
tối,
the
mình
techniques of
cuối cùng
upper
cũng
gate
triệt
9
để nắm
needles
chắc cách
and
dùng
lower
thượng
gate
môn
3
cửu chân
needles
và hạ
in the
môn tam
Guigyu
chân
medical
trong tử cấp
classic."
y kinh rồi.
On the
Bên
other
này,
side,
chị gái
Yehan's
của Diệp
sister,
Hàn mất
having
cả
spent
đêm,
a
cô
sleepless
mệt
night,
mỏi,
tiredly
dùng tay
rubs
dụi
her
vào
face
mặt
and
mà
tells
nói với Diệp
Yehan,
Hàn rằng,
"I
đã
said we
nói
have to
phải
keep
thực
our
hiện lời hứa
promise,
nhưng
but
phải
how
làm
do
thế
we go
nào đây?
about it?"
Diệp Hàn đứng
Yehan,
bên nghe thấy
standing
vậy
nearby,
bèn đưa mắt nhìn
hears
theo.
this and waves with a
Sau
cheerful
đó,
smile,
Diệp Hàn đưa
saying,
tay lên
"Sis."
vẫy mà cười tươi
Hearing
chào.
this, Yehan's sister
Chị
startles,
gái
then
của Diệp
turns to
Hàn nghe
look.
thấy vậy, cô
Reflexively,
giật mình
feeling
bèn quay đầu
embarrassed,
lại
she
liếc nhìn.
quickly runs into
Sau
her
đó,
room and
theo phản
forcefully
xạ,
closes the
chị gái
door,
của Diệp Hàn
leaving
xấu hổ
Yehan
liền lập tức
standing
chạy vào
outside
phòng và
puzzled.
đóng cửa thật
He
mạnh,
looks at his
khiến Diệp
sister's
Hàn đứng
closed
ở
door
ngoài
and
ngơ ngác
wonders,
không hiểu chuyện
what's
gì.
going on?
Diệp Hàn
Why
nhìn
is
vào
she
phòng của
acting
chị
so
gái mà tự
scared?
hỏi rằng, chuyện
Without
gì vậy?
dwelling on it for
Mình
too
đang sợ
long,
như vậy
Yehan
sao?
immediately
Không
turns
thể nghĩ
away,
lâu hơn,
saying,
Diệp
"Never
Hàn lập
mind.
tức quay người rời
I
đi.
still need to
Cậu
help
nói,
Xiao Hao
bỏ
Tian
đi,
recover
mình
from
còn
his
phải
leg
giúp Triệu
injury."
Hoành Thiên trị khỏi
At
chân.
this moment,
Lúc
from
này,
inside the
từ bên
room,
trong phòng,
Yehan's
chị gái
sister
của Diệp
slowly
Hàn từ
opens
từ
the
mở cửa
door.
ra.
She
Cô
looks
đưa
at
mắt
Yehan
trìu mến nhìn
affectionately
Diệp
and
Hàn mà
whispers
thầm
to
nói,
herself,
Tiểu Hàn,
"Yehan,
đừng trách
don't
chị.
blame your sister."
Chuyển cảnh,
Transitioning to
trong nhà
Xiao
Triệu
Hao
Hoành,
Tian's home,
Diệp Hàn đi đến
Yehan
gần trước mặt
approaches
Triệu
Xiao Hao
Hoành.
Tian,
Cậu ta
who is
đang vật
struggling
vã
in
khổ
his
sở ngồi
wheelchair.
trên xe lăn.
Yehan, with a
Diệp
sharp
Hàn
gaze,
ánh mắt
quickly
sắc bén
asks,
vội hỏi,
"Are you
chuẩn
ready?"
bị xong chưa?
Without
Dứt lời
hesitation,
Triệu
Xiao
Hoành lập
Hao
tức trả
Tian
lời,
promptly
chuẩn
replies,
bị
"I'm
xong
ready."
rồi. Không
Without
đợi
further
lâu,
delay,
Diệp Hàn
Yehan
lập tức
immediately
lấy
takes
ra 3
out 3
kim châm.
acupuncture
Cậu
needles.
hét lớn
He
nói,
exclaims
vậy tôi
loudly,
không
"I
khách
won't
khí
be
nữa.
polite then.
Tiếp
Let's
kim châm.
continue with the
Bên này,
acupuncture."
Triệu Hoành
On
Thiên
this
vẻ mặt
side,
kiên định,
Xiao Hao
cậu
Tian,
ta
with a
gào lớn
determined
đáp, cứ
expression,
tới đi.
shouts, "Go
Bỗng
ahead."
chốc, một tiếng phập
Suddenly,
vang
a
lên,
loud snap is
chỉ thấy
heard.
2 kim
It turns
châm đã
out that the
xuyên
2
qua một
needles
chiếc
have
đùi
pierced
gà.
through a chicken thigh.
Hóa ra là
As
Diệp Hàn
Yehan
đưa
takes
Triệu Hoành
Xiao
Thiên
Hao
di
Tian
ăn
to
bên
eat
vỉa
by the
hè.
sidewalk,
Hành động
their
lố bịch của
eccentric
hai người
actions
khiến
leave
cho
Dudu
Du Du đứng
standing
bên
beside
cạnh
them
cũng phải cạn
speechless.
lời. Bên này,
Meanwhile,
Diệp
Yehan
Hàn
and
và
Xiao
Triệu
Hao
Hoành Thiên
Tian
vẫn
are
đang
still
say sưa
enjoying their
ăn
meal.
uống. Diệp Hàn
Yehan
vui vẻ
happily
nói,
says,
lấy
"Give me
tôi
2
2 miếng
pieces
đùi
of chicken
gà.
thigh."
Dứt lời,
Without
Triệu Hoành
hesitation,
Thiên bèn
Xiao
đáp,
Hao Tian
thơm quá cho
responds,
thêm chút
"It
thì
smells
lạc
so
vào đi.
good. Add a bit
Thấy vậy,
more."
Du Du đứng
Observing
bên
this,
vẻ mặt khó
Dudu,
hiểu thầm
standing
nói,
nearby with a
rõ bảo
puzzled
là tới
expression,
đây chữa trị
mutters to
chân cho
herself,
anh mình.
"Supposed
Nhưng
to
giờ
come here
không
for
những chưa
treating my
chữa,
brother's
còn
leg,
ở đây
but not
ăn
only
đùi gà
haven't they
quay."
treated it, they
Thấy
are
quá
eating
trướng mắt,
roasted chicken
Du
thighs
Du lập
here.
tức xông đến bên cạnh
Frustrated,
Diệp Hàn và
Dudu
Triệu Hoành
immediately
Thiên.
rushes over to
Du Du
Yehan
tức
and
giận lập
Xiao
tức
Hao
cho mỗi
Tian.
người một cú
In
đấm rồi
anger,
dứt
she
khoát lấy
delivers
đi
a
chiếc
punch to
bếp
each
nướng
of
thịt
them
của
and
hai người.
decisively takes
Diệp
away
Hàn
their
thấy vậy
barbecue
vẻ mặt
grill.
vô tội thầm
Seeing
nói,
this,
còn
Yehan
không phải
innocently
là vì
looks
lo
and
anh trai
silently
cô
says,
căng thẳng,
"Isn't it
nên
just to
mới
ease
xoa
her
dịu bầu
brother's
không khí
tension
trước
that she
sao.
did this?"
Bên này,
On the
Triệu
other
Hoành
side,
Thiên uất
Xiao
ức
Hao
khóc mà
Tian,
thầm nói,
disgruntled and
anh chỉ
tearful,
muốn ăn một
whispers, "I
xiên
just
nướng
wanted
thôi
to
mà.
eat a skewer."
Triệu
Xiao
Hoành
Hao
Thiên vẻ
Tian
mặt ủ
appears
rũ nói,
dejected as he
Diệp
says,
lão đệ, hôm
"Yehan,
nay
coming
cậu
here
tới đây
today to
tìm
find
tôi
me.
không phải
It's
chỉ
not
đơn
just
giản là
about
muốn
wanting to
ăn
eat
nướng thôi
barbecue,
phải không?
right?
Cậu
Have you
chuẩn bị
prepared
xong cả rồi
everything?"
chứ? Nghe
Upon
thấy
hearing
vậy,
this,
Diệp
Yehan
Hàn lập tức
immediately
đáp,
responds,
không sai
"You're
Triệu
right,
đại
big
ca,
brother
tôi đã
Xiao.
nghĩ ra
I
cách chữa
figured out
trị
a way
chân
to
cho anh
treat your
rồi.
leg."
Vừa dứt
Finishing
lời,
his sentence,
Triệu Hoành
Xiao
Thiên
Hao
kinh ngạc vội
Tian,
gặng hỏi tiếp,
astonished, hurriedly
Diệp lão
asks,
đệ, cậu nói
"Yehan,
là
are
thật
you
chứ?
serious?"
Du Du đứng bên cạnh
Dudu,
vui mừng
standing
vội chạy
nearby,
đến đứng
is
sát anh
delighted
trai
and
mà
quickly
tiếp
runs
lời,
over to
chân
stand
của
close
anh
to her
tôi cuối
brother,
cùng cũng có thể
saying,
chữa
"Your
khỏi
leg might
sao.
finally be
Nghe
healed."
thấy vậy,
Hearing
Diệp
this,
Hàn nhắm mắt
Yehan
lại,
closes his
thở
eyes,
dài một
sighs,
hơi
and
rồi
then
đáp,
replies,
để tôi
"Let
châm
me
cứu.
perform
Trên lý
acupuncture."
thuyết mà nói không có vấn
Theoretically,
đề
there
gì.
shouldn't be any
Chợt,
issues.
Diệp Hàn mở mắt
Suddenly,
ra,
Yehan
ánh
opens his eyes, and his gaze becomes sharp as he continues. But the wound on big brother Zeo's leg has been there for too long. The blood vessels have coagulated. Just a small mistake could lead to a lifetime of disability. Upon hearing this, Zhao Haotian falls into contemplation. Dudu can't help but worry. She stands silently for a while and then says, "This." She quickly turns to Zhao Haotian and continues, "Perhaps we should try another approach. Last night I heard there's a new foreign expert at Tam Market. Maybe." Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Zhao Haotian immediately raised his hand and cut her off, saying, "No need. If there's truly another way, why wait until now? 3 years ago, enemies plotted to disable both of my legs. Countless brothers who were with me at that time died tragically. Until now, I can only hide here and survive." Hearing this, Dudu, filled with sorrow, quickly hugged Zhao Haotian and said, "Brother, isn't it good that we don't have to fight anymore?" Yean stood beside them, observing, silently reflecting. Back then, Manhwa, the
với phế
ultimate
nhân bây
power,
giờ
and now
thật
a
khác
disabled
một trời
person.
một vực.
It's truly
Lúc
a
này,
world of
Triệu Hành
difference.
Thiên bỗng tức giận.
Suddenly,
Cậu ta
Jailhouse
hét
Tan
lớn,
became
không
furious
đấu,
and shouted,
anh đã
"No
đợi
more
3 năm,
fighting.
chính là
I've
đợi một
waited for
ngày có
3
cơ hội.
years, just waiting
Anh
for a
muốn trở
chance.
thành niềm tự
I
hào
want to
của người
become the
thân,
pride of my
chứ không
family,
phải
not
muốn
to
chứng
prove
minh
how
mình lợi hại.
formidable I am.
Anh muốn nói với
I
chúng,
want to tell
những
everyone
thứ
that
anh
what I
mất nhất
lost,
định
I
anh
will
sẽ đòi
reclaim it
lại hết.
all."
Thấy
Seeing
được quyết
Zhao
tâm của
Haotian's
Triệu Hành Thiên,
determination,
Diệp Hàn
Yean
vội tiếp
quickly
lời nói,
reassured,
được,
"All right,
Triệu
brother
đại ca
Zhao,
yên
rest
tâm,
assured.
tôi nhất định sẽ
I
dốc
will do
toàn
my
lực trị
best to
khỏi
heal
cho anh.
you."
Nghe thấy
Upon
vậy,
hearing this,
Triệu Hành
Zhao
Thiên cười
Haotian
thân thiện
smiled
mà đáp,
warmly and
Diệp lão
replied,
đệ cậu cũng không
"Yehan,
cần
you
cảm
don't
thấy
need to
quá áp
feel
lực.
too pressured.
Nếu như thật
If
sự
it doesn't
không
work
được
out,
vậy
it
thì
just
chứng
means
minh
it's
đó
my
là
fate,
mệnh của
and
ta
I
rồi,
won't blame
không thể
anyone."
trách người khác.
Dudu,
Du đứng
standing
bên,
beside them,
cô vội cúi
bowed
đầu
her
trịnh
head
trọng tiếp
solemnly
lời,
and said,
Diệp Hàn,
"Yehan,
chăm
we
sự nhờ
rely on
anh.
you for the care."
Sau đó,
After that,
Du
Dudu
quay
turned to
sang
look
nhìn
at
Triệu
Zhao
Hành Thiên mà
Haotian
nói,
and said,
"Ca,
"Brother, I
em
believe you
tin
can
anh nhất định
definitely
có
stand
thể
up
đứng dậy
again."
một lần nữa.
With
Mọi
everything
chuyện đã được
decided,
quyết định,
Yehan,
Diệp
with a
Hàn vẻ
serious
mặt nghiêm
expression,
nghị
said,
nói,
"Let's
vậy thì bắt
begin."
đầu thôi.
Finishing
Dứt
his
lời,
words,
Diệp Hàn
Yehan
lấy
took
ra
out the
kim châm,
acupuncture
cậu
needles,
nhẹ nhàng
gently
rút cây
pulling
kim
one
ra.
out.
Trong
In his
đầu cậu
mind, he
thầm nghĩ
thought,
rằng,
"These
bộ kim
needles, I
châm
bought
này,
them from a
mình
herbal
mua ở
medicine
trong một tiệm
store.
thuốc.
While
Tuy chưa
not the
đủ tốt
best,
nhưng
they
cũng
should
có
still
thể
be able
phát
to
huy được
perform
thuật châm cứu
acupuncture
rồi.
techniques."
Bên này,
On the other
Du
side,
nhẹ nhàng
Dudu
gấp ống
gently
quần
rolled
của
up her
anh trai
brother's
lên,
pant leg,
còn Triệu
and
Hành
Zhao
Thiên vẻ mặt lo
Haotian,
lắng
with a
nói,
worried
ta cần
expression,
phải làm
said,
gì?
"What should I
Diệp sư đệ
do?
cứ
Brother
nói.
Yi, just
Nghe
tell
thấy
me."
vậy, Diệp
Hearing
Hàn
this,
vội đáp,
Yehan quickly
Triệu đại
replied,
ca,
"Brother
một lát
Zhao,
nữa
in a
tôi sẽ dùng
moment,
kim
I
châm
will
đẩy
use the
máu bầm
needles
ở
to
chân
draw
của
out the
anh ra
stagnant
ngoài.
blood in your
Sau
leg,
đó sẽ
and
tư
then
bổ cho
nourish the
bắp chân của
muscles.
anh.
It
Có
might be
thể
a
sẽ
bit
khá đau,
painful,
anh
so
cố
try
gắng
to
chịu.
bear with it."
Triệu Hành Thiên
Hearing
nghe
this,
thấy vậy,
Zhao
cậu ta
Haotian, with
vẻ
a
mặt
thoughtful
trầm tư đáp,
expression, said,
Diệp
"Yes,
sư
Brother
đệ,
Yi,
động
go
thủ
ahead."
đi. Dứt
Finishing
lời,
his words,
Diệp Hàn
Yehan
lập tức
immediately
nhắm mắt
closed his
lại,
eyes.
trên tay
With
cầm 3
3
cây kim
acupuncture
châm.
needles in hand,
Sau đó,
Yehan then
Diệp
used the
Hàn sử
yin
dụng
yang
âm
divine
dương
eyes
pháp
to
nhãn
clearly
để có
see
thể
the
nhìn rõ
acupuncture
hơn vị
points.
trí cần châm
Following
cứu.
the guidance of
Diệp
Guigui
Hàn sử
Medical
dụng quỷ
Classic,
cốc y
he
kim để
inserted the
hạ tan
needles at
châm.
the shu poison
Sau
point,
đó,
Lu
trung độc
bone
huyệt,
point, and
lậu
earth
cốt huyệt,
pivot point.
địa cơ huyệt.
At this point,
Lúc này,
Yehan had
Diệp
directly
Hàn đã
begun
trực
the
tiếp châm
acupuncture
cứu vào
treatment
chân của
on
Triệu
Zhao
Hành Thiên.
Haotian's leg.
Triệu Hành
Zhao
Thiên vẻ mặt
Haotian's
đau
face
đớn
contorted in
gắng chịu đựng.
pain as he tried
Diệp
to
Hàn
endure.
hét lớn nói,
Yehan
tất cả
shouted
máu
loudly,
bầm đã
"All the
tụ lại
stagnant
một
blood
điểm
has
rồi.
gathered at one
Mau cầm
point.
dao lam và
Quickly
khăn
bring
bông
the
ra
lamb
đây."
knife and cotton
Du
cloth."
hoảng hốt vội
Dudu
chạy đi
hurriedly
lấy dụng
ran
cụ
to
ra.
fetch the tools,
Cô gấp gáp
hastily
nói,
saying,
có rồi
"Here it
đây."
is."
Diệp Hàn lập
Yehan
tức lấy dao
immediately
lam.
took the lamb knife
Diệp Hàn
and
mạnh tay
forcefully
rạch
made a
một
long
đường thật
incision
dài
on
trên chân
Zhao
của Triệu Hành
Haotian's
Thiên.
leg.
Cậu hét
He
lớn,
shouted,
máu bầm,
"Stagnant blood, come out."
Du
Dudu
đứng bên
stood
cạnh
by,
quan sát tình
observing the
hình. Diệp
situation.
Hàn cầm tấm
Yehan
khăn
held a
dính đầy máu.
blood-soaked cloth,
Du vội
and
dùng tay
Dudu
bịt
quickly
mũi lại
covered
mà
her
nói,
nose with her
thôi
hand,
quá.
saying,
Diệp
"It
Hàn nghe
smells
thấy vậy,
terrible."
cậu vội đáp,
Hearing this,
máu bầm
Yehan
đọng
promptly
lại đã nhiều
replied,
năm như vậy,
"After
đương nhiên
stagnant
không
blood has
dễ
been
ngửi.
accumulated for
Có
so
điều
many
sau khi
years,
lấy máu
it's
bầm ra,
naturally not
chân của
pleasant.
Triệu đại ca có
However,
thể nói là
after
đã tốt
removing the
hơn một nửa
stagnant
rồi.
blood,
Nghe thấy
Zhao's
vậy,
leg can be
Du
considered
mừng
more than
rỡ gặng
halfway
hỏi lại,
improved.
thật vậy sao?
Hearing this,
Quá
Dudu
tốt rồi.
cheered and asked
Sau
again,
đó,
"Is that true?
Du vội
That's
quay sang nhìn
amazing."
Triệu Hành Thiên mà
Then
nói,
Dudu quickly
anh
turned to Zhao
cảm thấy
Haotian
sao
and
rồi?
said,
Triệu
"How
Hành
do you
Thiên
feel
vui vẻ
now?"
đáp, chân
Zhao
của anh hình
Haotian
như có
joyfully
chút tê tê.
responded,
Anh có
"My
thể
leg
cảm
seems a
nhận
bit
được cảm
numb,
giác
and I
trên
can
chân mình
sense the
rồi.
feeling in my leg
Diệp
now."
Hàn nói tiếp,
Yehan
đây mới là
continued,
bước đầu.
"This is just
Tôi
the
bây giờ
beginning.
phải giúp Triệu
Now I
đại
have to
ca tu
help
bổ
Brother
bắp
Zhao
chân.
nourish the
Nghe thấy
leg."
vậy,
Hearing
Du
this,
sung
Dudu
sướng nhảy lên
excitedly
cổ
jumped up
vũ.
to cheer,
Diệp Hàn,
"Go
cố
Yehan!"
lên. Triệu Hành
Zhao
Thiên vui
Haotian
vẻ vội
happily
tiếp
added,
lời,
"I
tôi
believe
tin
in
cậu,
you,
Diệp Hàn
Yehan.
đệ nhất
You
định
will
làm
surely
được.
succeed."
Không nhiều
Without
lời,
much ado,
Diệp Hàn lập
Yehan
tức cầm
immediately
chân của
lifted
Triệu Hành
Zhao
Thiên lên.
Haotian's leg,
Diệp Hàn tiếp tục dùng
continuing
3
to
kim
use
châm
3
kèm theo sức
acupuncture
mạnh nội
needles
kình
along
vốn
with
có
his
của mình.
inherent
Cậu
energy.
nói,
He said
bắp chân,
calf,
cổ.
thigh.
Triệu Hành
Zhao
Thiên đưa mắt
Haotian
nhìn
looked
quan
on,
sát, cậu ta
astonished and exclaimed, "This is Yean's internal energy meridian. Though it's very small, at the same realm, I am definitely not his match." At this point, Yean focused on the treatment, silently evaluating. "It's almost done." Afterwards, Yean forcefully struck Xiao Haotian's knee. Suddenly, there were positive signs in Xiao Haotian's leg. Xiao Haotian joyfully declared, "It's working." Seeing this, Dudu excitedly added, "He can move now." After the healing session, Yean, exhausted, sat on the ground, leaned back, and said, "It's done, finally." "I'm so tired. Brother Xiao, try standing up just a little." With those words, Xiao Haotian slowly stood up. He was astonished by everything happening and exclaimed, "All right, I can stand up now. This is incredible. It's amazing." Afterwards, Xiao Haotian eagerly tried walking a bit more. He
Cậu sung
joyfully
sướng
said,
cười nói,
Zhao Hao
Triệu Hành
Tian,
Thiên,
I'm back.
tôi quay lại rồi đây.
Seeing this,
Thấy
Yean
vậy,
chuckled and
Diệp Hàn
advised,
cười dặn dò
At
tiếp,
most 3
nhiều
days,
nhất
brother
3 ngày
Zhao,
Triệu đại ca
you'll be
anh
able
có
to
thể
walk
đi
like a
đứng lại
normal
giống như
person
người bình
again.
thường rồi.
Hearing
Triệu
that,
Hành Thiên nghe
Zhao
thấy
Hao
vậy,
Tian,
cậu
sitting
ngồi
on the
trên
sofa,
sofa,
grinned
cười
and
tít mắt đáp,
responded,
Diệp lão đệ,
Yean,
đại
I
ân
can
không
never
gì
repay
có thể
this
báo
great
đáp.
favor.
Sau này
From
cái
now
mạng
on,
này
my
của
life
tôi chính là
belongs
của
to
cậu.
you.
Nghe thấy
Humbled,
vậy,
Yean
Diệp Hàn ngại
replied,
ngùng
Brother
nói, Triệu
Zhao,
đại
no
ca
need
nặng
for
lời
such
rồi.
formal
Chúng ta
words.
tuy lúc đầu
Though we
là giao
started
dịch,
as business
nhưng từ
partners,
lâu tôi
I've
đã
long
xem anh
considered you
là
as
bằng
my
hữu của
friend.
tôi rồi.
No need
Không
for
cần
such
nói nghiêm trọng như
seriousness.
vậy đâu.
Finishing his
Dứt lời,
words, Zhao
Triệu
Hao
Hành
Tian
Thiên bèn
chuckled
cười
and
đáp,
said, All
được,
right, I hear
tôi nghe
you.
cậu.
Then
Sau
Zhao Hao
đó,
Tian took
Triệu
out a
Hành
book
Thiên lấy
and
ra
handed
một
it
cuốn
to
sách đưa
Yean.
cho Diệp Hàn mà nói
Continuing,
tiếp,
this is a
đây là
secret
thiên thuật
manual
bí
I've
tịch do tôi
compiled.
ghi chép,
I hope it will
hy
be
vọng nó
useful
sẽ
for
hữu
you.
dụng cho cậu.
Yean took the
Diệp
book in
Hàn
his
cầm lấy
hands
cuốn
and
sổ
with
trên tay,
gratitude said,
cậu vui
Thank
vẻ
you,
đáp,
Brother
vậy đa
Zhao.
tạ Triệu
The
đại
scene
ca.
shifts and
Chuyển cảnh,
Yean arrives
Diệp
with
Hàn
his
cũng
sister
chỉ
in
gái
front of
đến
an
trước một
elegant
căn nhà
house.
sang trọng.
Yean
Diệp
proudly
Hàn tự
says,
hào nói,
Sister,
chị,
look at this
chị xem
magnificent
đây là
villa I
căn biệt
just
thự em
bought.
mới mua,
Isn't it
ngộ không?
impressive? Hearing
Chị
that,
gái của
Yehan's
Diệp Hàn
sister
nghe thấy vậy,
joyfully ran
sung
around the
sướng chạy quanh
mansion.
ngôi biệt
She
thự.
cheerfully
Cô vui vẻ
replied,
bèn đáp,
Yehan,
Tiểu
you're
Hàn em giỏi
amazing.
quá.
In the
Chị
future,
sau này
I'll have
phải
to
dựa
rely
vào
on you
em
to
nuôi sống
support
chị
me.
rồi.
She
Cô ngại ngùng
hesitated
trong
in her
đầu đang
thoughts,
thầm nghĩ rằng,
thinking,
mình
how
sao
could I
có
say
thể
such
nói ra mấy
embarrassing
lời xấu
things?
hổ như thế chứ.
Hearing this,
Nghe thấy
Yehan,
vậy,
with a
Diệp
determined
Hàn vẻ mặt
expression,
quyết tâm bèn đáp,
responded,
yên
Don't
tâm đi,
worry,
cứ
leave it
giao
to
cho
me.
em rất
I'm
lợi hại
very
đó.
capable.
Một
In a
lát nữa
while,
Chu lão
Mr.
gia,
Zhu,
Lâm
Mr.
ca còn
Lin,
có
and
đường
Mr.
ca sẽ
Tang will
tới
be
đây,
coming.
em ra cửa
Go to
đón
the
họ
door
nhé.
and welcome
Dứt
them.
lời, Diệp Hàn
Finishing
lập
his
tức quay
words,
lưng vẫy tay
Yehan
chào chị
immediately
gái.
turned
Chị
and
gái
waved
của
to his
Diệp Hàn
sister.
vội gật đầu.
His sister
Bỗng
nodded,
chợt,
and
do
suddenly,
không
due
để
to
ý,
not paying
Diệp Hàn
attention,
đã vô ý va vào
Yehan
người một cô
accidentally
gái.
bumped into a
Diệp Hàn ngã
girl.
nhào lao vào người
Yehan
cô.
fell forward into
Đồ
her,
đạc của
and
cô
the
gái
girl's
bị rơi tung
belongings
ra hết,
scattered
còn có
everywhere,
áo ngực của
including her
cô đang
bra,
nằm trên
which
đầu
ended
của
up
Diệp
on
Hà.
Yehan's
Cú va
head.
chạm quá bất
The
ngờ khiến cả
unexpected
hai cũng
collision
ngã
caused
nhào
both
xuống
of
đất
them
đau
to
đớn.
fall to the ground
Cô
in
gái tức
pain.
giận nói,
The
ôi
angry
mẹ
girl
ơi cái đầu của
exclaimed,
tôi,
Oh my
đau chết
goodness, my
mình
head
rồi,
hurts so
tên khốn
much.
kiếp nào,
You
không
blind
có mắt
jerk.
sao.
Afterward,
Sau
their
đó,
eyes locked
hai
onto
cặp
each
mắt nhìn
other.
chằm chằm vào
Yehan,
nhau. Diệp Hàn
astonished,
kinh ngạc thốt
exclaimed,
lên,
It's
là
you.
cô. Bên này
On the
cảnh
other
sát Yên
side,
cũng ngạc
police
nhiên
officer
không kém.
Ruan was
Cô thầm
equally
nói,
surprised.
thế mà
She
lại là
muttered,
anh ta.
And he's here
Diệp
too.
Hàn ngại ngùng đứng dậy,
Yehan
vẻ mặt
awkwardly
vô
stood
số
up,
tội nói,
wearing a
cảnh
face
sát
full of
Yên
guilt,
chào,
and
không
said,
ngờ cô
Greetings,
cũng ở khu
Officer
này.
Ruan.
Sau
I
đó,
didn't expect
Diệp
to
Hàn
see you
thấy
in
cái
this
gì đó
area.
vướng trên đầu mình.
Then Yehan
Cậu
felt
đưa tay
something on
lên lấy
his
xuống
head,
mà nói,
reached up,
ế,
and said,
đây là
Oh,
cái gì?
what's this?
Thấy vậy, cảnh
Seeing
sát
that,
trưởng đầu
police
bốc
chief
khói lên
Dao
thầm
thought
nói
to
rằng,
himself,
đó là
That's
của mình.
mine.
Sau
Afterwards,
đó,
Officer
cảnh
Ruan
sát Yên mạnh
forcefully
tay trực
slapped
tiếp đánh cho
Yehan's
Diệp
ear.
Hàn một cái bạt
She
tai thật
shouted,
mạnh.
You
Cô
perverted
gào thét
scoundrel,
nói,
just
tên lưu
die.
manh, biến thái,
Yehan, in
đi chết
pain
đi.
and aggrieved,
Diệp Hàn oan
retorted,
ức đau đớn
Hey,
mà cãi
you
lại.
clearly bumped
Ê,
into me,
rõ ràng
and
là
yet
cô
you
đụng vào
dare to hit
tôi,
me.
thế mà còn đánh người
Officer
ta.
Ruan,
Cảnh sát Yên
undeterred,
không chịu
angrily
thua.
replied,
Cô tức giận
Why
đáp
not?
lại,
Who
đánh thì
said you're
sao?
not a
Ai bảo
scoundrel?
anh là đồ lưu
Acting
manh,
shamelessly
giữa
in
ban ngày
broad
ban mặt thế
daylight,
mà dám, đáng
disgusting,
ghét.
despicable
Đáng đời
pervert.
đồ biến
You've
thái,
earned this
ăn
lesson
thêm một
from
quyền
me.
cước của tôi
Finishing
đây.
her
Dứt
words,
lời, cảnh
Officer
sát
Ruan
Yên lập tức xông
immediately
đến Diệp
attacked
Hàn mà
Yehan.
động thủ.
She used her
Cô dùng
long
chân
legs
dài
to
của
kick
mình trực
directly
tiếp
into
đã mạnh vào
Yehan's
mặt Diệp
face.
Hàn. May mắn
Luckily,
Diệp Hàn đã
Yehan was
nhanh
quick
mắt
to
né kịp.
dodge,
Cậu hoảng hốt
exclaiming,
nói,
You're a
cô
girl,
là con
why are
gái
you
mà
so
sao tàn độc
ruthless?
quá vậy?
Don't think I
Ê,
won't
cô
fight
lại
back.
động chân động tay
Hearing
với
this,
tôi.
Officer
Đừng tưởng
Ruan
tôi
showed
không
no
dám đánh
fear.
cô.
She raised
Nghe
her
thấy vậy,
eyebrows and
cảnh
replied
sát Yên
firmly,
không hề
Come
sợ
on,
hãi.
who's
Cô
afraid of
cau mày
whom?
lớn giọng đáp,
Today, we
lại
have to
đây,
settle
ai
this
sợ
matter
ai?
properly.
Hôm nay phải làm mọi chuyện
Detestable
cho ra lẽ.
pervert, just
Đáng
die.
ghét, biến
Yehan
thái
and
chết đi.
Officer Ruan
Diệp Hàn và
immediately
cảnh sát
engaged
Yên
in a
lập tức
brawl.
lao vào đánh
At
nhau
this
túi bụi.
moment, Tang
Lúc
Hai
này,
Bin,
Đường Hải
Lin
Bân,
Bai Mo,
Lâm Bách
and
Mạc
Zhu
và
Ming
Trung
Shan
Minh Sơn
arrived.
đã tới nơi.
They approached the
Bọn họ đi đến
mansion,
trước
and
căn biệt
Tang
thự.
Hai Bin,
Đường Hải Bân vẻ
looking
mặt ngơ
puzzled,
ngác quan sát
asked,
mà
"Is
hỏi,
this Yi
đây là
Han's
nhà
new
mới của
house?
Hàn Tử sao?
Why can't we
Tại
see
sao một bóng
anyone
người cũng
around?"
không thấy?
Hearing
Nghe
that,
thấy vậy,
Lin Bai Mo
Lâm Bách Mặc
continued,
bèn tiếp lời,
"Perhaps
có
it's
lẽ
not
không sai
wrong.
đâu,
The
địa
address
chỉ
is
chính là
supposed
ở
to be
đây.
here."
Nhìn
Looking
từ
from a
đằng xa,
distance, they
bọn
saw
họ
Yi
thấy Diệp
Han and
Hàn và
Officer
cảnh sát
Ruan
Yên đang đánh
fighting.
lộn nhau.
Seeing
Thế
this,
vậy,
Lin Bai
Lâm Bách
Mo
Mặc vội
hastily
nói,
said,
địa
"Whose
chỉ,
address is
đó là
that?"
ai?
On
Bên
the
này,
other side,
cảnh sát
Officer
Yên phát
Ruan
hiện có
noticed
người
someone
tới.
approaching
Cô
and
vội
quickly
nói,
said,
buông tay,
"Let go,
có người
someone's
tới rồi.
coming."
Diệp
Yi
Hàn
Han
không chịu đầu
refused to
hàng trước.
surrender and
Cậu
hastily
vội đáp,
replied,
cô buông
"You
tay
let
trước
go
đi.
first."
Cảnh sát Yên tức
Officer
giận đáp
Ruan,
lại,
in
không,
anger,
anh trước.
retorted, "No, you
Đám người ở
first."
phía sau nghe
The
thấy
people
vậy,
behind
trong
heard
đầu
this
họ
and felt
hoang mang thầm tự
confused,
hỏi rằng,
wondering, what
hai
are
người
those
đang
two
làm gì
doing?
vậy? Thấy
Seeing
có
many
nhiều người
people
đang
looking
nhìn
at
mình,
them,
cảnh sát
Officer
Yên bèn lập
Ruan
tức buông
immediately
tay ra.
released her
Cô
grip.
nhặt đồ lên
She
cầm
picked
và
up her
cau mày nói,
belongings and raised
xem
her
như anh may
eyebrows,
mắn,
saying,
có nhiều người
"Consider
đến đây
yourself
như vậy
lucky.
hôm nay. Tôi
With
tha
so
cho
many
anh.
people here
Nói
today,
xong,
I'll
cô
let
lập
you
tức
off."
quay đầu rời đi.
After
Đường
speaking,
Hải
she
Vân nhận ra
immediately
cô
turned
ta
and
chính là cảnh
left.
sát Yên.
Tang
Cậu
Hai
ta sợ
Bin
hãi mà
recognized
nói,
her as
đây không
Officer
phải
Ruan
cảnh
and
sát
said
Yên sao?
anxiously,
Sao lại
"Isn't
nóng
that
giận thế?
Officer
Cô
Ruan?
ta là người
Why
rất
is
dữ
she
dằn.
so angry?
Ngay đến
She's a
tôi cũng
very
không
fierce
dám đắc
person.
tội.
Even I
Cậu tại
wouldn't dare
sao
to
lại gây
provoke
sự
her.
với cô ta
Why
vậy?
did you start trouble
Nghe
with
thấy
her?"
vậy,
Hearing
Hàn
this,
bèn đáp,
Yean
một
replied,
lời không
"No
nói
need
hết,
to explain
chúng ta vào
everything
trong
here.
nhà rồi nói tiếp."
Let's go
Vào
inside
bên
and
trong
talk."
căn biệt thự,
Inside the
chị gái
mansion,
của Diệp Hàn
Yehan's
đã bưng
sister
bê
had
rót
prepared
nước
water
đợi
for
sẵn.
them
Cô
and
vui vẻ
cheerfully
nói,
said,
mọi
"You
người
must
chắc
all
đều
be
là bạn của
Yehan's
Tiểu Hàn
friends,
nhỉ?
right?"
Diệp Hàn
Yehan,
thấy
noticing
vậy,
this,
cậu
quickly
bèn vội
responded,
đáp tới đây
"Come,
ngồi
have a
đi,
seat.
đừng khách
No
khí.
need to be
Chu
polite."
Minh Sơn đưa tay
Zhu
lên vuốt
Mingshan
sâu mà
stroked his
nói,
beard and
Diệp
said,
Hàn,
"Yehan,
thời gian
it's
mới
only
có
been
bao
a
lâu
short
đâu,
time,
mà
and
cô
our
cháu gái
well-behaved
ngoan ngoãn
granddaughter
của
has
ta đã bị
already
ngươi
been
hắt hủi
bullied by
rồi.
you.
Cậu
How
nói
is
thế này
this?"
là thế nào?
Duan,
Doãn Nhi
sitting
ngồi
beside
bên
him,
vội kéo tay
hurriedly
ông
held
mà
his
đáp,
hand and
ông nội,
replied,
đang
"Grandpa,
nói hồ
what are
đồ
you
gì
talking
vậy?
about?"
Nghe
Hearing
thấy
this,
vậy,
Yehan
Diệp Hàn
chuckled and
bèn cười đáp,
replied,
Chu
"Ju
lão
Grandpa,
gia,
you
ông hiểu lầm
misunderstood.
rồi.
There's
Tôi và
nothing
tiểu thư
between
không
me
có
and
gì
Miss.
cả.
If
Không
you
tin
don't
ông
believe
cứ
it, you
hỏi
can
Lâm
ask
ca
Lin
và
and
Đường ca
Tang."
đi.
Lin
Dứt lời,
Baimo, avoiding
Lâm
eye
Bách Mặc bèn
contact,
quay
looked
đầu nhìn
elsewhere
chỗ
and
khác
said,
mà đáp,
"Yeah, Yehan, your
Hàn
new
Tử,
house is not
nhà mới
bad."
của cậu cũng không
Tang
tệ nha.
Haibin
Đường
awkwardly
Hải Bân
added,
ngại ngùng tiếp
"Indeed,
lời,
you have this
đúng đó.
wall,
Cậu
these
có cả
lights,
tường
and
này
even
đèn
multiple
này,
floors."
lại còn có nhiều
Sensing
tầng nữa.
something unusual
Thấy sự
between
bất
the
thường của
two,
hai người,
Yehan thought
Diệp
to
Hàn thầm
himself,
nghĩ,
"These
hai
two
tên
are
gia
not
hỏa
making
này
any
không nói nghĩa
sense."
khí gì cả.
Seeing this,
Thấy
Zhu
vậy,
Mingshan
Chu Minh
continued,
Sơn
"All
bèn nói
right,
tiếp,
the matter
được
between you
rồi,
two is your
chuyện của
own
hai đứa
business.
thì tự
I
hai bên
can't
giải
manage
quyết,
it."
ta
Then
quản
Zhu
không nổi.
Mingshan took out a
Sau
jade
đó,
pendant and
Chu
said,
Minh Sơn lấy
"Coming
ra
here this
một
time,
miếng ngọc
there are
bội
two
mà nói,
things.
lần này tới
First,
đây là có hai
congratulations on
chuyện.
your new
Đầu
home,
tiên chúc
and this
mừng nhà
jade
mới của
pendant is a
Diệp Hàn.
gift from me to
Miếng ngọc bội
celebrate."
này quả chúc mừng
Yehan
của ta.
accepted the jade
Diệp
pendant
Hàn
and
đón
held
lấy
it in
miếng
his
ngọc bội
hand.
cầm trên
He
tay.
said
Cậu
solemnly,
trịnh trọng
"Thank
nói,
you,
đa
Zhu
tạ ông
Grandpa,
Chu.
for your
Vậy tôi không
generosity."
khách khí nữa.
Seated
Lâm
beside
Bách
him,
Mặc ngồi
Lin
bên hai
Baimo,
tay
with his
khoanh trước
hands
ngực,
crossed in front
điềm
of his
tĩnh nói,
chest,
Chu
calmly
lão
said,
gia,
"Zhu
vậy chuyện
Grandpa,
còn
what
lại là
about the
chuyện
other
gì?
matter?" Hearing
Nghe
that,
thấy vậy,
Zhu Mingshan
Chu
quickly
Minh Sơn vội
replied,
đáp,
"Yehan,
Diệp Hàn,
I want to
ta
accept you
muốn
as
nhận
my
cậu làm
disciple.
đồ đệ.
Do you
Không biết
agree?"
cậy có đồng ý không?
As soon as he finished
Vừa dứt
speaking,
lời,
Yehan,
Diệp Hàn,
Lin
Lâm
Baimo,
Bách Mặc
and
và cả
Tang
Đường Hải
Haibin
Bân
were
đều
all
kinh ngạc
surprised
thốt
and
lên,
exclaimed,
cái gì?
"What?"
Doãn
Duan
Nhi ngồi
Ni,
cạnh
sitting
không tin
beside
vào
them,
mắt mình vội
couldn't
hỏi,
believe her
ông
eyes
nội,
and quickly
ông muốn
asked,
thu nhận Diệp
"Grandpa,
Hàn
you
làm
want
đồ
to take
đệ.
Yehan
Nghe thấy
as your
vậy,
disciple?"
Chu Minh Sơn đưa tay
Hearing
lên
this,
vuốt
Zhu
sâu mà
Mingshan
đáp,
stroked his
không
beard
sai.
and replied,
Cậu ta có
"Exactly.
thể nhìn
He
ra
can
phỉ thúy
identify
cực phẩm
top
đã đủ
quality
chứng
jade,
minh cậu
which
ta là
proves he's a
thiên tài,
genius.
mà ông cũng vừa
Moreover,
khéo
I'm
đang thiếu
currently
một truyền
lacking
nhân
a
kế thừa.
successor.
Tiểu tử
This
này
young
còn
man
là
is
thiên
not
tài có
only an
một không hai.
exceptional talent,
Lại
but
thêm
also
mối
has a
quan hệ
unique
giữa con và
relationship
cậu
with my
ta, thân
granddaughter.
càng thêm
The
thân không
closer the
phải rất tốt
relationship,
sao?
the better."
Doãn Nhi bị trêu chọc,
Duan Ni,
cô
teased
giận
by her
dỗi hét
grandfather,
lớn gọi,
angrily
ông nội.
shouted,
Nghe
"Grandpa."
thấy vậy, Diệp Hàn
Hearing
đưa
this,
tay lên
Yehan
vuốt
raised
cằm
his
thầm
hand to
nghĩ,
touch his
kinh
chin,
nghiệm và kiến
thinking,
thức mà
"Zhu
Chu
Grandpa
lão gia có
possesses
là những thứ
experience
âm
and
dương
knowledge
pháp
that
nhãn
even
không
the
cách nào
yin yang
có.
divine eyes
Chuyện này
cannot
chỉ có
obtain.
tốt, không có
This
hại."
can only be
Nghĩ xong
beneficial,
xuôi,
not
Diệp
harmful."
Hàn lập tức quỳ
After
gối
thinking it
xuống.
through,
Cậu
Yehan
trịnh trọng
immediately
nói,
knelt
sư
down
phụ
and
tại thượng,
solemnly said,
xin hãy nhận
"I
đệ tử.
humbly request to
Chưa
become
kịp
your
nói hết,
disciple."
Chu Minh
Before he
Sơn
could
vội đỡ lấy
finish,
Diệp
Zhu
Hàn mà tiếp
Mingshan
lời,
quickly
đợi
supported
đã,
Yehan
ta
and
còn chưa nói
continued,
xong mà,
"Wait, I
muốn
haven't
bái ta
finished
làm
yet.
thầy.
If you
Cậu
want to
trước tiên
accept me
phải
as your
thông qua
master,
một bài
you must
kiểm
first
tra nho
pass a
nhỏ
small
của
test
ta.
from me.
Lúc đó
Only then
ta
will I
mới nhận
accept you
cậu
as my
làm đệ tử.
disciple." Hearing
Nghe
this,
đến đây,
Yehan was
Diệp Hàn
perplexed and
hoang mang
asked,
mà hỏi,
"What kind of
kiểm tra
test is
gì?
that?"
Chu Minh
Zhu
Sơn vội nói
Mingshan
tiếp,
quickly
ngày
continued,
15 tháng tới
"On
là
the
ngày hội
15th
đồ
of
cổ
next
của
month,
tỉnh
there's
A.
a
Tới
provincial
lúc đó cậu
festival.
hãy đi cùng
By
Doãn
then,
Nhi,
go there
tự
with
khẳng định
Duan
tên
Ni
tuổi
and
của bản
establish your
thân.
own
Chu
reputation."
Minh Sơn dùng
Zhu
ánh mắt sắc
Mingshan
bén
looked at
nhìn Diệp
Yehan
Hàn.
sharply,
Ông trầm tư suy
contemplating,
nghĩ,
"My grandson
tiểu
has
tử,
prepared the
ta
way
đã
for
vì
you.
cậu mà trải sẵn
How far
đường
you can
rồi,
develop
có thể
depends
phát
on your
triển
own
tới đâu,
efforts."
còn phải dựa
Upon
vào chính
hearing
bản
this,
thân cậu.
Yehan
Diệp
immediately
Hàn nghe
performed a
thấy vậy
formal
lập tức
gesture
hành
and
lễ
said,
đáp,
"All
được,
right,
Chu
Zhu
lão gia
Grandpa,
tôi nhất
I
định
will
làm được.
definitely do it."
Chợt bỗng có tiếng
Suddenly,
gọi,
a voice
Diệp
called
lão
out,
đệ, tôi tới
"Yehan,
rồi
I'm
đây.
here."
Nghe
Hearing
thấy
this,
vậy,
Yehan
Diệp
looked
Hàn
in that
bèn đưa mắt
direction,
nhìn
and
theo.
it turned out
Hóa
to be
ra là
Dudu
Dudu
and
và
Zhao
Triệu Hoành
Haotian
Thiên đã
who had
đến.
arrived. arrived.
Du cười lớn
Dudu
nói,
laughed and
Diệp
said,
Hàn phát
Yean,
tài rồi,
you
vậy mà
struck
đã đổi
gold.
được một căn nhà
How did you
lớn như
manage
vậy
to
rồi.
get such a big
Thấy
house?
vậy, Diệp
Yean
Hàn bèn đi
approached,
tới chỉ tay
pointing
về
to
chân của
Zhao
Triệu Hoành
Haotian's
Thiên mà hỏi,
legs, and
Triệu đại
asked,
ca,
Zhao,
anh
are
cuối
you
cùng cũng
finally
khỏe
fully
hẳn rồi.
recovered?
Triệu Hoành
Zhao
Thiên đưa quà
Haotian
ra và
presented
vui
a
vẻ
gift
cười
and
đáp,
happily
đều là
replied,
nhờ phúc của cậu.
all thanks to
Chúc mừng
you.
cậu có nhà mới.
Congratulations
Tôi
on
có
your new
đem cho cậu
home.
một món quà
I
nhỏ.
brought you a small
Diệp
gift.
Hàn cầm lấy
Yean
món
took the
quà,
gift,
cậu từ
slowly
từ
opened
mở
it,
ra,
and exclaimed
ngạc
in
nhiên thốt
surprise,
lên, làm
Dragon
vũ
feather
chỉ.
dagger.
Chu Minh Sơn
Seeing
thấy
this,
vậy,
Zhu
lão há
Mingshan,
hốc mồm mà
wide-eyed,
nói,
said this
chủy
dragon
thủ
feather
này sắc
dagger
bén
is
hơn bất
sharper
cứ
than
thứ
anything.
gì. Nghe
It's
nói
said
là
to
do
be
ông
forged
xã
by
đúc
El
rèn được mệnh
Shisai,
danh là
known as
bảo
the
khí của
national
quốc gia.
treasure. Hearing
Nghe
that,
thấy vậy,
Zhao
Triệu
Haotian
Hoành Thiên ngại
hesitated and
ngùng đáp,
replied,
Chu lão
Zhu
gia kiến thức
Grandpa's
uyên thâm,
knowledge is
Triệu
profound,
mỗ
and
bái
I
phục.
deeply admire
Dứt
it.
lời,
Zhu
Chu Minh Sơn
Mingshan,
điềm tĩnh
composed,
vội đáp,
quickly responded,
cậu
Indeed
là,
you are.
tại sao có
Why
cảm
do you
giác
seem
quen mắt
familiar?
nhỉ?
I'll
đợi
remember
đã.
in a moment.
Chợt Chu Minh Sơn nhớ
Suddenly,
ra
Chu
điều
Ming
gì
Shan
đó.
recalled
Lão
something
hét
and
lớn
exclaimed
nói,
loudly,
cậu là
"You
Tây
are
Nam Vương
Xi
Triệu
Nan
Hoành Thiên
Wine."
đã bặt vô âm
Zhao
tín suốt 3
Haotian,
năm
who
nay.
has been in
Nghe
seclusion for
thấy
the
vậy,
past 3
Lâm Bách
years.
Mạc thầm nói,
Hearing this,
cái gì?
Lin Bai Mo
Anh ta
thought to
là Triệu
himself,
Hoành
"What?
Thiên.
He is
Doãn Nhi
Zhao
cũng kinh ngạc
Haotian."
đưa mắt nhìn theo.
Duan Ni
Cô
also
thầm
looked
nói,
surprised,
năm đó
muttering,
cha của
"Back
mình luôn
then,
ngợi
my
ca Tây
father
Nam
always
Vương.
praised Xi
Đường
Nan
Hải Bân
Wine."
ánh mắt trở nên sắc
Tang
bén.
Haibin's
Cậu
eyes
ta
became
thầm nghĩ
sharp,
rằng,
silently
nghe nói
thinking,
anh ta năm
"I
đó
heard
chỉ
he
dựa vào
relied
một
on a
quyền một
single
cước thì
move
đã có
and
thể
could
đánh
defeat
hạ vô
countless
số kẻ.
opponents."
Lâm Bách Mạc
Lin Bai
nhìn
Mo
chằm
stared
chằm
at
vào Triệu
Zhao
Hoành Thiên.
Haotian,
Cậu trầm
contemplatively
tư suy
thinking,
nghĩ,
"The
danh
reputation
tiếng của
of
Tây
Xi
Nam
Nan
Vương ai
Wang
mà
is
không
known to
biết,
everyone.
làm gì
Who
có ai
hasn't
chưa
heard of
từng
it?"
nghe qua.
Seeing
Thấy
everyone
mọi người
looking
đổ
at
mắt
him,
nhìn mình,
Zhao
Triệu Hoành
Haotian
Thiên
spoke
ngại ngùng
shyly,
nói,
"It's
chỉ
just
là
a
hư
false
danh mà thôi,
reputation, not
không
worth
đáng nhắc đến.
mentioning."
Doãn Nhi tò
Curious,
mò bèn
Duan
ấp
Ni
úng hỏi,
hesitated and
nhưng
asked,
ta nghe
"But I
nói
heard you
anh không
weren't
phải bị
disabled
người ta
after being
đánh lén
defeated
nên
by
tàn phế
someone."
rồi sao?
Hearing that,
Nghe thấy
Zhao
vậy,
Haotian
Triệu
walked
Hoành
over,
Thiên bèn đi đến
draped his
khoác
arm
vai
around
Diệp
Yi
Hàn mà
Han's
đáp,
shoulder,
tôi
and
có thể
replied,
một lần nữa đứng
"I
lên
can
đi lại
stand and
được
walk
đều là
again
nhờ
thanks
có
to
Diệp
Yi
lão đệ.
Han.
Sau
From
này
now
chuyện của
on,
hắn
his
cũng
business
chính
is
là
my
chuyện của
business
tôi."
too." Upon
Nghe
hearing
thấy
that,
vậy,
Yi Han
Diệp Hàn
joyfully
vui sướng
exclaimed,
nói,
"Why so
làm gì mà
serious?
nghiêm
Come
trọng
on,
như thế chứ?
everyone, take a
Nào
seat
nào,
and let's
mọi người
continue."
ngồi xuống rồi
At
nói
this
tiếp.
moment,
Lúc
Zhu
này,
Mingsham
Chu
was
Minh Sơn
surprised,
ngạc nhiên há hốc
opening his
mà
mouth
thầm
in
nói,
amazement as he
Diệp Hàn
whispered,
lại có thể
"Yi
lợi hại
Han,
như
you're
vậy
quite
sao? Có
formidable.
thể khiến
You
Tây
can
Nam
even
Vương tâm
impress
phục khẩu
Xi
phục.
Nan Wang."
Lâm Bách Mạc cũng ngạc
Lin Bai
nhiên
Mo
không
was
kém.
equally
Cậu ta
astonished,
nhìn chằm
staring
chằm vào
intently
Diệp
at
Hàn
Yi
mà không
Han
ngừng
and
cảm thán.
continuously
Diệp
exclaiming,
Hàn tiểu
"Yi
tử này
Han,
thực sự rất
this
thần
young
bí,
man is
lại
truly
có khả năng
mysterious,
khiến Triệu
with the
Hoành Thiên
ability
nguyện
to
sống
make
chết
Jiao
vì
Hao
mình."
willingly live
Chu
and
Minh
die
Sơn
for
thầm
him.
nói tiếp,
Su
xem ra cho
Mingshan
dù không
continued
cần
in a
ta
hushed
trải sẵn
tone,
đường,
"It
thì
seems that
Diệp Hàn
even
cũng có
without our
thể danh tiếng
assistance,
vang
Yi
chấn
Han
một
can
phương.
still achieve
Để đánh
widespread
tan sự
fame."
ngại ngùng trong bầu
To
không
dispel
khí
the
này,
awkwardness
tất
in the
cả mọi người
atmosphere,
bèn lập tức
everyone
cười phá lên.
immediately burst into
Bỗng chợt,
laughter.
Lâm Bách Mạc
Suddenly,
nhận được
Lin
một
Bai
cuộc
Mo
điện thoại.
received a phone call.
Lâm Bách Mạc
With a
tỏ vẻ
concerned
lo lắng
expression,
trả
he
lời,
answered, "Yes, he'll
hắn
be
ngày
arriving
mai tới được.
tomorrow.
Tôi biết
I
rồi,
know I'll
tới lúc
personally
đó
escort
tôi
him
sẽ
when the
đích
time
thân dẫn
comes."
hắn tới.
Seeing
Thấy
this,
vậy
Yi
Diệp
Han
Hàn
quickly
vội hỏi,
inquired,
Lâm đại
"Lin,
ca,
what's going
chuyện gì
on?"
vậy?
Lin
Lâm
Bai
Bách
Mo
Mạc bèn
replied,
đáp,
"Well, Yi Han,
Diệp Hàn,
it's
chuyện
not
lúc
what I
trước không phải
intended.
tôi nói
I
muốn
wanted
mời
to
cậu
invite you
tới
to
xem.
witness,
Ai
but
biết người nhà lại
unexpectedly,
tự
the
ý
family
mời một
decided
đồ
to
đệ
invite
của
a
Tây Bắc
disciple
Y
of the
Vương.
King of
Ngày
Western
mai sẽ
Medicine.
tới.
He'll be
Chuyện
here
này thực
tomorrow,
ngại
and
quá.
it's quite
Nghe thấy
inconvenient."
vậy, Diệp
Hearing
Hàn
this,
bèn đi
Yi Han
tới,
approached,
đặt nhẹ
gently
tay
placing
lên
his
vai
hand
Lâm
on
Bách
Lin
Mạc
Bai
mà
Mo's
an ủi
shoulder
nói,
and
không
consoled
sao
him,
Lâm đại
saying,
ca.
"It's okay,
Ngày mai
Lin.
anh cứ dẫn tôi
Tomorrow,
tới
you
nhà
could
tham
take me to
quan,
visit their
thuận
home
tiện chiêm
and
ngưỡng y
conveniently
thuật của đệ
witness the
tử Tây
medical
Bắc Y
skills of
Vương."
the King of
Đường
Western
Hải
Medicine's
Bân ngồi bên
disciple."
cạnh vội tiếp lời,
Tang
tôi
Haibin,
cũng
sitting
muốn đi,
nearby, quickly
có
added,
chuyện náo
"I
nhiệt
want
không
to go
thể thiếu
too.
phần tôi
I
nha.
can't miss out on
Nghe thấy
anything
vậy,
exciting."
Lâm Bách Mạc
Hearing
bèn
this,
bật cười
Lin
mà
Bai Mo
đáp,
laughed and
đường huynh có
replied,
thể đi,
"Tang, you can
đương nhiên
go.
là vinh
It's
hạnh
an
cho
honor
nhà
for
tôi
my
rồi.
family." The next
Hôm
day at the
sau,
Lin family
tại biệt thự
mansion,
Lâm
a
gia,
welcoming
một
banquet
bữa
was
tiệc chào
organized.
đón được tổ chức.
Those of high status
Những
were
người có địa
invited,
vị
all
đều được
curious
mời
about the
tới,
disciple of
ai
the
cũng
King
tò
of
mò
Western
về vị đồ
Medicine.
đệ của Y
They
Vương Tây
chattered
Bắc.
eagerly.
Họ
They say
thi
the
nhau bàn
disciple of
tán,
Shentian
nghe
Ao,
nói đồ đệ
the
của
King
Y
of
Vương
Western
Tây Bắc,
Medicine,
Thẩm
will be
Thiên
here
Hạo,
today,
hôm nay
right?
sẽ tới phải không?
Lin's family
Không
specifically
sai,
invited him to
là
cure
Lâm
their
gia đặc biệt
patriarch.
mời tới
The
để
illness of the
chữa bệnh
Lin
cho gia
family's
chủ của
patriarch
họ.
is truly
Nói ra
peculiar.
thì bệnh của
Even the
gia
King
chủ
of
Lâm
Southern
gia thực
Medicine
sự rất
was
kỳ
of
lạ,
no
tìm
use.
đến cả Y
However,
Vương
this
Giang Nam
time with
cũng
the
vô
high
dụng.
disciple of
Có
the
điều
King of
lần này
Western
là cao
Medicine
độ của
treating
Y
him,
Vương Tây
there
Bắc
might be
chữa
a
trị,
chance of
có lẽ
recovery.
sẽ chữa khỏi
Yi
thôi.
Han was also
Diệp Hàn
invited.
cũng được mời
As he
tới,
observed the
cậu vừa
surroundings
uống
while
nước
sipping
quan
his
sát
drink,
xung quanh
he
vừa
couldn't
thắc
help
mắc,
but wonder,
không phải
isn't
chỉ
it
là
just
xem
about
bệnh cho cha
diagnosing
của
Mr.
Lâm đại
Lin's
ca
father?
thôi sao?
Why the
Có
need
cần
for
phải
so
nhiều
many
người như
people?
vậy không?
Tang Hai
Đường
Bin
Hải Bân
explained,
giải thích,
the wealthier
mấy
they
tên
are,
càng
the
nhiều
more
tiền thì
afraid they
càng
are of
sợ
death.
chết. Muốn
They
tới
come
đây
here
để
to
quen
acquaint
biết thần
themselves
y,
with renowned
chỉ muốn tốt
physicians,
cho bản
purely
thân,
for their
lỡ
own
sau này
benefit.
có bệnh
In
thì
case they
còn
fall
tìm
ill
đường
in the
lui.
future, they'll
Nghe
know where
vậy,
to turn.
Diệp Hàn nở một nụ
Upon
cười
hearing
nhạt
this,
phán,
Yean cracked
xã
a
hội
faint
này
smile and
chính là như
remarked,
vậy.
that's how
Lúc này,
society
cậu
works.
nhìn về một
At
phía,
this moment, he
thấy
looked
Bạch
in
Lạc
one
Phi
direction and
đang
saw
đứng
Bai
cạnh một
Lu
người
Yuan
đàn ông,
standing next to a
chắc hẳn
man,
là cha hắn,
presumably
Bạch
Bai
Kiến Nghiệp.
Jianyi, his father.
Diệp Hàn hỏi,
Yean
Bạch
asked
Lạc
Bai
Phi
Lu
tên gia
Yuan,
hỏa
is
này
that
cũng
fiery
tới
fellow
sao?
also here?
Đường Hải Bân
Tang
phun
Hai
một
Bin
ngụm nước
spat a
bọt đầy
mouthful of
khinh bỉ trả
disdainful
lời,
words.
còn
Of
không phải
course,
ỷ
isn't
vào
it
cha
relying
hắn.
on his
Bách
father
Kiến
Bai
Nghiệp sao?
Jianye?
Kệ hắn
Let him
đi,
be, just
nghe
hearing the
tên nhìn
name
mặt
makes
đã
his
thấy
face
đáng ghét
detestable.
rồi.
Right at that
Đúng
moment,
lúc này,
the Lin family
quản gia của
steward
Lâm gia
hurriedly
hớt
ran
hải
in,
chạy vào thông
announcing,
báo,
the
ca đồ
esteemed
của y vương
practitioner
Tây
of the
Bắc,
king of
Thẩm
Western
Thiên
medicine,
Hạo tới rồi.
Shen Tian Eo,
Đám người
has
trong sảnh
arrived.
nghe vậy thì
The
chạy
people
tới
in the
hóng
hall,
hớt,
upon
đến
hearing
rồi,
this,
đến
rushed over
rồi,
eagerly,
mau đi xem.
exclaiming, he's
Từ ngoài
here,
cửa,
he's here.
Thẩm Thiên Ngạo
Let's
ngạo
go
nghễ
take a
bước
look.
vào. Phía sau
Entering
là
from
Lân Bách
outside,
Mạc đang
Shen
giúp
Tian
hắn
Eo
cầm hộp
walked in with
khánh bệnh của y
arrogance.
sư.
Behind
Đám
him,
người
Lin
vây
Bai
xung
Mo
quanh
was
lấy hắn
assisting
ta
him
chen
in
nhau
holding a
giới thiệu,
medical
Thẩm
examination
tiên sinh,
box. The crowd surrounded him, competing to introduce themselves, saying, Sir Shen, I'm Lai Shanhee from Dragon Real Estate Hall, welcoming you to our city, Shanghai. Sir Shen, I'm a colleague from Tianyu Sun Kang Zhong Corporation, and your visit is an honor for our city. Sir Shen, I'm Bai Jianyi from Bai Shi Corporation, representing the corporation to welcome you. Seeing this, Tang Haibin couldn't help but gnash his teeth in anger, saying, This rotten kid, not only does he have some medical skills, but he also makes Lin look like my servant, carrying his luggage. Yean patted his shoulder soothingly. Tang, calm down. Let's see if the disciple of the king of Western medicine lives up to the rumors. Shen Tianeo spoke loudly. There's nothing in this world for free. I appreciate the warm welcome from all of you, and I understand your intentions. However, I must be straightforward. Without money, there will be no examination. Hearing his assertive statement, Yean furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, charging for treatment is understandable, but openly demanding money like this is a bit too much. The wealthy crowd, however, didn't think similarly to Yean. They made every effort to ingratiate themselves, saying, Mr. Shen is absolutely right. Next time we meet, we will surely prepare a lavish offering. Mr. Shen is a talented individual among talented individuals, destined to surpass even the king of medicine and become the third most talented person in the world. This is truly a pride for our China. Indeed, someone with medical skills equivalent to Mr. Shen has yet to be born. Hearing their flattery, Shen Tianeo, though pleased, remained modest in response. Too kind, too kind. Among the crowd, Bai Lu Yuan noticed Yean and had a sly smile as he thought, the waist has also arrived. Just wait. Sensing his gaze, Yean turned and pondered. What does Bai Lu Yuan want? Bai Lu Yuan suddenly pointed towards Yean and mockingly said, Of course, we admire the medical skills of Sir Shen. However, I heard that young Master Lin of the Lin family had intended to invite an unknown junior, replacing Mr. Shen. Others, hearing this, turned their curious eyes towards Yean, asking, Is there such a thing? What's the truth? Yehan's expression darkened at this moment, holding a grudge in his heart. Bai Lu Yuan. Bai Jianyi beside him also chuckled faintly and added, This person relies on a few medical tricks, deceives people everywhere. How can he be compared to Mr. Shen? It's just that Lin Yang Master nearly fell for it. His words carried even more weight, and people began to turn their criticism towards Yean. This guy has disgraced the medical profession. He can't be compared to Mr. Shen, of course. Mr. Shen is outstanding, and he's just some insignificant character. Merely a minor talent, not worth mentioning. Yean clenched his fists in anger, repeatedly reminding himself, Patience, I must endure. I can't ruin Lin's plans. Before he could do anything, Tang Haibin, furious to the extreme, spoke out on his behalf, shouting, My brother is a medical student, and you miserable people here dare to speak ill. Believe me, I'll beat you to death. The crowd turned to each other and whispered, Isn't this Tang Jiangu's son? What bad luck. This kid who came with him seems to be the one we mentioned earlier. Tang Young Master, even if it's your father, he wouldn't dare to act like this with us. I need an apology from you. Tang Haibin, full of rage, greeted them with a sarcastic apology. Apologies, huh? Yean quickly intervened, advising Tang, Don't get agitated. However, Tang Haibin seemed not to hear him. He continued to approach and unleashed a barrage of insults. Even sparing you from a beating is quite generous of me. Bai Jianyi smirked, turned to Lin Bai Mo, and said, Master Lin, as the host, you should say something. I think these two should leave. Lin Bai Mo found himself in a difficult situation after Bai Jianyi's remark. The crowd continued to surround Yean and Tang Haibin, criticizing, absolutely right, kick them out. Having these two here is an insult to Mr. Shen. They lack talent, and one is a swindler. They are not worthy to be in front of Mr. Shen. Get them out. Bai Lu Yuan chuckled to himself. Yean, let's see what fate awaits you. Just then, a hand reached out to block the crowd. Lin Bai Mo, with a stern expression, said, If you disagree, you can leave. My Lin family did not invite you here. The atmosphere in the grand hall suddenly fell silent. Someone, infuriated, left while muttering, "Fine, go ahead." This old man can't stand this frustration. Walking with these two young fools is disgusting. At most, let's find another opportunity to invite Mr. Shen later. Leaving now is better than offending the Lin family in their grand hall, especially since it could affect future invitations. Seeing them leave, Yean felt a bit anxious, thinking these people are potential clients in the future, and I could earn a considerable amount from them. I can't let them go like this. Shin Tian-ao clapped his hands twice and spoke, "Allow me to say a few words." He extended his hand toward Yean and analyzed, "Ladies and gentlemen, let's be reasonable. Debating over such a trivial figure is unnecessary. Being an important medical practitioner requires both talent and virtue. Those lacking in virtue and talent are not worth mentioning." Upon hearing this, the crowd readily agreed. Mr. Shen is absolutely right. They are simply uneducated individuals. Getting angry over them is a loss of face. That young man is just a worthless worm. It's better to pretend we didn't see him. Tang Haibin, fuming with anger, bent down to unlace his shoe and declared, "How dare you say Yean lacks talent and virtue?" He accurately hurled the shoe towards Shen Tian-ao, who took the hit square in the face. Tang Haibin proudly tossed the shoe away, saying, "He can insult you, but when it comes to our brothers, that's a different story." The onlookers gasped in shock. He dares to throw a shoe at Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen got hit in the eye. The shoe remained on Shen Tian-ao's face, who was visibly enraged. A person nearby anxiously asked, "Mr. Shen, are you all right?" Shen Tian-ao, furious, forcefully removed the shoe, leaving a clear imprint on his face, and his nose was bleeding from the impact. He shouted, "Wretched fool." Tang Haibin burst into laughter and remarked, "The shoe print on the face suits someone with a thick skin. It truly compliments you." Shin Tian-ao angrily pointed and commanded, "Apologize and kneel down immediately." Tang Haibin, with a mocking expression, retorted, "I spit on apologies. Apologize to your rotten head." Shin Tian-ao swiftly turned to Lin Bai-mo and demanded, "This matter won't be resolved today. I will leave immediately. Your Lin family can find another esteemed guest." Hearing this, Lin Bai-mo immediately tensed up. He had to reluctantly clasp his hands, bow his head, and apologize. "Mr. Shen, please calm down. On behalf of my brothers, I apologize." At this point, Yean couldn't hold back. His eyes flashed with intensity as he walked over, gripping Lin Bai-mo's shoulders, and said, "Wait a moment, Lin doesn't need to apologize. It's just a medical consultation for Lin's patriarch. Let me handle it." Others in the crowd sneered and taunted, "Am I hearing correctly? This young man dares to say he'll treat Lin's patriarch, a mere quack with a bit of medical knowledge, yet he dares to be so arrogant. Does he think he's Shen Tian-ao? Where does he get such confidence? It seems he wants to use this opportunity to boost his reputation, utterly shameless." Shen Tian-ao, pointing at Yean in the crowd, asked, "How will you treat him?" Without waiting for an answer, he continued with a mocking smile, "This young man only knows a few medical tricks. If he can cure Lin's patriarch, I will retire from the medical profession. From now on, I'll withdraw from the realm of physicians." Yean emphasized the challenge. "Are you daring enough to swear to it?" Shin Tian-ao, arrogantly confident, replied, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Hearing this, Yean smiled and declared, "All right then, let's make a verbal agreement, the highest peak in one word, the 4 horsemen at the south gate." The crowd, still collectively disdainful of Yean, jeered, "This brash guy doesn't know his place. Who does he think he is? Trying to make a bet with Shen Tian-ao, arrogantly ignorant. We really don't understand why Lin, young master, would associate with someone like him. A troublemaker with no skills or abilities. Without guessing, we know he'll lose for sure. This brat may be young, but his temper is huge." Bai Luyuan suddenly appeared, pointing challengingly. Shen, the king of Western medicine's disciple. And you, what are you? Speaking such words, aren't you afraid of damning yourself? Tang Haibin, standing nearby, noticed his irritation and flexed his knuckles menacingly. Bai Luyuan, I haven't settled the score with you from last time. Watch your words. Believe me, I can beat you until your own mother wouldn't recognize you. Hearing that, Bai Luyuan quickly retreated behind his father, responding defiantly, if you have the courage, beat Shen Tianao first. Then talk to me, don't attack me here. Shen Tianao agreed to his challenge and proposed, I accept your bet, but if you lose, you must kneel in front of everyone here and crawl through my legs. Concerned Lin Bai Mo asked Yean, Yean, are you sure about this? If you lose, I'll be in trouble. Yean confidently replied, don't worry, Lin. As long as there's a real illness, I'm confident I can cure it, at least 80%. Hearing this, Lin Bai Mo trusted him and said, all right, Yean, I believe in you. Frustrated, he silently cursed. This bastard not only treats me as a puppet to be manipulated, but also wants revenge in the form of 10% of the Lin family company's shares. He's asking for trouble. Tang Haibin patted him on the shoulder and reassured, relax, Yean will teach him a lesson shortly. With determination, Tang Haibin walked ahead of the two, pointing at Shen Tianao and declaring, hey, shameless guy, whatever you want us to bet on, we accept. Get ready to witness our skills. Despite Shen Tianao's anger, Lin Bai Mo intervened, announcing, please everyone, come inside. Let's witness this together. The crowd, upon hearing this, collectively moved towards Shen Tianao. Each one followed behind, flattering him, saying, let's go and take a look, everyone. Open up your eyes. Let's see how formidable Mr. Shen's medical skills are. I just want to see the appearance of that young lad. After losing, he'll surely find a way to crawl to Mr. Shen's feet. That will be quite interesting. I'll have to capture that moment and share it online. The headline will be, an educated boy pretends to be a scholar, deceased, and accidentally encounters a real divine healer. Can only crawl at the healer's feet to confess, or should I call the reporters right now? Tang Haibin, upon hearing this, couldn't help but angrily curse, despicable, a bunch of wretches. Yean calmed him, saying, Tang, stay calm. In a little while, those losing face will be them. Everyone entered Lin's hospital room, looking at the figure on the bed covered with medical devices. Each one exclaimed, oh my God, why has Mr. Lin become like this? Yes, Mr. Lin suffers from this tormenting illness. Every night at midnight, he starts crying desperately, as if seeing a ghost. He used to be so healthy, and now he's afflicted like this. This illness must not be simple. I trust Mr. Shen. Even if it's a more severe illness, he can handle it easily. He approached the hospital bed, took a careful look, and thought, just by looking from the outside, one cannot identify the illness. It's better to use the yin-yang insight. Thinking so, he immediately activated the yin-yang insight. Upon observing the overall condition inside Lin's body, Yean couldn't help but be surprised. What's going on? Mr. Lin's body is perfectly normal. However, when he looked upward, continuous streams of green energy were emanating from Lin's body. What is that? Something is flying out. Suddenly, 3 giant demon heads appeared right in front of Yean, and he exclaimed, this is. Yean was horrified and fell to the floor, shouting, demons. Others couldn't see what he saw, and they all pointed and jeered. This young man, being threatened by a patient to the point of falling on the ground, and still claims to diagnose the illness. It's ridiculous, making people laugh to death. The first time seeing a doctor being intimidated by a patient like this. Leave quickly, don't stay here, and disgrace yourself. Bai Luyuan also took the opportunity to mock and say, in your current state, not even realizing the embarrassment, and daring to compare yourself with Mr. Shen. Just admit defeat already. Shen Tianao glanced at him and lectured in a lofty tone. Young man, now that you've learned a bit of trickery, you think you're skilled. There's a saying that fits well here, there's always a higher mountain. Tang Haibin and Lin Bai Mo approached to help Yean up, inquiring, Yean, what happened? Why were you threatened like that? Even though my father is unwell, It's
nhưng
not
cũng
to the
không đến
extent
mức
of
có thể hù
intimidating you
cậu thành
like
ra
this,
như này
right?
chứ.
Yean waved his hand and replied, I'm
tôi không
fine.
sao.
He
Cậu
furrowed his
nhíu mày
brows,
nhìn về
looking
phía
towards
Lâm lao
Lin's
ra lẩm
father,
bẩm, không
murmuring,
thấy nữa
he's
rồi.
gone now.
Đột nhiên, Diệp Hàn
Suddenly,
nhớ ra
Yean
một chuyện.
recalled
Đợi
something.
đã,
Wait,
đây,
this must be
đây
the
lẽ
yin
nào
yang
là
divine
âm
eyes.
dương pháp nhãn,
Left is
trái là
yin,
âm,
right is
phải là
yang.
dương,
Yang eyes
dương nhãn
penetrate
xuyên qua
all
vạn
things.
vật,
Yin
âm
eyes
nhãn
see
thấu
through the
bóng đêm.
shadows of the night.
Hóa ra là
So
như
that's
vậy,
it. I
mình hiểu
understand
rồi.
now what happened
Vừa
just
nãy đó
now.
là
Yean
Diệp Hàn thi
activated
triển
his
âm
yin
nhãn
eyes,
trước mặt
revealing a
câu là
malevolent
một
demon
con hộ
spirit in
minh
front
ác
of
quỷ.
him.
Bạch
Bai
Lạc Phi
Lu
bất ngờ
Yuan
huých vai
sarcastically
Diệp Hàn
shrugged
quát,
Yehan's
tiểu tử,
shoulder and
nếu đã
rebuked,
không khám ra
Kid,
bệnh
if you
gì,
didn't
thì
diagnose
mau
any
cút đi,
illness,
đừng
then
ở
get
đây làm
lost.
hỏng chuyện
Don't
người
stay
khác.
here and mess
Nói
things
rồi,
up for
hắn
others.
liền cung kính cúi
Had he
người,
said that,
Thẩm tiên
he
sinh,
respectfully
mời
bowed.
ngài.
Mr.
Đường
Shen,
Hải Bân
please.
thấy thế thì
Tang
tức
Hai
tối
Bin,
mắng,
angered by
tên khốn
this,
kiếp này.
cursed, this
Diệp
damn
Hàn lên
guy.
tiếng cản lại,
Yehan
đường ca bình
intervened,
tĩnh,
saying,
bệnh của Lâm
Tang,
lão
calm
gia,
down.
chỉ có tôi
Only
mới
I can
chữa
cure
được thôi.
Mr. Lin's
Nghe
illness.
cậu nói vậy,
Upon
Lâm
hearing
Bách
this,
Mặc vui
Lin
mừng hỏi,
Baimo asked
Hàn tử,
eagerly,
ý của cậu là
Yehan,
có
do
thể
you mean
chữa
you can
khỏi
cure
bệnh
my
cho cha
father's
tôi sao?
illness?
Diệp
Yehan
Hàn đáp,
replied,
yên
Don't
tâm đi
worry,
Lâm đại
Lin,
ca,
I
tôi
just
cần
need some
chuẩn bị
time to
một chút
prepare
để
for
chữa trị
Mr.
cho
Lin's
Lâm lão gia.
treatment. Yehan
Diệp
closed his
Hàn nhắm
eyes,
mắt lại,
sat
khoanh
down,
chân
crossed
ngồi
his
xuống đất
legs,
bắt đầu
and
cảm
began
nhận.
to sense with the
Âm dương
yin-yang
pháp nhãn,
divine eyes,
gia tà bất
which could
xâm,
dispel
thậm
evil
chí có
spirits
thể
and
khống
even
chế,
control
trừ
them.
bỏ quỷ hồn.
Bai Lu Yuan
Bạch Lạc
glanced
Phi
over
ngó qua khinh
disdainfully
thường một
and
tiếng,
remarked,
giả thần giả
Pretend to be
quỷ,
something you're
rồi liền
not.
quay đầu
Then
lĩnh hót
turned to
Thẩm
flatter
Thiên Ngạo
Shen
hỏi,
Tian Eo,
Thẩm tiên sinh,
asking,
ngài
Mr.
đã
Shen,
khám ra
have you
bệnh gì
diagnosed
rồi
the
đúng không?
illness?
Thẩm Thiên
Shen
Ngạo
Tian
bên
Eo
người tươi cười
smiled and
đáp,
replied, Yes,
chuyện đó
that's
là đương
correct.
nhiên.
But
Nhưng nội
internally,
tâm
he
lúc
felt
này
a
sợ
wave of
xanh cả mặt,
anxiety.
ta còn chưa
I
khám
haven't
ra là
actually
bệnh quỷ gì.
diagnosed what
Đây rốt
demonic
cuộc là
illness
bị
this
bệnh
is.
gì? Tại
What
sao ngay
exactly
cả
is the
chút triệu chứng
disease,
cũng
and
nhìn
why
không
can't
ra?
I identify
Diệp Hàn
even a
lên
bit
tiếng
of its
hỏi hắn,
symptoms?
ngươi đã
Yehan
khám
spoke
ra
up,
được bệnh gì
questioning
rồi
him.
sao?
Humph,
Vậy
have
ngươi
you
thử
really
nói xem,
diagnosed the
rốt cuộc
illness?
Lâm lão gia
Then
mắc
try
phải bệnh
telling
gì?
us, what is the
Thẩm Thiên
ailment
Ngạo chột
afflicting
dạ,
Mr.
đưa
Lin?
tay xoa mũi đáp,
Shen Tian
rất
Eo
đơn giản,
hesitated,
Lâm
rubbing
lão
his
gia
nose
cơ
with his
thể hư
hand,
nhược,
and responded,
lại
It's
thêm trong
simple,
lòng có
Mr.
nhiều
Lin's
nỗi
body
phiền
is
muộn,
weakened.
thời gian dài
Coupled
mới
with
bị
many
biến thành
emotional
như vậy.
burdens, over
Lâm Bách
time,
Mặc
it
phản
has
bác,
manifested
không
in
thể
this
nào,
way.
nếu như chỉ đơn
Lin
giản như
Baimo
vậy,
objected,
thì bọn
It
ta
can't
đã
be.
sớm
If it
khám
were
ra
that
rồi.
simple, we would have
Diệp
figured
Hàn
it
cười
out
nhạt
already.
bảo, đương nhiên không
Yehan
đơn
chuckled
giản
and
như vậy.
said, Of
Cậu
course,
chỉ
it's
tay
not
vạch
that
trần hắn
simple.
ta,
He
tất cả
pointed and
những gì ngươi
exposed him.
nói, đều
Everything
là
you're
đang
saying
nói
is
sằng nói
just
bậy. Lâm
nonsense.
lão gia bị như
Mr.
vậy,
Lin's
vốn
condition
dĩ
is
không
not
phải là
caused by
do
a
bệnh
simple
tật gây ra.
illness. Hearing
Đám
this,
người
the
nghe
crowd
vậy lại
murmured
nhao
in
nhao lên,
confusion.
nói
What
thế
does
là
that
có ý
mean?
gì?
If
Không
it's
phải
not
do
caused
bệnh
by
gây ra,
illness,
vậy
then
còn
what
có
else
thể
could it
là do
be?
cái gì?
I also
Ta
feel
cũng
that
cảm
Mr.
thấy
Lin's
bệnh
ailment
của
is
Lâm
not
lão gia
simple,
không đơn
similar
giản
to
giống
what
như
Shen
những gì
Tian Eo
Thẩm Thiên Ngạo
mentioned.
nói.
When
Hắn
he
ta
was
bị vạch trần
exposed,
thì tức
he
giận
became
chỉ tay chất
angry
vấn.
and pointedly
Ngươi,
questioned,
vậy ngươi
You
nói
say
xem,
then,
cơ thể
why
Lâm
has
lão
Mr.
gia
Lin's
tại
body
sao
become
lại
like
trở thành
this?
như vậy?
Lin
Lâm Bách Mạc
Baimo,
cũng lo lắng
concerned,
hỏi, Hàn
asked,
tử,
Yehan,
đây rốt
what's
cuộc
going
là chuyện
on?
gì?
Yehan
Diệp Hàn liền
reassured,
trấn an,
Lin, don't be
Lâm đại
hasty.
ca, đừng nóng vội,
Let me first
trước
cure
tiên để
Mr.
tôi trị
Lin,
khỏi
and
cho
then
Lâm
I'll
lão
explain
gia,
it
sau
slowly to
đó sẽ
you.
từ từ giải thích
Saying
cho
so,
anh.
he walked
Nói
towards
rồi,
Lin's
cậu
hospital
từ từ
bed.
đi tới giường
Shen
bệnh của
Tian
Lâm
Eo
lão gia.
sneered, Even
Thẩm
I
Thiên
can't
Ngạo hừ
identify
một
the
tiếng mỉa
illness,
mai,
and you
ngay
still
cả
dream of
ta còn
curing
không nhìn
him.
ra bệnh
Dream
gì.
on.
Ngươi còn mơ chỉ
Yehan
khỏi
turned to
cho ông ta
confront him.
sao?
You
Nằm
finally
mơ
admit
đi.
that you can't
Diệp Hàn
diagnose
quay
the
sang kháy
illness.
đều hắn.
Shen
Ngươi
Tian
cuối
Eo,
cùng cũng
you
chịu
don't
thừa
even
nhận
know
mình
what the
không khám
illness
ra
is.
bệnh gì rồi
Shen
sao?
Tian Eo,
Thẩm Thiên
unable
Ngạo
to
nghe vậy
refute,
thì không
remained
thể phản
silent.
bác.
Yehan
Diệp Hàn cũng
continued,
chẳng
Take
quan
a
tâm.
closer look
Cậu
here.
nói, nhìn cho kỹ
Without
đây.
further ado, he
Dứt lời,
placed his hand
cậu
on
đặt
Mr.
tay lên
Lin's
trán của
forehead,
Lâm lão gia,
channeling an
truyền vào
internal
một dòng nội
force.
kình.
A
U Minh
sinister
Hàn
and
Quỷ lập
chilling
tức lao
demon
tới chỗ
immediately
Diệp Hàn
rushed
gào
towards
thét,
Yehan,
chết.
screaming,
Cậu đưa tay
Die.
vận ra một
Yehan
luồng khí hướng
extended his
tới nó
hand,
hỏi,
directing
vốn
a
là
stream
người
of
đã
energy
chết,
towards
hà
it
cớ
and
còn làm
questioned,
hại nhân thế.
being being already
hôm
dead,
nay,
yet
ta
causing
phải
harm
diệt
to
trừ
the
ngươi.
living.
Nói rồi,
Today, I
cậu đánh
must
luồng khí
eliminate
vào
you.
con quỷ.
He then
Sức
struck
mạnh
the
như
demon
nước
with
trọn
the
lấy nó,
energy
khiến
overwhelming
con quỷ
it.
kêu lên.
And in
Không.
an instant,
Trong
the
nháy mắt,
sinister and
u minh
chilling
hàn
demon
quỷ
was
nhanh chóng
swiftly
bị đánh tan.
dispelled. Yean
Diệp
took a
Hàn thở
deep
ra
breath,
một hơi,
wiped off
đưa
the
tay
sweat
lên
from
lau
his
mồ hôi
forehead,
nói,
and
đã
said,
xong,
"It's done,
chị khỏi
cured."
rồi.
Lin
Lâm Bách
Bai
Mặc
Mo
sốt sáng
anxiously
lên níu
grabbed
tay
his
cậu
hand
hỏi,
and asked,
Hàn tử,
"Yean,
đã
is it
trị xong
really
rồi sao?
cured?"
Đường
Tang
Hải Bân vẫn
Haibin,
còn hoang
still
mang giơ điện
confused,
thoại,
raised
không
his
biết chuyện
phone.
gì xảy ra mà hỏi,
Unaware of what
tôi còn
happened,
chưa bắt
and
đầu quay,
asked, "I
cậu
haven't
đã kết
started
thúc rồi sao?
recording. Have you
Thẩm
finished
Thiên Ngạo cười
already?"
lớn chỉ tay vào Lâm
Shin
lão ra
Tianao
bảo,
laughed
ngươi coi
loudly,
bọn ta đều
pointing
là
at
những
Mr.
đứa ngốc
Lin,
sao?
saying,
Lâm lão
"Do you
ra
think
rõ
we are
ràng không
all
có chuyển biến
fools?
gì tốt,
There's
ngươi còn
clearly
nói
no
đã trị xong
improvement
rồi
in
sao?
Mr. Lin's
Bạch
condition,
Lạc Phi
and you
cũng
claim
cười
it's
nhạo nói to,
cured."
đúng đó,
Baim Lu
ta
Yuan
thấy tiểu
also
tử này
sneered and
chính là
said
đang coi
loudly,
chúng ta là mấy
"Exactly,
tên
I
ngốc.
can see that
Loại
this
phế
young
vật
man
này,
is treating
đáng
us like
ra nên cút
fools.
khỏi thành phố
This
Sơn Hải,
waste should have
mọi
left
người thấy
Shanghai
ta nói
City
có
long
đúng không?
ago. Do
Đám
you
người
all
nghe
agree
vậy thì
with
nhao
me?"
nhao chỉ tay vào
Upon
cậu chế
hearing
nhạo,
this, the
không
crowd
sai,
pointed and
thực sự
mocked
coi
him,
chúng ta như mấy
saying,
tên
"No
mù sao,
doubt, he
tiểu
really
tử này
sees
thật
us as
đáng
blind
thương.
fools.
Đúng lúc này,
This kid is
một tiếng
truly
ho phát
pitiful."
ra.
Just
Lâm
then,
lão
a
gia
cough
không biết
sounded,
đã tỉnh
and
từ lúc
Mr.
nào,
Lin, who
ông cậu
knows
có
when he
nói,
woke up,
các ngươi
casually
thật ồn ào.
remarked, You
Nghe
all
giọng
are
nói,
making quite a
đám người kia
racket.
liền đứng hình.
Hearing his
Một số
voice,
thì quay
the
sang hỏi
others
nhau.
stood still,
Tôi mới
some
nãy hình
turning
như
to
nghe
each
thấy
other,
tiếng Lâm lão già
asking,
nói.
I think I just
Tôi
heard
hình như
Mr.
cũng nghe
Lin
thấy,
speaking.
không phải
Did
tên
you
tiểu
hear
tử
it
đó.
too?
Thực sự
Isn't
đã
that
trị
kid
khỏi bệnh
really
cho Lâm
cured,
lão
Mr.
già chứ?
Lin? Lin
Lâm
Baimo
Bách mặc mừng
rejoiced,
rớt nước
tears
mắt,
streaming
vội
down,
chạy đến cạnh
hastily
giường
ran
ôm
to
lấy
the
cha mình
bedside,
hỏi.
embracing his
Cha
father,
thấy sao
asking,
rồi?
Father,
Lâm
how are
lão
you
gia tử
feeling?
chậm chạp đáp.
Old Lin
Cha,
responded
cha
slowly,
không
I'm
sao.
fine, my
Ông
child.
hỏi,
He
cái thứ quỷ
inquired,
đó không
that
thấy nữa,
demonic thing, is
là
it
bị đuổi
gone?
đi rồi
Has it
sao?
been driven away?
Lâm Bách mặc nghe hỏi
Lin
vậy thì ngó
Baimo,
nghiêng xung
puzzled,
quanh thắc
looked
mắc.
around and
Thứ quỷ
questioned,
là thứ gì?
what is that demonic
Diệp Hàn đi
thing?
tới cạnh giường Lâm lão
Yean
gia giải
approached
thích.
Lin's
Lão
bedside
gia ông
and
yên tâm,
explained, Old
thứ đó
man,
đã bị
rest
tôi đuổi
assured,
đi rồi.
I have driven
Sẽ
it
không tiếp
away.
tục quấn lấy
It won't
ông nữa
bother
đâu.
you anymore.
Lâm lão gia
The
vội
old
vàng
man
cầm
quickly
lấy tay
grabbed his
cậu bày
hand and
tỏ.
expressed,
Chàng trai
Young
trẻ,
man, you are truly a
cậu đích thực
divine
là thần
healer.
y. Lâm
This
Quốc
time,
Đồng
Lin's
ta lần
family
này
owes
nợ
you a
cậu
debt
một
of
mạng.
gratitude.
Những người khác nhìn cảnh
Onlookers were
này thì trợn
wide-eyed
cả
and
mắt nhìn.
skeptical,
Ai nấy
contemplating
đều
the
hoài nghi
mysteries
nhân
of
sinh.
life.
Tên tiểu
That
tử
young
đó thế
lad,
mà
how
lại
could
có
he
thể
cure
trị
old
khỏi cho Lâm
Lin?
lão gia.
King of
Cao
Western
đồ thần
medicine
y Tây Bắc
disciple.
cái gì?
He doesn't
Một
seem to
chút năng lực
possess
cũng
any
không có.
skills.
Thần
This
y,
divine
đây
healer
mới đích
is the
thực là
real
thần y.
deal.
Bọn họ
They
bắt đầu
began
dồn
pressuring
Bạch Lạc
Bai
Phi
Lu
vào
Yuan
chân tường
against the
công kích.
wall.
Tên
You
khốn
wretched
kiếp thế mà
fellow
lại bảo
dared to
chúng
tell
ta
us to
mau
quickly
đuổi thần
expel
y
the
ra khỏi
divine
thành
healer
phố
from
Sơ Hải.
Shanghai
Nếu như
City.
thực sự đuổi
If
đi
he's
rồi,
truly gone,
sau
who
này
will
có
we
bệnh
turn
biết
to for
tìm ai.
illnesses?
Đáng ghét, nhất
Detestable.
định phải
We
cho
must
hắn
teach
một
him a
bài học.
lesson. Faced with
Bạch
the
Lạc Phi thấy thế
situation,
thì
Bai
không
Lu
khỏi sợ
Yuan
hãi
couldn't
lắp bắp.
help but fearfully
Các
stammer,
ông tính làm gì?
Gentlemen, what are you
Đám
planning to
người liền
do?
xông tới,
The
đè hắn
crowd
ta
rushed
xuống đánh
forward,
túi bụi, vừa
overpowering
đánh
him
vừa
with
mắng.
blows and
Đáng
curses.
chết tên khốn kiếp
Damn
nhà
you,
ngươi,
your wretched
tên
and
vô tích sự,
insignificant
mau
self.
phế tên khốn kiếp
Quickly
này.
put an end to this
Bạch Lạc
wretched
Phi bị
fellow.
đánh hét lên trong
Bai
tuyệt
Lu
vọng.
Yuan
Cha
screamed in
ơi, cứu
desperation,
mạng.
Father,
Bạch
help
Kiến
me.
Nghiệp một bên chột dạ,
Bai
lén
Jian
lút rời
Yi,
khỏi hiện
feigning
trường.
innocence,
Ông ta nghĩ
quietly
thầm,
left the scene,
con trai,
silently
con chịu
thinking,
khó ở
let my
đó chịu
son
đòn
endure
đi,
the beating.
cha già
An
phải
old man
chuồn
like
trước
me
đây.
should slip away.
Nhưng không để ông ta
But
kịp
before
chạy
he could
đi,
escape,
Bạch Lạc
Bai
Phi
Lu
đã hét
Yuan
lên,
cried out,
đừng đánh
Don't
mình ta
beat me,
chứ,
my
cha
father is
ta
over
còn ở
there.
bên đó kìa.
Immediately,
Tức
the
thì,
crowd turned their
đám người
attention
lập
to
tức
him.
liếc về phía ông
Bai
ta.
Jian Yi forced a
Bạch Kiến
laugh,
Nghiệp cười
sweating
gượng, cả
profusely,
người
and
toát mồ
quietly
hôi,
swallowed a
thầm
gulp of
nuốt nước bọt
saliva.
một tiếng.
With 3
Ông
legs
ta ba
and
chân
4
bốn cẳng
hooves,
chạy
he
đi,
fled the scene.
đám người liền dẫm đạp
The
lên người
crowd
Bạch
stomped
Lạc
on
Phi
Bai
đuổi
Lu
theo mắng.
Yuan,
Lão
chasing
già
after
chết
him,
tiệt, đứng
yelling,
lại không được
Old
chạy,
man,
là
stop,
cha của
don't
một tên
run.
không tốt
You're
đẹp
the
gì,
father of a
phải
no good
đánh.
scoundrel.
Bạch
That's
Lạc
why
Phi
you
nằm
deserve
bẹp
a
dí trên
beating.
đất, cả người đều là
Bai
dấu
Lu
chân.
Yuan lay
Hắn khóc
flattened on the
sòng than
ground,
vãn,
his
tại
body
sao,
marked with
ngươi chịu
footprints,
tổn thương luôn là
lamenting,
ta.
why is it
Diệp Hàn
always me
cười
who
đắc ý bảo,
suffers?
những người luôn đối
Yean
chọi lại
chuckled
ta, tuyệt
triumphantly,
đối sẽ
saying,
không có
Those
kết
who
quả
oppose
tốt.
me will never
Một
have a
bên
good
khác,
outcome.
Thẩm Thiên Ngạo tức
On
giận
the other
tới run
side,
người.
Shen Tian
Hắn méo
Ao,
mó mặt
furious
mày,
and
cả
trembling,
người bùng
his
lửa giận
distorted
hét lên,
face ablaze,
không, ta
shouted,
không tin,
No, I
ta
don't
ngay
believe
cả
it.
bệnh gì còn
I
không
can't
khám
even
ra,
diagnose my
ngươi
own
tại sao
illness.
lại có
How
thể
can
trị
you
khỏi cho
possibly
ông ta
cure
chứ?
him? Yean
Diệp
narrowed his
Hàn nheo
eyes,
mắt liếc
glancing
nhìn về
towards
hắn
him.
ta,
He
cậu thi
activated the
triển âm
yin-yang
dương pháp
divine
nhãn
eyes
rồi
and
nói,
said, You
ngươi
want to
muốn
know
biết tại
why?
sao không? Cậu
Surprisingly,
bất ngờ
he
chạy về
approached,
phía hắn,
delivering a
đập
blow
một
to
phát
Shen
vào người
Tian
hắn
Ao,
giống như
as if
khai thông
opening up
nhãn
his
mạc cho
vision,
hắn ta
saying,
bảo,
So,
vậy
I'll
ta
let you
sẽ
see
để ngươi nhìn
clearly.
kỹ. Dứt
Upon
lời,
hearing this,
Thẩm
Shen
Thiên Ngạo
Tian
ngạc
Ao's
nhiên
eyes
trừng mắt
widened
thốt
in
lên,
astonishment.
cái gì?
What?
Hắn
As he
mở
opened
to
his
mắt,
eyes wide,
đằng sau
behind
Diệp Hàn
Jihan,
lúc này
there was
có
the
hình
image
ảnh
of a
của một
demon,
con quỷ,
its gaze
nó
fixed on
trừng mắt
him.
nhìn về hắn
Shen
ta.
Tian Ao,
Thẩm Thiên
terrified,
Ngạo sợ hãi
screamed
hét
and
lên,
ran while
hắn
crying
vừa
out
chạy vừa
loudly,
khóc kêu to,
Demonic
quỷ,
monster,
yêu
Mother
quái,
save me.
mẹ ơi, cứu
Upon
mạng.
closer inspection
Khi
of his
nhìn kỹ
pants,
đũng quần
a
của hắn,
darkened stain was
còn thấy
visible,
một vũng chỗ
a
sậm
result
màu.
of an
Đây là do
involuntary
bị hù
accident.
đến tiểu cả da
Lin
quần.
Baimo,
Lâm
puzzled,
Bách Mặc
couldn't help
thấy
but
thế không
ask,
khỏi thắc mắc.
What's
Thẩm
going on
Thiên
with
Ngạo
Shen
này,
Tian Ao?
rốt cuộc có
Why did
chuyện
he
gì
wet his
vậy?
pants?
Lại tiểu da quần.
Tang Haibin
Đường Hải
frowned.
Bân nhíu
Just a
mày.
moment ago,
Một
he
phút
was
trước
still
còn
putting
ở
on
trước mặt
airs
huynh
in
đệ
front of
chúng
our
ta ra vẻ.
brothers. Yean shrugged as if nothing happened, saying, "Who knows, maybe he was shocked to the point of going insane." Lin Mo turned to his father, asking, "Father, what's really going on? What are you and Yean hiding from us?" Old Lin ordered thoughtfully, "Everyone else, please leave the room." Gradually, everyone exited, leaving only 4 people in the room: Yean, Lin Mo, Tang Haibin, and Old Lin. He began speaking. "Bai Mo, in reality, our ancestors accumulated wealth through tomb excavation. You probably already know about this." Lin Mo replied, "Yes, I know, but how does it relate to father's illness?" Upon hearing this, Tang Haibin, amazed, exclaimed, "Isn't that grave robbing? Mr. Lin, your ancestors must have been quite bold." Lin Mo explained, "This is not a secret. The elders in the city of Shanghai are well aware of it, and besides, our family stopped engaging in such activities a long time ago." Old Lin continued, "That's correct. But a few months ago, while arranging some items left by our ancestors, I accidentally broke a flower vase. Since then, the illness started afflicting me. If it weren't for Yehan's intervention, I'm afraid I would have succumbed earlier." Upon hearing the cause, Lin Bai Mo approached and gratefully clasped Yehan's shoulders, saying, "Yehan, there is no way to repay this great favor. I will always cherish this bond." Yehan smiled in response. "This is something I should do. Mr. Lin, there's no need for such formality." At that moment, someone rushed in and exclaimed, "Old man, young master, there are many people outside looking for Yi, claiming they want to meet the divine healer." Yehan was startled, pointing at himself in suspicion. Could it be that they're not here for me? Outside, a crowd of people rushed in, creating a chaotic and humid scene, each one clamoring for attention. "Divine healer Yi, I am the CEO of Dathan Group. Would you have time to have a meal with me? Divine healer Yi, I have suffered from hemorrhoids for many years. Can you help me? Divine healer Yi, I have a vineyard for winemaking. Can I invite you to come and taste some wine?" Tang Hai Bin, overwhelmed by the pressing group, exclaimed, "I'm about to suffocate to death." The crowd competed with each other, quickly turning into a melee. "I arrived first. Let me go first. I won't leave here even a step. I sense that you want to get hit." Observing this chaotic scene, Yehan hurriedly advised, "Everyone, please don't fight. Take turns, one at a time." At this moment, a person entered, clearing his throat, and said, "Excuse me, please make way." The crowd stopped fighting upon hearing the voice, turning to ask, "Who are you?" Tang Hai Bin recognized the person and shouted, "Lei Bisha, why are you here?" Lei Bisha, indifferent, walked past the crowd, and they whispered among themselves, "Isn't this Secretary Lei Bisha from the Municipal Party Committee? Why is he here? Could it be that even the mayor wants to consult Divine Healer Yi for his illness?" Lei Bisha walked up to Yehan, smiling, and inquired, "Greetings, Divine Healer Yi. The mayor would like to invite you to help him with a medical examination. May I ask if you have the time?" Yehan, slightly surprised at first, quickly composed himself and replied, "Of course, I have the time." Lai, the secretary, extended a polite hand, saying, "Please." Yehan and Lai left the Lin family's residence. The onlookers could only gaze in envy, whispering, "Unexpectedly, even the mayor wants to invite Yehan for a medical examination." It serves as a reminder that his medical skills are superior. It seems that Yehan's reputation in the city of Shanghai is becoming more and more prominent. At the Bai family residence, the TV was broadcasting news about Yehan. The host pointed towards his image and introduced, "Recently, there is a divine healer named Yehan in Shanghai City. His medical skills are extraordinary, to the extent that even the mayor has invited him for a medical examination." Upon hearing this news, Bai Lu Yuan angrily threw the TV remote, piercing the screen. He felt helpless and filled with hatred, saying, "Father and son want to kill Yehan. I must eliminate that wretched fellow." Hai Jian Yi shared a similar sentiment, gritting his teeth in anger. "Daring to bring such misery upon my son and me, I will absolutely not let this young man go." Bai Lu Yuan responded bitterly, "But he has established good relations now. With all the power in the city of Shanghai, what should we do?" Bai Jian Yi revealed a comforting and dangerous smile, saying, "Rest assured, I have a solution." He then took out his phone and contacted someone, saying, "Yes, you're the triangular person, right? I want to kill someone, and money is not a problem." Meanwhile, in front of the mayor's house, a man with a fresh face thanked Yehan, saying, "Yi deity, thank you for treating my illness these past few days. My old man's back is finally better, and moreover, my old wife is no longer clamoring for a divorce." Yehan scratched his head and replied, "No need for thanks. It's something that should be done, just something to do." At this moment, the mayor's wife stepped out with a smile and called, "Da Lang, I've brewed a bowl of tonic for you to drink quickly." The mayor immediately lost his composure, rushing over to express, "Oh my wife is here." Yehan, observing the scene, sighed. Indeed, the older one gets, the more experience they gain. At that moment, a luxurious car arrived. honking as Tang Hai-bin inside waved and called, Yean, get on the car quickly, Brother Lin is waiting for us. Hearing this, Yean joyfully climbed onto the car, saying, let's go. Unaware of the person trailing behind them, he chuckled, holding up his phone to inform his accomplices, the target has appeared, prepare for the assassination. Tang Hai-bin, always inquisitive, asked Han on the road, Han, visiting patients every day must be exhausting. It's time to open a clinic. Han expressed, I'm actually preparing for that. Can you help me find a suitable location along the main road? Tang Hai-bin immediately assured, raising his thumb, leave that to me. At that moment, a red laser beam suddenly aimed at Tang Hai-bin. Han immediately noticed, saying, that red dot is from a sniper rifle. Sensing danger, he quickly rushed to snatch Tang Hai-bin's steering wheel, shouting, be careful. Han swerved, and a bullet flew through the car's window, piercing through Tang Hai-bin's seat, missing him by a few centimeters. Tang Hai-bin, pale, asked, who dares to shoot? Han urgently urged, let's go quickly. The car came to a stop, crashing into a roadside utility pole. Han pulled Tang Hai-bin out of the car, and people on the street ran in panic, yelling, help, someone is shooting. Run, call the police, run away, don't just stand there. Han and Tang Hai-bin hid behind the car. Han analyzed, this wasn't a random shooting, someone is targeting me. Tang Hai-bin, terrified, declared firmly, I will definitely drag that shooter out. Han jumped slightly, observing his surroundings. He thought to himself, luckily, the yin-yang divine eyes helped me foresee this. Without it, I would have met my end this time. On a tall building, the assassin, using the scope on his gun, looked down at Tang Hai-bin and Han taking cover behind the car. Not spotting the target, he snorted and made a phone call to report. The target is stationary, hiding in a dead corner. I can't see him. It's your turn to take action. Through the phone, the voice of the other assassin echoed, leave it to me. The local thug with the gun, retracting his scope, confidently affirmed, this time the kid is as good as dead. Meanwhile, Han reassured Tang Hai-bin, who was anxious, saying, don't worry, the place we're hiding is a dead corner. The sniper can't see us. Just wait for the police to arrive. At that moment, a car suddenly rushed toward the two. The scar-faced assassin emerged from the vehicle, raised his gun, and said with a smirk, found you. Both Han and Tang Hai-bin immediately paled, thinking, it's over. The assassin aimed at Han and fired a shot, gloating, meet your end. Han smirked, lifted one hand to touch the ground, and reached behind with the other to grab something, saying, ending my life won't be that easy. Han pulled out the sharp, long-view dagger gifted by Zhao Haotian, combined with the yin-yang divine eyes, preparing to slash towards the bullet heading towards him, saying, block it with this. The assassin chuckled, asking, you want to use a dagger to block my bullets? Dream on. However, he did not anticipate that Han could indeed block his bullets. Han swung the dagger, slicing the incoming bullet into two pieces. Both the assassin and Tang Hai-bin were astonished, exclaiming, what? Han then lifted his foot to support himself, comfortably landing on the ground. The two pieces of the bullet that had been sliced fell to the ground. The assassin, in disbelief, exclaimed, what kind of sorcery is this? Some onlookers, hiding in a safe spot, watched this astonishing scene and marveled, oh my, using a dagger to stop bullets. Am I watching a movie? This is incredible. Enraged, the assassin fired multiple shots continuously towards Han. He immediately used the yin-yang divine eyes to track the trajectory of the bullets. Han poised himself with the dagger, thinking, as long as I can clearly see the direction the bullets are coming from, I can block them. Saying this, he swung his hand, once again splitting the bullet in half. Any bullet that came his way was effortlessly cut by him. The assassin couldn't help but stammer, how is this possible? Who were you? Han didn't answer. He leaped forward, confronting the assassin and shouted, too many words, just die. The assassin immediately retrieved a dagger from his pants, retorting, annoying brat, do you think I'm a fool?
Hắn ta
He
rút
drew
đao,
his dagger to
chặn lại
block
đường đao
Yehan's
của Diệp
attack,
Hàn.
but Yehan
Nhưng cậu vẫn
continued
tiếp
to
tục
exert
dùng sức đì
force,
chặt hắn
pushing
ta
him
xuống.
down.
Tên sát
The
thủ bắt
assassin
buộc
had
dùng
to use
hai tay
both
giữ
hands
lại
to
đao
hold
của
onto
mình,
his
ngăn
dagger,
cho bản thân bị
preventing
ép
himself
ngã.
from being
Hắn
forced
nghiến
to the
răng,
ground.
tiểu tử này,
He gritted
mạnh
his
quá.
teeth.
Diệp
This
Hàn
kid is
cười
too
thầm suy
strong.
nghĩ, mình đã tu
Yehan
luyện thành
silently
công luyện
thought,
khí
I
quyết,
have
sức mạnh
successfully
của người này
cultivated
không thể
Qigong
nào so
practice.
sánh với mình
This
được.
person's strength
Diệp
cannot
Hàn lúc
compare to
này đang ở
mine.
trong tầm ngắm của
At
một
this
tên
moment,
sát thủ khác.
Yehan became the
Tên
target
sát
of
thủ thông
another
qua ống ngắm
assassin.
nhìn thấy
The
cậu,
assassin,
hắn ta
through
nở
the
một nụ
scope,
cười
saw
đắc ý,
Yehan
tóm
and
được ngươi
grinned,
rồi.
caught you.
Ngay sau đó,
Immediately
hắn lập tức
afterward,
bóp
he
cò.
squeezed the
Diệp
trigger.
Hàn dù đang túm
Despite
lấy cổ
Yehan
áo của tên
holding
sát
onto the
thủ mặt
collar
xẻ
of the
kia,
scar-faced
nhưng âm dương
assassin,
pháp nhẫn vẫn
the
tiếp tục
Yean
phát
gained
huy uy
divine
lực.
eyes
Cậu ngay
continued
lập
to
tức
exert
cảm
its
nhận được có
power.
viên đạn bay tới chỗ
Yehan
mình.
immediately
Lại nữa
sensed the
rồi.
approaching
Tên
bullet,
sát thủ bắn
thinking,
tay tiếp tục
again.
nổ súng hét
The
lên,
assassin
đi
fired,
chết đi.
shouting,
Viên
die.
đạn như xé
The
gió bay
bullet sped
tới,
toward him,
nhưng
but
Diệp Hàn chỉ
Yehan
nở
just
một
smiled
nụ
and
cười
said,
bảo,
the
người
one
chết
dying
không phải
won't be
ta.
me.
Cậu
Yehan
bất ngờ ngả người
unexpectedly
về phía
dodged
sau,
backward,
khiến
leaving the
tên sát
assassin
thủ kia kinh
astonished.
ngạc.
What?
Gì?
How
Hắn
could he
làm
evade
sao
like
có thể
that?
né được
The
chứ?
sniper assassin
Tên sát thủ
realized
bắn tỉa
Yehan's
nhận ra được
intention
ý
and
định
broke
của
into
cậu
a
thì
cold
toát mồ
sweat,
hôi.
muttering,
Tiêu rồi.
it's over.
Diệp Hàn ngả người
Yehan
lùi
leaned
lại,
back, and the
viên
bullet
đạn bay
flew
tới
through the
liền
space
xuyên qua
where he
người
had
tên
just
sát
been,
thủ kia,
piercing through
khiến
the
hắn
body
ta
of the
ngỡ
other
ngàng không
assassin.
kịp định hình.
The assassin,
Hắn gục
caught
ngã
off
xuống
guard
giường,
and unable to
miệng mấp
react in
máy,
time,
đáng
collapsed onto
ghét.
the bed,
Sau đó
his
thì
mouth
chết
losing
tại
the
chỗ.
cigarette.
Diệp Hàn
Despicable.
chỉ tay vào
He then
hắn
died
ta,
on the
rồi
spot.
quay qua liếc
Yehan
nhìn tên
pointed
sát
at him,
thủ bắn
turned to
súng
the
kia
other
khen ngợi,
gunman, and
bắn tốt
praised,
lắm.
nice shot.
Tên sát thủ
The
như bị khiêu
infuriated
khích mà
assassin,
tức giận
feeling
quá,
taunted,
khốn kiếp,
angrily
ta
retorted,
nhất định phải
I
giết người.
must kill him.
Nhưng lúc này,
However, at
Diệp
that
Hàn đã
moment,
nhanh chóng
Yehan
núp
had
vào góc
quickly
chết
taken
của cảnh
cover
xe,
behind the
còn
car,
giơ cả ngón
raising
giữa
his
lên
middle
thách thức
finger in a
hắn.
challenge.
Diệp Hàn che miệng
Yehan
cười
smirked
nói,
and said,
giết nhầm đồng bọn
killing his
của
own
mình,
ally by
hắn bây
mistake,
giờ nhất
he
định
must
chắc
be
tức phát
furious
điên rồi.
now.
Đường
Tang
Hải bên giơ
Haibin
ngón
raised
cái
his
lên
thumb in
cảm thán,
admiration.
Hàn tử,
Yehan, you're
cậu
so
ngầu quá đi,
cool.
đối phương
The
chắc chắn
opponent
giờ
must be
đang tức
boiling
chết
with
rồi.
rage right now.
Lúc này,
At
cảnh
this
sát
point,
cuối
the
cùng
final
cũng
police
tới.
squad
Cảnh
arrived,
sát yên
with
thận trọng
Officer
cầm
Ruan
súng,
cautiously
từ trong
stepping
xe
out
đi
of the
xuống.
car with a gun in
Sau khi đặt
hand.
chân xuống đường,
After placing
cô
her
lập
feet
tức
on the
cầm loa
ground,
thông
she
báo,
immediately
lập
used a
tức phong tỏa
loudspeaker,
con đường,
seal
lục
off
soát
the
khắp
road
nơi,
immediately,
không được
conduct
bỏ
a
qua
thorough
bất kỳ
search
một kẻ
everywhere,
tình nghi
don't
nào.
overlook any
Đám cảnh
suspects.
sát nghe
The
vậy lập
police
tức thi
swiftly
hành
obeyed
mệnh
the
lệnh.
order.
Cảnh
Officer
sát
Ruan,
Yên lo lắng
feeling
nghĩ,
anxious
bị
thought,
hai tên sát
chased by
thủ
two
truy bắt,
assassins.
Diệp Hàn tên tiểu
Yehan,
tử
that
đó,
young guy,
là
seems to
lành
be
ít
in
dữ
over
nhiều
his
rồi.
head.
Tên
The
sát thủ
assassin
ở
on the
trên tòa nhà
rooftop,
thấy
upon
cảnh sát
spotting
tới
the
vội thu
police,
súng,
hastily
hắn
holstered
chỉ
his
thầm,
gun.
chết
He
tiệt,
muttered,
cảnh
damn
sát
it,
nhanh
the
như
police
vậy mà
arrived
đã
so
tới rồi,
quickly.
phải
I
mau
have to
chuyển
make a
thôi.
quick exit.
Vừa đi hắn
As he
vừa nhớ
moved,
lại hình
he
ảnh
recalled
thách thức của
Yehan's
Diệp Hàn.
challenging gesture
Hắn tức
and
giận nghiến
seethed with
răng,
anger,
tự thề
swearing to
với bản
himself,
thân, Diệp
Yehan,
Hàn
I
phải
will
không,
absolutely
ta
not
tuyệt
let
đối
you
sẽ
off.
không tha cho người đâu.
Officer Ruan aimed
Diệp
her
Hàn
gun
chĩa
at
súng
Tang
về phía
Haibin's
xe của
car
Đường
and
Hải Vân
ordered,
hạ lệnh,
the
người
person
ở phía
behind the
sau
car,
xe,
come
mau
out
ra
with your
đây,
hands up.
giơ hai tay lên
Yehan
đầu.
and Tang
Diệp
Haibin
Hàn cùng
sighed as
Đường
they
Hải
stepped
Vân thở
out.
phào đi ra.
Yehan chuckled
Diệp Hàn cười
awkwardly,
gượng
saying,
nói,
Captain
Yên đội
Ruan,
trưởng,
I'm
tôi
just a
chỉ là người
law-abiding
dân lương thiện
citizen.
thôi,
Put
mau
down your
bỏ
guns,
súng xuống
please.
đi.
Tang
Đường Hải
Haibin
Vân khoanh
crossed his
tay nói
arms,
giọng điệu trách
adopting a
móc, các
sarcastic
ngươi cuối
tone.
cùng đã tới
Finally,
rồi.
you guys
Diệp
showed
Hàn
up.
đã xử lý xong một
Yehan here
trong
has
hai
taken
tên
care
sát
of
thủ.
one of the two
Nghe vậy,
assassins.
cảnh sát
Hearing
Yên không
this,
khỏi ngạc
Officer
nhiên.
Ruan couldn't
Cái
help
gì?
but be surprised.
Đường Hải Vân
What?
cười,
Tang
chỉ
Haibin
tay vào
smiled,
thi thể tên
pointing
sát thủ
proudly
kia
at the
khoe
dead
khoang.
body of the
Tên
other
đó là do
assassin.
người anh
That
em của
one,
tôi
my
xử lý
older
đó.
brother handled him.
Diệp Hàn gãi đầu
Yehan,
khiêm tốn
modestly
đáp,
scratching his
may
head,
mắn mà
replied,
thôi.
just lucky,
Đám cảnh
that's
sát
all.
nhìn thấy tên sát
The
thủ
police
thì kinh ngạc
officers,
cảm
upon seeing
thán.
the dead assassin, were
Tên này là
astonished
tội
and
phạm đặc
exclaimed,
biệt cấp A
this
đó,
guy, he's
lợi
an
hại,
A-list
thật sự
criminal,
quá lợi hại.
extremely dangerous.
Đây là sát
He's
thủ
the
của phim
Triangle's
Tam Giác.
assassin,
Có
wanted by
nhiều
many
quốc gia truy
countries.
bắt hắn
He
nhưng luôn
always
để hắn
managed to
chạy
escape,
thoát,
but who
không
would have
ngờ
thought
giờ
he'd
lại
meet his
chết
end
ở đây.
here? Yean
Diệp
waved
Hàn
his
cười
hand with a
xua tay
smile,
bảo, đâu
saying,
có,
"No,
đâu
not at
có,
all, just
may
lucky."
mắn cả thôi.
Officer
Cảnh
Ruan
sát Yên
furrowed
cau
her
mày nhìn
brows,
cậu
looking
suy
at
tư.
him thoughtfully.
Diệp Hàn,
Yean,
anh rốt
what
cuộc đang
secret
che
are you
giấu bí
hiding?
mật gì?
I'm
Tôi
getting
càng
more
ngày càng
curious
hiếu
about
kỳ
you
về
every
anh.
day.
Khi
As she
nhìn về
glanced
phía
at
Diệp Hàn,
Yean, she
cô đột
suddenly
nhiên
noticed
thấy
a
một
cut
vết
on his
cắt ở
hand.
trên tay cậu.
Officer
Cảnh sát
Ruan
Yên
offered
cầm
a
băng gạc
bandage,
tới đề nghị,
saying,
tay
"Your
của
hand is
anh bị
injured.
thương rồi, tôi
Let me
giúp
help you
anh băng bó."
bandage it."
Diệp
Yean
Hàn cũng không
responded
khách sáo đáp,
nonchalantly, "Thank
vậy
you,
đa ca
Captain
Yên đội trưởng
Ruan."
rồi.
Tang
Đường Hải Bân
Haibin
cũng
chimed in
xen vào chơi
teasingly,
chọc.
"Officer
Yên mỹ
Ruan,
nữ,
my
mông
buttocks
của
are
tôi
also
cũng bị thương
injured.
rồi, có
Can you
thể
help
giúp
me
tôi băng
bandage
bó
them?"
không? Cảnh
Officer
sát Yên
Ruan,
tức giận,
injured,
cô
gave
đập
him a
một phát
strong
mạnh vào
punch.
cậu ta.
Tang
Đường Hải
Haibin
Bân
was
bị đánh
knocked
u đầu bất
unconscious,
tỉnh.
and Yean,
Diệp Hàn
looking
nhìn vậy
on,
chỉ
could
có
only
thể thương
express
cảm.
sympathy.
Như vậy
That's
cũng
too
bạo lực quá
violent.
rồi.
He
Cậu
sat
ngồi
down to
xuống để
allow
cho cảnh
Officer
sát Yên băng
Ruan to
bó vết
bandage the
thương.
wound.
Đám cảnh sát
The
nhìn cảnh
police
này thì
officers,
ai nấy đều
witnessing the
trố mắt
scene,
ngạc
were
nhiên
all
kêu lên.
surprised and
Trời
exclaimed,
ơi, Yên
"Oh
đội
my,
trưởng thế mà
Captain
lại chủ
Ruan,
động giúp
being
người
so
khác băng bó
proactive
vết
in
thương.
helping
Tôi
someone
chưa bao
bandage a
giờ thấy
wound.
cô ấy dịu
I've
dàng như
never
vậy.
seen her so
Có
gentle
tình
before.
ý,
There must
nhất
be
định là
something
có tình
going
ý.
on."